The Wishing Star, Blue Moon Bay, Book 3. By Susan Hatler. Chapter 1. My childhood dream of making it big turned out to be my greatest downfall. Well, technically, my rock star ex-husband had been the one to make it big. But, still, I'd become famous by association, which was not all I'd thought it would be. Not even close. Ronnie Clement and I had been high school sweethearts. We'd moved to Los Angeles after graduation so his band could book gigs at restaurants and clubs, while I studied acting at UCLA. We got married the week we arrived, two small-town kids full of hopes and dreams and the belief that all dreams were possible. When a record label noticed Ronnie's amazing singing voice, he dropped his band, changed his name to Rockwell, and his career took off. Upon his request, I tabled my acting ambitions in order to support him. We agreed that my turn would come later. Yeah, that didn't happen. There was always another album, another concert, another world tour, and my would-be acting career disappeared. In time, I felt myself disappear as well. As Rex's fame grew, so did his ego, until he was partying so much he often didn't come home at night. I'd heard the rumors of infidelity and read about it in the tabloids, but hadn't been certain he'd stoop that low until I caught him with a groupie, naked, on the deck of our vacation house, in my favorite hammock. Rex pleaded for forgiveness and promised it would never happen again, but I couldn't pretend to believe his lies anymore. So, I filed for a divorce. I also replaced the hammock, because EW. Despite tabloid reports that I'd made off with millions when I divorced my rock star husband, the truth was that I was now flat broke. During the divorce, Rex had fought me over every cent, begging me to stay with him. I settled quickly in order to end the fighting, and the only thing I received from the divorce, well, besides a crushed heart, was our vacation home on the bluffs in my hometown of Blue Moon Bay, California. And now I had to sell the house. Well, unless I could come up with a way to pay for the expenses with zero income. At 27, I had no job, no college degree, and only amateur theater roles on my resume. My lawyer was on her way over right now to go over the depressing details of my abysmal financial status. My nerves were so raw they could pass for sushi. I didn't want to lose my home. I dug my toes through the rope weave of the hammock I was lying in on my back deck overlooking the Pacific Ocean, my phone glued to my ear, barely paying attention to my sister Claire's voice droning on as I fought against the rising panic in my chest. My beautiful mansion on the bluffs boasted views of the dazzling blue ocean, the Spanish colonial buildings of the storybook downtown nestled below, and the long spit of land where the world-famous landmark, the inn at Blue Moon Bay, sat proudly. This house had been my safe haven for the past year, protecting me from ruthless reporters wanting to get the latest scoop on Rex Rockwell's ex. That's seriously who I was known as to the media, Rex Rockwell's ex. Not Charlie Rockwell, my actual name. Losing my home would mean having my cherished privacy ripped away from me. I'd truly reached rock bottom. Something Claire said caught my attention and sent frustration rushing over the already present panic. "You're my sister, Claire." I squeezed my cell phone against my ear. "Why do you sound positively giddy that I may have to move out of the home I love?" "I'm not happy you have to move, per se, but maybe change will do you good." Her voice came over the line, bright and cheery and way too pleased. "You've been hiding away in that mansion long enough. You need to start living again." "What do you think I'm doing right now? Dying a slow death?" I asked, and then realized that actually sounded kind of accurate. My loneliness felt palpable. I dropped my head back against the quilted hammock pillow. Hanging out inside a house, glued to the TV all day, is not living. You can't vicariously experience life through your favorite soap opera. And don't try to deny it, she added quickly, before I could lie and claim I wasn't addicted to a soap opera. "I know how you spend your days." I heaved a long sigh. Oh, man. Is this what my life has come to? I used to be fun. Yeah, I remember. Then you lost your backbone and everything became about Rex Rockwell. She'd said his name like it was a lame reality show that was all the rage. I still don't get why you took that ridiculous divorce settlement. The only thing mediation was doing was fueling the paparazzi, I said, letting out a long sigh. I figured I'd sell this house and have plenty of money to live on. But this place has become my safe haven. You mean your self-imposed jail cell? Claire scoffed into her mouthpiece. Hello? You were married to Rex Rockwell, who won so many Grammy Awards I lost count, so half of that money should have been yours. If I ever get my hands on that rat ex-brother-in-law of mine. Is there an actual reason you called, sis? I jerked to sit up, but the hammock suddenly swung backward, threatening to topple me off. Quickly, I threw myself back again, bobbing side to side until the hammock stabilized. Close 1. If you just called to give me a bad time, I'd prefer to enjoy my final days here in peace. I'm taking you to dinner tonight, Claire commanded, using a stern tone. You need to venture out among the living again. I did that at the luxury women's retreat last month and look where it got me, I reminded her. While my heart had finished healing from all of the support at the women's retreat, which had made me ready to date again, my first choice had flopped big time. I'd started dating Wyatt, a firefighter who had been staying at the mansion next door to the retreat. He had seemed sweet at first. But he turned out to be a wannabe musician on the side, and ended up asking me if I could score him one of Rex Rockwell's old guitars. Seriously? Note the X part of ex-husband, buddy, or browse any major magazine or newspaper to see how much my ex cheated on me. Rex and I hadn't parted on the best of terms and the tabloids didn't know the half of it. Claire made a groaning sound. At least you had a few fun dates. I'd rather stay in the privacy of my own home, thank you very much. We both know you're hiding from the paparazzi. But, just so you know, they find plenty to write about you anyway. She cleared her throat. Rex Rockwell just released another hit music video, co-starring sexy Oscar winner Verna D'Angelo, while Rex Rockwell's ex continues to roll in his riches through outrageous spousal support, according to friends of the musician. What friends? I rolled my eyes, irritation flowing through me. The friends Rex and I had in Hollywood hadn't been friends at all, just people who wanted something from him. When he and I separated, they dropped me. Without Rex, I didn't have anything they wanted. Well, except inaccurate stories to sell the tabloids, apparently. Claire sighed. I'm just saying let's go out to dinner. There's more to life than daytime television, you know. Don't rag on my last pleasure in life, I said, frowning. Then I heard a loud noise coming from the front of my house, which sounded like a car door slamming shut. Time to face the music. I eased off the hammock, carefully this time, and hurried toward the side gate. My lawyer's here. She's going to break it to me how much money I don't have. I'd better go. What about dinner? Rain check, I said, and then hung up the phone. I opened the side gate to the front yard, my stomach churning as I walked through. I dreaded seeing my lawyer face to face and hearing her confirm that I was broke. Our meeting would make it real that I had to sell my house. My home was my Spanish colonial-style security blanket, the only place I felt safe. And soon it would be gone. Harper Avery, my lawyer, would state my options without sugarcoating anything. The woman was smart, savvy, and believed in dealing with problems head-on. Denial wasn't a luxury she'd let me indulge in, but I wasn't sure I was ready to face the real world. I just wanted one more year here to figure out where I went wrong. Or, maybe 2 years. Closing the gate behind me, I spotted Harper's luxury sedan in the circular driveway. Then my gaze shot to the woman standing next to the car. She wore a tailored charcoal gray and white pinstriped suit, her dark hair was swept back into a French twist, and her green eyes lit up when she saw me. Harper and I were both 27 and single. I admired her tough exterior, although she had a serious attitude about men, making me secretly wonder if dealing with so many divorces had made her jaded. Or maybe she just had her heart broken one time too many. "Charlie, good to see you looking so rested." She shook my hand firmly, then fell into step beside me as we walked to the front door. "Thanks for coming, Harper, and for recommending that women's retreat," I said, even though it had used up the last of my savings account. Spending my remaining cash on a luxury women's retreat hosted by Greta Von Strand, the author of Men, Who Needs Them, had probably not been the smartest move financially. But Ronnie's betrayal had cut me deep, and I'd needed something to help ease my pain. More importantly, Greta Von Strand's event planner had been Olivia Lane, who had been my best friend in high school. We'd lost touch after I moved to Southern California with Ronnie. Reconnecting with Olivia, and by extension the other two girls who had been in our tight-knit posse of four, Wendy Watts and Megan Wallace, had been priceless. I inhaled a deep breath filled with the bittersweet scent of ocean air. "Just lay it on me." I braced myself. "When are the taxes due? Will they give me an extension? How soon do I have to sell before I go belly up?" "Not so fast." She lifted her Louis Vuitton briefcase, wiggling it in the air as if she had something worth gold inside. "I have an option that might help you with your expenses." My heart stopped. "Are you serious?" "Then, whatever it is, the answer's yes. You know I'll do anything to keep this house." She threw me a wary look. "You might not agree to this." "What do you mean?" I opened the front door, my head spinning. If there were a way to keep my house then, apart from remarrying Rex Rockwell, I'd do it. "You'll see." She followed me through the foyer, down the hall, and into the living room. She took a seat on the sofa, set her briefcase on the coffee table, and then opened it up. "Would you like something to drink?" I asked, although my gaze was glued to the opening of her brown leather case. "Coffee, tea, or—" "No, thank you." She waved a hand. "I've been up since 4 a.m. and have had as many cups of coffee. Any more cups and I'll vibrate out of Blue Moon Bay." I forced a tiny laugh at her joke, which was hard with my entire future at stake with whatever she held in that designer case. I dropped into the seat across from her. "So what's your idea?" She placed her hands in a steeple position, tapping her pinky pads against each other at high speed as if to release pent-up energy. "Or, possibly caffeine." "Well, I have two ideas." "I believe you're familiar with the first one." An ice-cold trickle ran down my spine. "What is the first one?" "You spent 2 weeks with Greta Von Strand at her luxury women's retreat last month and she was very impressed by you. You're aware that the pre-order of her upcoming release, Love, We All Need It, is currently ranked #1 at all major retailers?" "Yes," I said, without admitting I'd pre-ordered my own copies in every format available. When I read her first bestseller, Men, Who Needs Them, each word felt like she'd pulled it directly from my crushed heart. Ironically, Greta got engaged to her ex-boyfriend at the end of the women's retreat and apparently has a whole new perspective on life. Thus, the new book. While Greta Von Strand was a ruthlessly ambitious woman, she'd also shown a vulnerable side at the end of the retreat that I could relate to, and I was secretly dying to read her next book. "Yes, I read an article about her engagement in the Blue Moon Bay Beat," Harper said, mentioning a popular local paper. "I also spoke with her agent, who said she's flying through Love, We All Need It, and he's working to line up Greta's next bestseller, If You Agree, a tell-all memoir by Rex Rockwell's ex." "That's what the book should be called, Rex Rockwell's Ex," I said, through clenched teeth. I got up and went to the bar. I plucked a bottle of sparkling mineral water from the tiny fridge, twisting the top off with a refreshing whisper. I took a quick swig as I leaned against the bar. Or, how about Woman Scorned? Now that sounds like a best-selling book filled with a rock star's secrets. Don't you think? He was a total jerk to you, Charlie. Harper pulled a stack of papers out of her bag, stood up, and handed me an official-looking document. You have every right to let the public know the truth. This is the advance Greta's publishers willing to pay you. An advance. I came close enough to take the paper, then stared at all 6 zeros after the first number. For a minute, I thought about writing the book with Greta, about telling the world how fame had grabbed the boy I'd loved in its clutches, doused him in constant adulation until he transformed into the big-headed celebrity he'd become. The man who had betrayed me, ripping my trusting heart to shreds. Dollar signs flashed in my head, so many that I'd never have to worry about finding income again. I'd be able to keep my home and my cherished privacy forever. You're out of money, and you're perfectly justified after the way he treated you. I know, but my voice trailed off as a long, forgotten piece of my heart softened. He was still my husband. I swallowed the lump that had appeared in my throat. We loved each other once. And in some ways, I always will love him. I could never sell his secrets. Even though the advance would save you? She gave me a look like I'd completely lost my mind. Rex is in St. Bart's with Verna D'Angelo right now, spending what should have been your divided marital funds on her. No, I still can't do it, I said, shaking my head. Just because he'd stooped low didn't mean I had to join him down there. I handed her back the paper. Is there another option? Harper let out a long exhale as she rustled through the papers she'd pulled out of her neat little messenger bag. She cleared her throat and handed me another document as I took a second sip of water. Just one. Love. I choked on my drink. I'm sorry, did you just advise me to take a lover? Harper lifted a brow. No, but that's not a bad idea either. I set the bottle down, wiping my mouth. That's a terrible idea. All things considered. She nodded. You're right. With your luck, he'd probably end up in St. Bart's, too. My luck has been pretty bad lately, I admitted. She continued to hold the paper toward me until I took it. Anyway, that's not what I meant. I said just one love, as in the television show. I walked back to my seat and slumped into it. The soap opera? Yes. You've seen it? No, yes. I watched it religiously, not that I'd ever admit that to my well-put-together lawyer. I also had a little crush on the leading actor, Luke Montgomery. Not that I'd ever admit that, either. I'm confused, though. You want me to act in the show? I haven't acted in years. No, something different entirely. You see, one of the producers, Maggie Sparks, is a good friend of mine. They shoot the show in San Francisco, but she told me they're looking for a house in Blue Moon Bay to film for a month, and your place is perfect. It meets all of their needs. The money is phenomenal. It would pay your taxes and operating costs for a good long time. She gave me an expectant look. I stood up and started pacing. Outside the windows, the view beckoned, but I ignored it for the moment. Harper had scored me 2 plausible options, but neither would work. Getting even with Rex seemed like the fair thing to do, especially with that fat advance. The creep had breached my trust, left me literally broke, and, if all of that wasn't enough, he'd kicked a good dent in my self-esteem that even had my sister chastising me for my comforting relationship with TV. Yeah, sure, I'd become addicted to my shows, especially to Just One Love, and drooled over Luke Montgomery who played oh-so-hot Detective Derek Bishop, but it's not like I wanted the actual actors in my home. That would be the antithesis of privacy. Although, yes, I needed my privacy to heal in my home, but I needed an actual house to do that in. Maybe I should sell my house and rent until I figured something out. Only I'd be leaving the security of my gated community, and the paparazzi were relentless. They jumped out of every shadow. I couldn't expose myself to them again by living where they could walk right up to my door, hoping to get a shot of me in my bathrobe. If Just One Love is filming here, then where would I live? She raised both hands, patting the air in a soothing manner. Not to worry. The show is totally willing to have you stay in the downstairs guest unit. They just need the main house. I see. I did see, unfortunately. I could either expose Rex for the dog he was, or I could give up my house to a television show for 1 month. Either way, I'd have to give up my privacy. But with the second scenario, I could still respect myself. Can't we come up with something else? Anything else? She smirked. You could always take Rex back. His lawyer calls me daily. I stopped pacing long enough to give her a dirty look. I'd rather jump off my deck naked, at night, and fall to my death in the cold ocean below. You might have to when you run out of grocery money. Think of the made-for-television movie that would make. She spanned her hands across the air in front of her as if she could see the idea in bright lights between us. They'd turn this house into a creepy, creaking place, and the actress playing you would skulk around the hallways all in white with your hair hanging over your face and lipstick on your teeth, moaning I won't take him back. Not funny, Harper, I said, because I could see that scene way too clearly in my head. Scary. I went back to my seat and dropped my head in my hands. I'm out of options. Like I said, my friend Maggie is one of the producers. This is a great deal, Charlie. You'll never get another one like it, and it's only for 1 month. Your choice is this, taking Rex back, or Greta Von Strand. I spoke through my hands. I can't write that book. Or take Rex back. Then it's Just One Love? Should I call my friend and seal the deal? I dropped my hands from my face, my gaze meeting her eager green eyes. Yes, Just One Love it is. You won't regret it. She clenched her fist in the air in a victorious gesture, then whipped out her cell and got on the phone with her producer friend. As she went over the details of the show's 1-month stay for Just One Love special promotional filming of their highly advertised upcoming beach storyline, which I'd previously been eagerly anticipating, I knew I should have been relieved at getting to keep my home. Instead, I wondered what I'd just gotten myself into. Chapter 2. 2 weeks after I signed the contract with Just One Love, the cast and crew arrived to start filming. Some were commuting from San Francisco, and others were staying at the inn at Blue Moon Bay, which was owned by my friend Wendy. I didn't feel close to ready to have strangers in my house, but at least the income meant I could keep my house for another year. I'd moved all of my personal belongings to the guest suite downstairs, determined to stay hidden for the month the show was here in an attempt to maintain my privacy. Instead of enjoying my plan, however, I paced my room frantically, finding it difficult to keep myself from going upstairs. In the last episode of Just One Love, a shadowed figure had pushed ultra-rich Sebastian Holloway down his grand staircase, and the coroner had pronounced him dead. This meant Sebastian had been murdered. Sebastian had recently married schemer Katrina Reed in a grand affair at the yacht club on the San Francisco Bay, and then the couple had separated, which was good because Sebastian so deserved better than Katrina. But then they got back together and started counseling because Katrina claimed to be pregnant, which turned out to be a false alarm. Yeah, right. So obviously another one of Katrina's lies. And now that Sebastian was dead, Katrina Holloway would inherit everything. My heart rate sped up and so did my pacing as I treaded back and forth in front of the large picture windows. Katrina had grown up poor and now she was rich. She had the most to gain from her husband's death, so the killer had to be her. Hot detective, Derek Bishop, my secret crush, had been assigned the case. He could be upstairs right now finding out who had killed Sebastian. With that last thought, I couldn't resist any longer. Even though I was in jeans and a t-shirt, I wrapped a scarf around my head, grabbed my huge sunglasses, and shot out of the room. Hurrying up the private staircase in the back, I arrived on the main floor and scurried to the furthest corner of the room, stopping at a spot that was mostly hidden by a large potted plant. In front of me, Roger Abbott, a tall and thin red-headed man with a goatee, who I knew from Soap Opera Now magazine to be the director, was snapping out orders and people were running around putting blue tape down that the show swore wouldn't mess up my maple floors. Right then I wouldn't have paid any attention if a Zamboni machine were running amok on my floors, because out of the corner of my eye I spotted sexy soap star Luke Montgomery. He stood almost directly to one side of me, and if I wanted a really good look, which I so did, I was going to have to turn my head and actually look like I was looking. Thank goodness for the sunglasses concealing my eyes. In a casual gesture, I tilted my head, giving him a side glance. My knees buckled. I gripped a side table for support. Oh, wow. Luke Montgomery defined the term movie star and looked even more swoon-worthy in person. Luke sported a tousled and textured slicked-back hairstyle that gave him a classic look, and his blue-gray eyes held steady on the director, who shouted instructions at him. I wanted those eyes fixed on me. Oh, baby. Action! Roger Abbott commanded, and the scene started. Luke strode onto his mark, wearing a gray button-up shirt with a navy blue tie, tucked into charcoal pants, and a police badge at his waist. I tried not to focus on his long, lean legs and broad chest. But when he moved forward, those powerful muscles of his shoulders moved too, making my heart flutter. He wasn't bulky, not at all, just toned and tight everywhere, especially his backside, which I had the best view of at that moment. I couldn't compel my eyes to look away. Adele Andrews played the leading lady and newly widowed Katrina Holloway. Katrina swept into the room, with her perfect mass of blonde waves and icy features completed by a delicate lace dress and designer jewelry. She opened the front door to Luke. "Won't you come in?" Luke, in character, stepped inside the room. "Mrs. Holloway, I'm Detective Bishop. I've been assigned to investigate the murder of Sebastian Holloway." "I know who you are, Derek." Katrina pursed her lips as she shut the door, and gave a wicked glare. "Don't pretend we're strangers, like the summer 2 years ago never happened. I'm here to do a job, Katrina." She placed the back of her red manicured hand against her forehead. "Your indifference is even more cruel than when you left me. Why did you leave me, Derek?" Man, this was good TV. I pushed my sunglasses down my nose in order to see even better. "Stop, Katrina. Just stop. I have to know. Did you push Sebastian down the stairs?" He gestured toward my staircase. A staircase very similar to this one. In my head, I heard that melodramatic sweep of music that always played at moments like this. I held my breath, waiting for her answer. "Of course not." Katrina clutched her hands to her chest and fluttered her eyelashes. "How could you even ask me that, Derek? You know how much I loved him." "Yes," he said, striding toward her and then grabbing her arm. "I know exactly how much you loved your husband. The same way you loved me. Don't play the innocent game, Katrina. Don't play the cop game with me." I stifled a grin. Katrina always knew how to turn things around. "I have to play the cop game, Katrina." His grip on her arm loosened and he ran his hand up her arm slowly. "No matter what happened between us before, I'm a detective now, and your husband was just found dead at the bottom of the stairs with you standing over him. He fell. I swear it was an accident." Katrina gasped, then broke down in sobs that sounded strangely similar to a barking seal. Cut! Roger Abbott groaned. Adele! I need a little less ham and a lot more authentic desperation here. Adele strode over to Roger, and I took a retreating step back into the shadows. She put her fists on her lace-covered hips and glared at Roger. Are you accusing me of bad acting? No, Adele. I'm saying you're acting a little more than necessary. Roger's voice was calm but firm. I stared at Adele, fascinated. She was a notorious diva, and if the rumors in soap opera now were true, then the entire crew had once banded together to get her bounced from the show. The writers had put in a plotline that saw her wandering lost in the Himalayas for 2 months, yes really, but after receiving poor ratings they brought her back. The gossip mill also said that Adele and Luke were a couple in real life. Were they? I was dying to know. I see. Adele sniffed. Good, now let's try it again, Roger said. Fine, Adele said, then huffed off. Luke left the spot where he'd been standing and moved toward a side table, which held a pitcher of water and glasses. I watched him walk across the room, his badge glinting as he moved. Life was so unfair. The last time I'd gotten a speeding ticket, the cop looked nothing like Luke. Although if cops did look like Luke, I'd actually want more speeding tickets. The scene started again, then ended with subdued sobs from Katrina that made me tear up. She was the ultimate bad girl, because she made me doubt that she killed Sebastian even though she'd been found standing over his body. Luke sauntered over toward the refreshment table near me, but then stopped near the tall potted plant I'd thought had hid me well. He smiled. Greta Garbo or one of those fabulous 1940s film stars? I blinked. I'm sorry? His blue-gray eyes were warm and seductive. The scarf and sunglasses. Oh! My hand flew up to the filmy scarf I'd put on earlier. I was just Rex Rockwell's ex. That's where I know you from, a female voice echoed from behind me. I winced, turning my head to find one of the actresses standing nearby, waiting for her turn on camera. She stared at me. You're Rex Rockwell's wife. Ex-wife, I corrected. She practically shimmied. No way. I'd heard this was your house, but I wasn't sure it was true. Hey, guys, this is Rex Rockwell's wife. My stomach knotted as 4 other people suddenly surrounded me. The woman who had originally spoken stepped closer to me. So, come on, tell us. Is this the house where he got caught sleeping with a groupie in your favorite hammock? My face heated. Not knowing what to say, I opened my mouth to reply. Jenny, that's rude. Luke's voice wrapped over my shoulders like a warm hug. Do you like it when perfect strangers approach you and start asking you questions about your personal life? Of course she does. Adele sniffed, taking a single grape off the refreshment platter. Jenny's practically sold her soul to those media vultures that stalk the stars. Why, it wouldn't surprise me at all if. Let's not intrude on someone else's privacy, okay? He gave Adele and Jenny meaningful looks, and the other 2 lookers-on scattered. He turned to me with a warm smile. Thank you for letting the show use your home, by the way, it's absolutely gorgeous. Thank you, I said, grateful he'd rescued me from an awkward situation. I have a scene to shoot here, people. Roger Abbott called out. And it's not getting any earlier in the day. Get to your marks, please. Sorry. Jenny shot me a tiny look of remorse, then headed for her mark. I nodded to her, then turned to Luke, who stood so close I could smell the delicious scent of his aftershave. My belly fluttered. I really do appreciate you stepping in. Luke shrugged. You have to overlook Jenny's words sometimes. She's only 18 and just starting out in this business. She hasn't figured out how intrusive the paparazzi are, or how much what they do can affect our lives. A tiny laugh escaped me. Affect or infect? Take your pick. He threw his head back and laughed. I'd say infected is accurate at times. Adele leaned against Luke and put a hand on his arm. He was at least a foot taller than she was. Come, Luke, I'll help you find a reasonable snack. My gaze stuck on Adele, touching him in such a very familiar way, her body snugged right up against his, too. Were they a couple? Luke stepped away, casually breaking her hold on him. His expression didn't change, but the distance he created between them felt wide and deep. I'm still good from breakfast, actually. I found a quaint diner just off the highway called Over the Moon. Their pancakes are so good I'm thinking of asking the woman who runs the place to marry me. I choked on a laugh. Do you mean Mrs. Hanson? She's almost 80. His eyes twinkled. I'm a firm believer in pancake love knowing no age. Adele wrinkled her nose. You keep eating pancakes and the wardrobe people are going to have to sew you into your clothes. Or they'll fire you. I'd be willing to die a terrible death in a firestorm if need be, on set of course, if it meant having those pancakes forever. Adele threw her hands up and walked off. Luke, I need you over here, please. Roger Abbott called, then shouted to other actors. Luke turned to me. It was. Well, I was about to say it was nice to meet you, but we haven't officially introduced ourselves. I'm Luke Montgomery, he said, holding out his hand. Charlie Rockwell. I took his hand, which closed around mine. My legs immediately turned liquid. I smiled, trying to hide his effect on me. Good luck on your upcoming nuptials, Luke. The corner of his mouth curved upward. Thanks. I've always had trouble finding good pancakes. He gave me a secretive smile that I couldn't define, and then he sauntered off. My belly heated. Had he been flirting with me with his pancake remark? Having gotten married so young, I'd never really been in the dating loop, so it was hard to tell. I watched him go, wondering if the tabloids had gotten it wrong about Adele and Luke. He certainly didn't seem the least bit interested in her. And, maybe I was dreaming, but it almost seemed as if he might be interested in me. Chapter 3. The Over the Moon diner had been around since I was a kid and wasn't much to look at from the outside, a little old house with dolphins carved into the porch columns and a faded full moon stained on the front window. The front porch held rocking chairs with blue cushions, in case you ate so much you couldn't make it out of there, which happened more than one might imagine due to those delicious pancakes. As I stepped inside, I inhaled the thick fog, scented with vanilla, maple, and frying bacon. My stomach rumbled. Yum. I scanned the jam-packed interior and spotted my sister, Claire, sitting at a table in the far corner. I threaded my way across the crowded room, keeping one hand on my large floppy hat as I went, and the other against the side of my big sunglasses. Thanks for snagging a table in the back, I whispered, taking the chair across from her. She looked me up and down, seeming to take in my dark sunglasses, big hat, super loose summer dress, and light sweater. She lifted a brow. I'm thrilled that you ventured out in the daylight hours, really thrilled, but I'm having a hard time accepting that outfit. I glanced down at my outfit. Huh? Please tell me you forgot to do laundry, or accidentally dyed your hair orange and broke out in hives or something, because that is the only sane excuse for it. Claire's voice was, and had always been, a little louder than anyone else's in her room, even in this noisy diner. I winced. So much for being inconspicuous. I'm trying not to be seen, okay? Then you shouldn't have worn a tent. Or those glasses. They make you look like a fly. But more to the point, what caused you to leave the confines of your house? I'm seriously shocked. I thought we'd have to stage some sort of intervention to get you out of there. SHH. I pushed my sunglasses down my nose and reached for the menu. Don't make such a big deal. I just wanted a little sister bonding time. Okay, I did want to hang out with Claire, but that response had only been half true. I was really hoping for a glimpse of Luke. He'd said he loved the pancakes here, and I thought maybe he'd show up today to get a plate of them. Crossing fingers, anyway. Right. Claire's voice was deadpan, making it obvious she didn't believe my sister bonding excuse. Well, whatever the reason, at least you're out. So tell me what's new. Have you reconsidered the tell-all book on your louse of an ex? Please say yes and make my day. The waiter interrupted me from answering by arriving to take our orders and apologizing for the wait. We both ordered coffee and I chose the pancakes. Yum! Claire ordered fried eggs, with toast and bacon. We handed our menus to the waiter, who strode off toward the kitchen, and then I turned back to my sister. So? Greta Von Strand? She prodded. My brows came together. I'm not going to write a tell-all book about Rex, Claire. Why not? You don't have to expose your actual private life, just put anything in there and you could get even in a big way. Like saying he refused to make love unless he dressed in a clown suit and you had to honk his big red nose. You could say he's got a fetish for. Claire, no. Just no. You're no fun, she pouted, sitting back in her seat. If it were me, I'd be scribbling away like crazy. I'd tell everyone he liked his bass player more than me. Now that would create a hilarious scandal. He did like his bass player more than he liked me, but not in that way. I laughed at the pouty look my sister was giving me, but stood firm. I won't do it. For the zillionth time, why not? No good can come out of publishing something like that. Don't forget that I'd also have people poking around in my life, too. I get enough of that already. You should go right for the jugular. She aimed a fork at her neck in demonstration, making me laugh even more. Oh, and you could even tell everyone Rex was. Enough, I interrupted, shaking my head. Deep down, I think the good guy I fell in love with in high school is still in there somewhere. He's just buried beneath the Rex Rockwell image. I sighed. Way deep down. Wait, her eyes bulged. Don't tell me you still have feelings for him. Not like that. I rolled my eyes at the look she was giving me. I'm not in love with him anymore, but a part of me will always love him, if that makes sense. Truthfully, I hadn't been in love with him for a long time before he, got happy with the groupie in your hammock? Ex-hammock, I pointed out. The tabloids made up stories that I'd burned down the hammock, which had been a total lie. All I'd really done was have the housekeeper toss it in the garbage. Less dramatic, but served its purpose. I hope someday Rex remembers who he really is, and why he went into the music business in the first place. Maybe he could even reconcile with the band members he dropped so fast when the record label came knocking. He'd have to get over himself first. I don't see that happening because... That's when the front door of the diner squeaked open. My gaze shot to the entrance just as Luke Montgomery walked in. My breath caught in my throat. I stopped listening to Claire and stared. His sandy blonde hair was styled back in a classic way but less slicked than when on the show. He wore dark jeans and a plain t-shirt, sneakers, and a relaxed expression on his handsome face. He looked so down-to-earth, like a Ralph Lauren denim jeans ad. Claire cleared her throat. You might want to push those sunglasses all of the way back on if you're going to keep staring like that. SHH. I said, desperately, while pushing my sunglasses back up my nose. "Why should I hush?" she practically bellowed. Probably due to Claire's loud voice, Luke turned his head in our direction, his gaze connecting with mine. He looked so much more at ease in those clothes and off the set, and my heart did a crazy little flip in my chest. His mouth slowly curved upward, then he waved. "That's your cue to wave back," Claire stated. "I know," I muttered, giving him a small wave. Suddenly, I felt beyond embarrassed. Luke had mentioned this place to me yesterday. What if he thought I was stalking him? Which, yeah, was sort of true. I'd come here to see him, but I hadn't considered that he might see me, too. I studied my hands, wishing I could slide beneath the table and hide. Claire gave me a "what are you doing" look, but I ignored it, and her. I couldn't really ignore Luke, though, because out of the corner of my eye I saw him coming over. "Good morning, Charlie." His warm voice held a hint of surprise. "Nice to see you off set." "Good morning." I lifted my gaze, pulling my sunglasses away from my eyes, then fiddling with them awkwardly on the table. Why was I feeling shy? I never felt shy around men. "Hi, I'm Claire, Charlie's sister. Why don't you join us?" she asked, in a playful tone. I really did contemplate kicking her under the table. My cheeks heated, and I could only hope they weren't bright pink. I avoided his gaze. What if he thought I'd set Claire up to say that? "I'm Luke," he responded, and I felt his gaze on me. Then he shifted slightly, as if sensing how uncomfortable I felt. Thanks for the invitation. But how about a rain check, Charlie?" I nodded. "A rain check sounds good." "Nice to meet you, Luke." Claire wiggled her fingers in his direction as he walked away. Then she pasted a giant smile on her face. Was that Luke Montgomery? From Just One Day? "Just one love," I corrected. "Whatever." She waved a hand. "Spill it." "What's going on?" I fiddled with my silverware. "I rented my house to the soap opera for a month." Claire's elated expression was priceless. She lifted an arm and waved down a server. "We really need our coffee," she said. "I can't wait any longer." "Lots of coffee, please." The waitress looked annoyed, but nodded. "I'll tell your server." Claire scratched her temple. "You've lived like a monk in solitude for over a year since your divorce. How and why did you decide to let a soap opera take over your house?" "Because I need the money to keep my house," I whispered, slipping my sunglasses back on. Unable to help myself, my gaze darted to where the host was seating Luke. "Wait, did you know Luke Montgomery was going to be here today? Is that the reason you ventured out into the real world?" I fidgeted with my sunglasses. "You have a crush on him." SHH. I looked around wildly to see if her loud voice had caught anyone's attention. At that moment, a horde of reporters surged through the door, cameras flashing, capturing everyone's attention. My heart hammered and I braced myself for the attack, wondering how I could escape. Instead of coming in my direction, however, the reporters flooded toward Luke. Luke straightened in his seat, his expression welcoming the paparazzi with a subtle smile that dissipated the unassuming man I'd said hi to a minute ago, transforming him into a star. When he'd walked up to the table and introduced himself to Claire as just Luke, I'd had the crazy idea he might be the real deal and we might be able to date like normal single people. Now I knew that was never going to happen. It seemed obvious by the way Luke was charming the cameras, who the over-the-moon employees were slowly ushering out, that Luke loved being a star. And I'd already had my fill of men who loved being famous, and I'd learned a hard lesson from it. With his sudden shift in behavior, I wondered if the tabloids were right that he was dating Adele Andrews in real life. Chapter 4. Later that day, I walked through the big double doors of the Blue Moon Bay Library, which was spacious but in serious need of a remodel. The wallpaper on the walls was peeling off in many places, the floors looked like they had survived a bomb going off, and the library held the same musty book-filled scent I remembered growing up. I'd spent many days here reading when I was growing up, the fanciful stories coming to life through my imagination. Reading is what made me try out for my first play in high school. I couldn't wait to bring characters to life through my own emotions. Sadly, I hadn't been back to the library since before college. But this seemed like the perfect place to spend a few hours in relative peace and quiet while I avoided filming, aka Luke, at my house this afternoon. Even though I adored the convenience of my e-reader, especially when browsing for a new book to read at midnight, nothing could replace the feel of a paperback in my hands. I had a lifelong love affair with romance novels, preferably historical, because who doesn't love a pirate or a sexy duke? Or a sexy duke who had spent his life as a pirate? Either would rank high on my fictional boyfriend scale. After browsing through the ancient book racks for half an hour, I chose a couple of novels that looked promising, but it was still too early to go home, so I headed for the magazine racks. The Blue Moon Bay Library stored all of the major publications, and I was reaching for a travel magazine when I spotted a well-known gossip rag. I wasn't big on reading tabloids, especially when I was in them as the vengeful ex, but my eyes locked on the cover photo of Luke Montgomery. His arm was around Adele Andrews and he wore a cheeky grin on his face, while she gazed up at him adoringly. Before I could stop myself, I snatched the magazine and stared at the caption next to their picture, "Is their love washed out?" I rolled my eyes. What a cheesy line! Yet, I had to read more. I flipped through the pages, thumbing past other scandalous stories about celebrities before I arrived at the article on Luke Montgomery and Adele Andrews. Even though I knew most, or all, of this story had to be made up, my eyes soaked up each line and I was deep into their supposedly tumultuous love affair when I sensed someone standing nearby. I glanced up, my gaze meeting Luke's sexy blue-gray eyes. My body immediately turned liquid. What was he doing here in the library? He looked just as surprised to see me, too. His brows rose. Charlie? Luke, my face heated as I remembered the article I'd just been reading and was still open in my hands. Yikes! I slammed the magazine closed. But when I tried to tuck the pages under my arm, the magazine fell to the floor in a rattling rustle. Luke bent down and picked the magazine up, then he held it out toward me, the sexy photo of him with Adele and their cheesy caption face up. Here you go. Thanks. My cheeks became a raging inferno as I stuffed the magazine on the shelf behind other back issues. I managed a tight smile, feeling about 2 inches tall since he'd caught me reading that tabloid trash about him. Did he think I read that garbage on a regular basis? Or did he suspect I had a crush on him? Neither option boded well. Personally, I don't believe everything I read. His gaze moved to the shelf that held the still visible edge of the magazine I'd put back, then his gaze returned to mine. He also tapped his finger against the magazine clutched in his hand. You never know what's true or not. I got a good look at the magazine he'd tapped and gasped. There on the cover was a picture of Rex and me, with a lightning bolt slashed between our faces. The paparazzi had snapped that photo of us kissing on a yacht in the south of France at least 3 years ago. The caption read, "From breakup to hookup. Rex Rockwell and his wife still making beautiful music together." Who comes up with those headlines? I blurted, pressing my hand to my chest. Then something crossed my mind and my stomach fluttered. Had Luke picked up that magazine because of the photo of me on the cover? Or was that just coincidental? I glanced at the caption again and groaned. Fact check, people. I'm the ex, not the wife. Does this mean you two aren't still making beautiful music together? The corner of his mouth lifted at his joke, but his eyes held a serious glint as he waited for my answer. "It's hard to make music with someone you haven't even spoken to in almost a year," I said, surprised at the truth that had slipped out of my mouth so easily. I never talked about my private life, especially not to someone I barely knew. But maybe he had picked up the magazine because I was on it, and I didn't want him to think Rex and I were hooking up. But that still left the question of whether or not Luke was dating Adele. Not that I could ask him to clarify. "Aren't you supposed to be filming right now?" I asked. "I don't have any scenes this afternoon, so I'm on my own time. I've never spent time in Blue Moon Bay, so I wanted to learn a bit about the area. See what there is to do and so forth." "You could have just searched online," I pointed out. He chuckled. "Yeah, but I enjoy the old-fashioned feel of learning in a library. That's more fun to me. Plus, if I'd stuck to the internet then I wouldn't have run into you." My belly did a flip. "Well, I grew up in Blue Moon Bay, so maybe I can help if you have questions about the town." He slid the magazine back onto the rack, winking at me as he did so. "Lucky you to grow up in such a charming town by the bay." I grew up in Florida in a little town a bit inland, but it was an easy drive to the water. "Really? Florida?" "I've been to Miami a few times, and Rex used to play the spring break concerts up and down the coasts there." I bit my lip, wanting to kick myself for bringing up Rex. Luke just smiled, though. Blue Moon Bay reminds me a little of the place I grew up. It's welcoming with that homey feeling. I know that sounds weird. No, I totally get it. In fact, I paused at the strange sounds coming from behind the book stacks. I lifted a brow. Luke grinned and then he moved a few books to one side, just enough so we could look behind the racks where a couple was kissing passionately. I recognized the female's sleek dark bob. "Wendy?" I gasped, wanting to bust out laughing. Wendy and I had been best friends in high school. She and her brother had just inherited the inn at Blue Moon Bay where I knew Luke and some of the other cast and crew were staying during filming. "Is that you? And Max?" Wendy's hand flew to her mouth as she peered through the little opening between the books. Then she smiled broadly and waved. "Hi, Charlie. Max just returned from a business trip and we were, yeah." Wendy's boyfriend, Max, chuckled. "We're looking for books on gardening." I blinked. "Gardening?" "For the inn," Wendy explained, recovering quickly from having been caught in a romantic embrace. "I'm thinking of planting some flowers to make the entry brighter. You know, curb appeal." She walked around the book stacks holding Max's hand, her gaze flicking to Luke and then back to me. "Who's your friend?" Sorry, my manners went right out the window. "Luke, this is my friend Wendy and her boyfriend, Max. Wendy owns the inn at Blue Moon Bay, which is practically a historical landmark around here. Max owns the restaurant next door to the inn." "Nice to meet you." Luke shook Wendy's hand first, then he shook Max's hand. "I'm staying at the inn while I'm in town for work. Love the plaque with the legend." "Thanks." Wendy exchanged a secret smile with Max, her expression turning soft. "We love the legend, too. Not sure if you've tried the restaurant next door yet, but that's Max's latest project and it's up and running too, which is really exciting. I've been wanting to check that restaurant out. I've mostly been eating at the Over the Moon diner because of the pancakes?" Max finished, and then both men chuckled. "I'm seriously considering marrying the owner, but everyone thinks I'm joking when I say so," Luke said, smiling. "You would have to stand in line behind 100 other men dying to have those delicious little discs served to them every day of their lives," Max joked. "Delicious little discs?" I asked, unable to stop the laughter that started at those words. Wendy's description. Max shrugged. I'm on pancake rations, trying to stick to the healthier options we have at the restaurant. But sometimes I have to hit the diner. Luke nodded. I would really like to check out your restaurant. How about it, Charlie? Maybe I can cash in that rain check and take you to dinner Friday night? My gaze shot to Wendy for help. But the elated expression on her face told me I'd get none. I wanted to ask Luke to clarify what this dinner would mean. A friendly meal so I can fill him in on the area? Or a date? And if he meant it as a date, then what about Adele? Also, an image of what happened at the diner when the reporters had besieged him appeared in my brain. The thoughts swirled around my brain until I felt dizzy. I had a dozen reasons to say no to this dinner. I knew I should say no. But somehow I found myself saying, I'd love to go to dinner with you. Even though Wendy and Max were standing right here witnessing our exchange, Luke's face broke into a smile. Great. Then it's a date. A date? Had Luke just called our dinner a date? With all of my concerns, I knew I should be proceeding with caution. Instead, I felt a big goofy smile spread across my face. And I was already looking forward to our date, even though I was pretty sure I shouldn't be. Chapter 5. The next morning, I paced the confines of my room feeling restless and nervous. I'd tossed and turned all night, thinking about Luke, and my thoughts were still a jumbled mess. Why did I agree to go out with him when I didn't know if he was also dating Adele? Tabloids often blew things up just to give a story, but sometimes what they printed was true. Luke also could have asked me to dinner in a friendly way, just so I could fill him in on Blue Moon Bay. That was a depressing thought. I was looking forward to our dinner date way too much, and we hadn't even set the time yet. My cell phone chirped on my nightstand. Could that be Luke? Had he called while I was in the shower earlier? My heart raced as I picked up my phone only to find 3 missed calls from Claire. I groaned. She'd probably called to ask questions about Luke, none of which I'd likely be able to answer. Letting out a sigh, I stared out the window at the vast expanse of blue-gray water and shining sand below. As I watched each wave roll in, my anxiety mellowed. This feeling of peace was why I'd moved back to Blue Moon Bay, and why I wanted to keep this house. The sight of all that endless and shimmering water comforted me, and maybe, just maybe, it was helping reinvigorate my belief in dreams again. The check from Just One Love caught my eye on the nightstand. These funds would keep me in the house for about a year, but it wasn't a permanent solution. I needed to figure out what to do with my life. My cell phone rang, pulling me out of my thoughts. I checked the screen expecting to see Claire's number, but instead saw the name Maggie Sparks. Why was the show's producer calling me? One way to find out. I clicked the answer button. Hello? Hi, Charlie. Maggie's voice was all business. Your sister is here on set, and is asking for you. I don't mind that she's here, but the writers and I are going over scenes. Thank you for calling. I'll be right up, I said, wishing Claire would have left me a voicemail letting me know she was coming, instead of appearing uninvited on the set. I hoped the intrusion hadn't interrupted the show at all. I hurried up the stairs to the main floor where the crew was filming. Sure enough, there was Claire, chatting with Anna, and gazing around with avid interest. I grit my teeth. I'd wanted to lay low while the show was here, and maybe watch filming from a corner unnoticed. But my sister was anything but inconspicuous. I hurried toward her. I'm needed in hair and makeup, Anna said, giving Claire a one-armed hug like they had become best buddies. So great to meet you. We'll have to talk more later. Sure thing. Claire smiled, then her gaze fastened on a handsome cameraman. She sashayed over to him. Wow, zooming in and zooming out, that all looks complicated. He smiled at her, clearly charmed. Once you get the hang of it, it's fine. Oh no. Now Claire was flirting with the crew? I had to get her out of there. I clasped my hand on her arm. Hi, sis. Let's go get some coffee in the kitchen, I suggested, firmly. Claire brushed me off. In a minute, isn't that Adele Andrews? Oh wow, it is. I can't believe you have just one love filming in your house. Me either, I said, tugging at my sister's arm again. Was I going to have to pick Claire up and haul her off like a sack of potatoes? Was I even strong enough to do that? I didn't have time to find out, because she wiggled free and headed for a little knot of actors standing against the far wall, waiting for their cues. Hi, there. Claire gave them all a little wave and promptly asked if they bought their own clothes or if the show gave them to them. A conversation about fashion designers ensued. Claire had always been able to make friends wherever she went. Everyone loved her sense of humor and her warmth, and today was no exception. But this was not the time or place, since I was trying to be discreet here. I started toward her again just as she turned to Adele, who wore her usual scowl. I'd love to know how you get your skin to glow that way. Gorgeous, Claire said. Adele actually smiled. I use a seaweed toner and cleanser every day, and I adore. Quiet, please. Maggie called out. Adele? We need you. Adele winked at Claire, then hurried off. I walked up to Claire and whispered, "What are you doing here?" Making sure you didn't get sucked into a weird soap opera dimension. I called you a zillion times this morning, but you didn't answer. Claire gave me an annoyed look, then gasped as Luke and Adele strode on the set together. Oh, look. There's your guy. My face burned. He's not my guy. Why isn't he in uniform? Derek got promoted to detective, so now he wears plain clothes as he searches for Sebastian's killer. But I do miss the uniform, oops. I'd accidentally said that last part aloud. Luckily, the director yelled action, and the scene began before Claire could respond. Claire and I watched with rapt attention. Adele swept into the living room, one hand pressed to her breast and her elegant dress fluttering around her body. She gazed up at Luke with a desperate look and then ran to him, tossing herself into his arms. I'm so glad you're here, Derek. Things just keep getting worse. The life insurance company says they're investigating and Sebastian's family won't talk to me. His hands clenched her waist. Katrina. Oh, Derek, you have to help me. I didn't kill my husband. Everyone thinks I'm a murderer just because we'd had an argument. I did say I was going to kill him, but I didn't mean it. If they convicted wives for saying they were going to kill their husbands, most of the women in the world would be behind bars, she said, sobbing. Katrina, calm down. Please. It isn't doing any good being this upset. Adele managed to turn on a veritable waterworks. Tears streamed down her cheeks and her slender body shook. What if they put me in prison? What will happen to me then? I won't let you go to prison, Katrina. I promise you. Their gazes locked. Their faces moved closer together. And then they kissed. A bolt of jealousy surged through me. I tried hard to squash it to no avail. My stomach clenched even as my mind rationalized that Luke was kissing Adele as part of his job. Or was it more? Did he enjoy kissing her? And, hello, were they ever going to end this freaking kiss? Enough already. You call that a kiss? Claire whispered. What? I asked, unable to take my eyes off of them. No chemistry, she said, shaking her head. He might as well be kissing a cod. I smothered a laugh, just as Katrina dropped away from Derek and strolled across the floor, her skirt swirling behind her. "I need a drink. Let me call for the maid." She glanced in the direction of the kitchen and called out, "Piper." Nobody came. Adele, appearing obviously thrown, glanced around expectantly, then called out, "Piper?" "Cut!" Roger yelled. "Where's the maid?" "I was told the maid is here." Maggie hurried around the set, speaking to people. The extra who was to play the maid didn't show. "This will set us back, but it's such a no-brainer part. We need a maid." Claire put her hands on my back and shoved me hard in Maggie's direction, pushing me out into the center of the room. "Charlie would be happy to play the maid." Maggie clapped her hands. "Thank you, Charlie. Someone get her into a maid's uniform now." I turned to gape at my sister as others gathered around. Claire smirked at me, and I shot her a quelling look, one that said if there weren't so many people around then there would be a real murder in the house. But I couldn't back out. Like it or not, I was about to appear in a scene on Just One Love. Chapter 6. My mind was reveling in all of the ways I could make my sister pay for trapping me into the part of Piper, Katrina Holloway's new summer housemaid, on Just One Love. Standing still for the wardrobe lady, I shot Claire a "you're so in trouble" look, but she ignored me. It was obvious she thought she was clever, which irked me even more. Acting in a scene was so the opposite of my goal to be inconspicuous. I'd wanted to protest, but since everyone started thanking me for stepping up to do this very minor part, I'd been unable to extricate myself without coming off as a bad sport. "Hold still, I just need to pin this a bit," the wardrobe lady said to me. "Or a lot," Claire suggested, wearing a wicked grin. "Charlie could be a sexy maid if you took that hem up by half a mile. That uniform skirt looks like it was made for a giant." For some unfathomable reason, the wardrobe lady chuckled. "Oh, Claire." I stood still, staring at Claire, who moved on to chat merrily with other actors. I'd wanted my sister to leave, and instead she'd become the most popular person in the room. Sigh. That should do it. The wardrobe lady took a step back to survey the uniform. "Thank you." I gazed down at the ugly black uniform and tried not to think about the fact that I was about to be on camera. On television. "Okay, let's get you ready for your mark," Maggie said, putting an arm around me. "When Katrina calls for you, just walk in, stop on the blue mark, and say you called me, ma'am, and then when she orders you to get them something to drink, you go to that sink over there. It's a fake sink and there's no bottom, so make sure you don't let the water keep running." "Okay?" "Got it," I said, forcing a smile. Yeah, I was about to be on camera instead of hiding behind a potted plant, but I could be a good sport. What's the big deal in doing a tiny part in a scene? Oh, right. More ammunition for the tabloids. I cringed thinking about what they'd write about this. A wave of laughter bellowed across the room and I glanced to where Claire was showing some actors how to do the Blue Moon Shuffle, a dance we used to do at the Pumpkin Festival every year. As if sensing me staring, Claire looked over. Her gaze met mine. I narrowed my eyes. In return, she grinned broadly. Really, she was impossible. "Are you ready, Charlie?" Maggie asked. No. Not in a million years would I be ready for this. "Yes," I said, politely. "Action!" Roger Abbott bellowed. Luke and Adele took their marks and then Adele called out, "Piper." I took a bracing breath and then walked into the room. "You called me, ma'am?" As soon as I got near Luke, tingles skittered up my spine. His eyes locked on mine and for a second or two we stared at each other. Butterflies burst into flight in my belly. He smiled, a long sexy smile. My knees went weak. Adele sucked in a breath. Piper, fetch us a drink. I could barely tear my gaze away from Luke, because he was still staring at me. But I managed to turn and head toward the little fake sink. I took the glasses down as Adele muttered something to Derek about good help being so hard to find. The camera was not on me. My only job was to run some water into the glasses and take them to Katrina and Derek and then leave. I turned away from the sink and stepped toward the duo. I handed Katrina her glass and then I handed Derek his glass. His fingers closed over mine. My pulse raced and my face heated. My body swayed toward Luke's. From the corner of my eye, I saw Adele's face darken. I took a step back just as Luke leaned a little closer. "Thank you, Piper," he said. His voice was husky and low. My legs turned to spaghetti. How had Luke made thanking the maid sound so sexy? "You're welcome, detective." I smiled, then strode off the shooting section of the room as Katrina and Derek exchanged their final words. "Cut!" Roger yelled. I let out a gusty sigh of relief. "Unacceptable!" Adele shouted in a rage. She headed for the little fake sink and just as she approached it with her glass out to set down, her arms flew up in the air, she let out a long shriek, and then she slid across the maple flooring, her feet skittering and sliding as she went. I stared as Adele slammed onto her bottom in the middle of the floor, her fluttery dress puffing upward just long enough to give everyone a glimpse of tanned upper thigh. Oh, no. I'd forgotten to turn off the water in the sink. Water still poured out of the sink, spilling onto the floor and puddling around Adele. A few people I didn't recognize ran to help her up and stem the water. I hoped Adele was okay, and that I'd paid my homeowner's insurance in case Adele had broken her tailbone. She left the water running on purpose. Adele shouted. I stepped forward, my face hot. So much for lying low while I did my one tiny scene. Not only had I wound up in the soap opera, but I'd almost done in its leading lady. I'm truly sorry. I completely forgot to turn it off. That is wholly unprofessional, Adele fumed, and then stomped off. Any attempt she might have made at a dignified exit was ruined by the big wet blotch on the back of her dress. I spotted Maggie and Roger, the director, deep in conversation in the corner of the room. My heart sank. They were probably trying to decide if I was a security risk right now. Luke came up beside me. That was good work. Making Adele fall? His grin was white and infectious. No, I mean you have a lot of on-screen persona. I fought to catch my breath. Thank you. I just can't believe I forgot the water. Charlie? Luke? Maggie stalked toward us. I just talked with Roger and the writers. We couldn't help but notice the chemistry between Piper and Derek. The tension was dynamite. It really worked. Would you mind doing a few more lines for us tomorrow, Charlie? Of course she can. She was a drama major in college, Claire chimed in. I glared at Claire. I never graduated and that was a long time ago. I'm not really interested in acting anymore, but thank you for the compliment. Maggie and Roger exchanged a panicked look. Maggie raised her palms. It's only 1 or 2 lines, Charlie. No big deal. And you'd be helping us out. It'll be fun, Luke added. Claire stuck her hand on her hip. How many people get to say they were on a soap opera shot in their own home? I threw my hands up, knowing when I was outnumbered. Just 1 or 2 lines. Just 1 or 2, Roger confirmed. All right. I'll do it, I agreed, then everyone dispersed. 1 or 2 more lines as Piper and then I was out. The first scene as Piper had happened so fast, and then Adele had fallen. I hadn't even had time to think about the actual acting. Now that I was alone, I thought about playing the part of Piper tomorrow, and something I hadn't felt in a long time bubbled up inside me. Suddenly, I felt excited again. Chapter 7. I'd managed to survive the afternoon being cast into the soap opera, but now I'd turned into a nervous wreck. My growing excitement over this part gave me the very real possibility of disappointment, which meant I was living again. I had a tiny part on a soap opera to look forward to tomorrow, and an upcoming date with Luke. This meant one thing: I so needed my friends right now. As I got ready to meet Olivia, Wendy, and Megan at Frankie's fiesta that night, I rooted through my closet for something to wear. I settled on a pair of my oldest jeans, a long-sleeve sweater in a soft blue, and a pair of ballet flats. I pulled the sides of my dark hair up high on my head and then clipped it, letting the rest hang down in loose waves. I wrapped a scarf around my head and checked my reflection. My big brown eyes sparkled with excitement, and I wanted to cover them with dark glasses so I'd be less recognizable. But, then again, sunglasses in the evening would make me stick out like a sore thumb. The scarf worked nicely, though, and hid my hair. I hopped in my black convertible and zoomed down the highway and into town, my smile growing with each corner I turned. The invigorating sea breeze washed over me, blowing strands of hair in my face. The cry of the seagulls was loud, and I glanced out above the ocean as the fiery red and gold tones of sunset mingled with the growing darkness of the sky. Olivia, Megan, and Wendy were standing outside Frankie's fiesta's entrance when I arrived. A surge of happiness hit me as I walked up and greeted them. Everything felt better now that I was with my friends, and enveloped in hugs and laughter. "Did you get a perm that went awry?" Megan asked. I blinked. "No." "Why?" "Because the last time you walked around town in a scarf was in the 10th grade when you decided to give yourself a perm." Wendy put a hand over her mouth, stifling her laughter. "I'd forgotten about that." "I think I blocked that," I joked, laughing at that memory. I looked like someone had electroshocked a poodle. "Don't worry, you can say it." "I think we did say it," Olivia said, joining in. She fiddled with one of her long, red strands. "But if that's not what happened, then why are you wearing a scarf?" I gnawed at my bottom lip. "I'm trying not to be seen." "Ah, now it makes sense." Olivia nodded, making me feel understood. She led the way inside and asked for a table near the back. The smiling hostess showed us the way, seating us in a bright red corner booth. "I've only been out a few times since I moved back to Blue Moon Bay." "I feel like everyone is staring," I admitted, as we opened our menus and began to peruse them. Wendy gestured to my scarf. "They're probably staring because of the scarf. I'm afraid if your goal is to avoid attention, you're sort of defeating the purpose by wearing it. It's pretty, but definitely drawing attention to you." "Really?" I asked, wondering if she might have a point. The scarf was printed in a tropical motif with glaring reds and yellows dominating the green background. I took it off and laid it on the table. Maybe I could find a scarf in more subdued tones. I seemed to have misplaced a lot of stuff when I moved from my bedroom to the guest room. Okay, that is the perfect lead-in for my next question. Megan rubbed her hands together. "When are you going to tell us what is going on at your house? I hear it's wrought with soap opera characters." We paused our conversation while the waiter came and took our orders. For a moment, I was worried because I didn't have my armor of sunglasses, hat, and scarf. But the waiter barely glanced at me before he took our menus and disappeared. "The soap opera, Just One Love, is filming at my house for a month," I said, immediately picturing Luke and the way his eyes crinkle when he smiles at me. "It's a promotional plotline because Adele Andrews grew up here in Blue Moon Bay, and apparently the show has a large fan base here." Wendy tilted her head, her dark bob falling against her cheek. I don't remember anyone named Adele. She went to a private school, and one of the interviews I read said she considered herself a wallflower in her youth. The show has set up a lot of interviews for Adele and the other actors throughout the month, so I'm sure that will reveal more about her. Do you know if Katrina killed Sebastian? Megan asked, leaning forward in her seat. If you're not allowed to tell me, then that's fine. I figured it doesn't hurt to ask. I had to laugh. Nope, but believe me, I wish I knew the answer to that one. For some reason, the image of Luke kissing Adele in their scene flashed in my head, and I felt my stomach tighten up. I knew he was an actor and that was his job, and we hadn't even had a first date, but that image of them did not sit well with me. Not at all. Deciding to change the subject, I asked, Olivia, how are things going with Brody? Olivia smiled broadly. Really well. We were out on the water earlier this week and he's teaching me how to surf. It's so not as easy as it looks, but it's great exercise and I love being on the ocean. He also surprised me with 24 live orchids for our 2-month anniversary. Live, can you believe it? I love orchids. The waiter returned and set down the pitcher of margaritas we'd ordered, 4 glasses, and a small platter of chips accompanied by several kinds of fresh salsa. We paused long enough to each pour ourselves a glass and then do a cheers to friendship. I can't believe Brody's so romantic. My voice trailed off as I took a long drink of my margarita, the tart flavor bursting in my mouth. I'm glad you guys are so happy. I said the same thing to Olivia. Wendy raised her glass, and then clinked it into mine. So, you're next. When is your date with Luke? Friday night, right? What? Who's Luke? Olivia asked. Megan glanced at me while taking a sip of her margarita, and then her eyes went wide above the rim of her glass and she choked on her drink. Wait a minute. Luke? You can't possibly mean Luke Montgomery from Just One Love, right? You're not going out with him, are you? Yes, she is, Wendy said, smiling. The reason I know this is because I ran into them at the library and he asked her outright in front of me. No way. I've always had a huge crush on Derek Bishop, Megan explained. Is that true? Olivia asked. I gestured toward Wendy. It's true that Wendy and Max were kissing in the library. Don't blame me, Wendy quipped. Blame it on the legend. Max and I kissed at that special spot by the bay under a blue moon, and the rest is history. I laughed. Well, that explains the PDA in the library. Several servers appeared and brought us our food. I stuck a fork in my taco salad, then took a bite of the juicy meat and shredded lettuce concoction topped with sour cream and salsa. Delish! What's he like? Megan peeled a piece of tortilla from her burrito. The soap opera star, I mean. I know what Max is like. I drained my margarita glass dry. I hadn't planned on talking about Luke, but I didn't mind at all. These women were my friends, and I trusted them completely. Luke is nice. Sometimes he seems so down to earth, but I don't know. I mean, he's an actor. He can pretend to be anything he wants, so how would I know what he's really like? Wendy set down her fish taco and swallowed her bite. Wait a second. This isn't really about good old Rex, is it? I cringed at Rex's name, my gaze darting around to make sure nobody had heard. But the noise from the nearby tables made our conversation in the corner exceptionally hard to hear. Thank goodness. Oh. Inside voice, Wendy, Olivia said, pouring me another healthy helping of margarita. Our dear friend is trying to stay out of the tabloids, remember? We don't want a reappearance of the scarf, do we? Wendy gave me an apologetic look. Oops, sorry. That's okay. I pressed my lips together, loving how sweet and supportive my friends were. I don't know if my trepidation could be about Rex. I've been burned, but I feel more than ready to be dating again. And I do really like Luke. But he might be having an affair with one of his co-stars. I've read he's secretly together with Adele Andrews. Well, we all know to believe everything we read, Wendy joked. She patted me on the arm. It's just a date, Charlie. I mean, one date. It's not like he proposed marriage. Go on the date and have some fun. It would do you good to get back into the world. Megan tapped her finger on the table in front of Wendy. Not everyone can meet a guy out on the beach, kiss him right under the blue moon like you did, and live happily ever after. Most guys are like Rex, trust me, I've dated way too many of them. I used to feel the same way, Olivia said, finishing off her drink and then reaching for her glass of water. I had a lot of bad dates and a few creepy boyfriends before I met Brody. But now I'm in a good relationship. The question really is, do you want to go on a date with him? If the answer's yes, then go for it. I set down my fork. He makes me feel all warm and gooey inside. Maybe that's why I am afraid to go out with him. He makes me feel something I've never felt before. And that is really scary. You should just go on the date and enjoy it, Megan said, once again turning into that optimistic girl I've always known and loved. Just take it for what it is and stop thinking about all of the other stuff. Me, I'd settle for a steak, a nice bottle of wine, and a decent conversation with a guy who actually knocked on the door instead of leaning on his horn and yelling. All right. I'll just enjoy the ride and not worry that Luke will turn into Rex. I raised my glass in the air, and my three friends clinked their glasses into mine. Cheers to that! Suddenly, there was a loud commotion at the door. We all turned our heads in that direction to see what was going on. Then all of the blood drained from my face. Luke Montgomery and Adele Andrews were walking into the restaurant, hand in hand. The flash bulbs went off all around them, freaking out the diners already seated. But it was obvious by their calm expressions that Luke and Adele were used to it. Luke smiled and nodded, and he even joked with the paparazzi as he pulled out a chair for Adele. My heart sank. I tried to rationalize that Luke had never actually said he wasn't dating Adele. But that didn't matter because they looked like quite the cozy couple, which left the nagging question of why he'd asked me out to dinner. Maybe my crush really did want me, he just wanted me as a tour guide of Blue Moon Bay. Not exactly the scenario of my dreams. Chapter 8. The next morning, I woke up determined to tell Luke I was canceling our upcoming date. Some women might be comfortable dating a guy who was also dating someone else, but I wasn't one of them. I arrived on set, but before I could talk to Luke, one of the younger actresses cornered me. Please tell me what it was like to be married to Rex Rockwell. He is so divine. I have all of his albums and listen to them every day at the gym. Oh, wait. Is this the house where you caught him cheating with that groupie? Don't we have to practice our scenes or something? I stared at Anna, trying to be patient. It was obvious that the girl had no idea how rude she was being, or how intrusive. I needed to cancel my date with Luke now, while they were setting up the next scene and everyone was on break, but Anna wouldn't disengage. Rex is so hot. No disrespect, but I would have just forgiven him. I mean, he's hot. And rich. And really famous. I bet you two had paparazzi around you all the time. I'd love that kind of attention. No, you wouldn't, I assured her. Those flashbulbs can burn out your retinas. Anna threw her head back and laughed. That's why they make sunglasses. Luke was across the room and alone for a change. If I got to him now, I could break off our date in a place where he couldn't ask for more explanations. It would be easy and painless, and I could go on with my life. At least that's what I told myself. I turned to Anna. "If you would please excuse me." She grabbed my sleeve. "I saw that they gave your character more lines. Are you going to be an actress now? I mean, you could get lots of breaks, I bet, with all the people you know. You wouldn't be the first Hollywood wife to get famous after a divorce. If I don't start getting some better parts soon, then maybe I should consider marrying a guy I can divorce." "I hope you're kidding," I said, my gaze latching onto Adele, who had moved over to where Luke stood. The two of them started talking and laughing. My teeth sank into my bottom lip. He sure didn't look annoyed with Adele's obvious flirting. Adele leaned toward Luke, gazing up into his face and batting the 3-inch-long eyelashes the makeup team had affixed to her eyelids earlier this morning. After what seemed like a lifetime, she finally moved away from him. "Goodbye, Anna." I started toward Luke, but before I could get over to him, the makeup gal snatched onto my arm. "You've chewed off all of your lipstick," she said in a voice full of accusation. "Sorry," I muttered, watching someone powder Luke's forehead before he was hauled off by the wardrobe team. A headache started behind my eyes. I had to break off my date, and I had to do it now. Luke was obviously dating Adele, and while I knew it was silly to demand exclusivity from a man I was only just getting to know, I couldn't imagine he was very interested in me if he was also dating someone else. It was just that simple as far as I was concerned. Only getting to him to break the date seemed anything but simple. I'd no sooner shaken off the hair and makeup people than Anna came back up to me, her pink lips pursed. "You didn't tell me if you're going to be starting an acting career." "What's the deal?" "I'm just playing this part as a favor to the producers." "That's all," I assured her, then headed toward Luke. But before I even got close to him, the director called everyone to their places. "Arg!" Feeling chagrined, I took my place and waited for Roger to call action. We were doing a simple scene. Detective Bishop, aka Luke, was going to question Piper, the maid, aka moi, about my employer Katrina Holloway's whereabouts on the night of Sebastian's murder. I was going to answer his questions, then the scene would be over. Someone checked to make sure my new uniform, they had tailored my formerly loose maid's dress, was straightened, and that the glass and pitcher of ice water was on the bar. Then Roger Abbott called out, "Action," and the cameras started rolling. I picked up the pitcher and glass like I was supposed to do, then I turned to Luke. "Would you like some water, Detective Bishop?" Luke, looking sexy as ever, moved a little closer to me. My heart started pounding like crazy and I swallowed hard. I'd wanted to break our date off before I could get lost in those blue-gray eyes he had just fastened right on mine. I wanted to smack myself right now for considering not breaking the date even though I knew I absolutely should. "Get a grip, Charlie." "I'd like to ask you some questions," he said, his blue-gray eyes boring into mine. Yeah, I'd like to ask him a few questions, too. Staying in character, I smiled. "Of course, Detective. Anything to help find Sebastian Holloway's murderer. He was a good boss, and a good man." I'd studied my lines, but I felt so frazzled I couldn't remember what to do with the pitcher and glass, and he hadn't refused or said yes to the water. Was he supposed to have made a decision? My mind went blank. "Were you at their house that night?" he asked. I shifted, trying not to panic. "I was there." "Yes. I see. Was Katrina alone with Sebastian?" "Oh!" My heart thudded in my chest as my lines flooded back to me. I wanted to cheer with joy that I finally remembered them. But, I didn't. I sucked in a breath. "Do you want to know if Katrina was alone with Sebastian because you want to know if she's a killer, or because you're trying to find out if they were unhappy again? I mean, you are seeing her, aren't you? Oh, no. I'd gone off script with that last question and somehow had asked the question burning deep inside of me. Luke's expression didn't change, and he rallied fast. I'm asking the questions here, Piper. I need to know if Katrina was home and alone that night. Do you think it's okay to see more than one person at a time, detective? His eyes narrowed. I'll take that water now. He hadn't answered the question. I'd blown my lines, made myself look like an idiot, and I still didn't know whether or not he was seeing Adele. Certainly you may have some water, detective. Holding the pitcher, my arm rose and my hand squeezed the pitcher, as I really intended, to pour the water into the glass. But when Luke moved toward me, I jerked my arm, meaning to give him a stop right there hand signal, which I did, but I had forgotten I was holding the water pitcher. Ice water flew through the air, splashing against his chest. 1 second Luke was dry, and the next moment he was thoroughly soaked. My eyes went wide and I stepped back. My gaze darted around the room, landing on Adele. Her hands flew to her cheeks in a perfect expression of horror. Cut! Roger yelled. Well, that was it then. I'd be fired now. I should have never left the guest suite. Then I wouldn't have the hots for the show's leading actor. I'd only come upstairs that first day because I wanted to know who had killed Sebastian. Could I really be blamed for that? It was clearly the writer's fault for leaving a cliffhanger. A woman ran on set with a towel and started drying Luke off. If I didn't feel so awful, then the scene might be funny. I stumbled toward the end of the room, but someone called my name. I stopped and turned around to see one of the assistants headed toward me. My spirits sank even lower. Here came the termination. They'd probably decided that not only could they not have a lunatic working on set, but they also couldn't film in a house belonging to said lunatic. The assistant, a sprightly guy named Theo, stopped in front of me. The chemistry was so good between you and Luke, the writers aren't even mad. Okay, they're a little ticked off. Well, make that a lot ticked off. But Maggie loved it. She and Roger thought the scene worked phenomenally. They are going to messenger you over a longer script for tomorrow. My mouth fell open. I was sure I'd either gone completely crazy or I was caught up in some practical joke. But I managed to open my mouth. Okay. Theo grinned and headed off. I saw someone cover Luke's head with a towel, and there was no way he could see me right now. But everyone else could see me, and they were openly staring. I seriously wanted my privacy back. Chapter 9. The water splashing scene was over, but the cast and crew continued to give me weird looks. So, I did what any normal person would do. I hightailed it down to the beach, each footstep a litany of self-recrimination and worry. I just made a fool of myself. I just threw a pitcher of water on Luke. Everyone probably knows why I'd blurted that last question. I wonder what the script they're sending me will be about. They'll probably kill me off in a gory fashion. Yeah, no warm fuzzies coming from my brain as I flew down the many steps and arrived at the beach, which usually soothed me. The sight of the tall bluffs behind me, the endlessly blue sea before me, the water capped with white foam splashing against the shining brown sand, the encircling arm of land around the bay. But right then they didn't help at all. I stood on the sand, watching the sea birds wheel against the cloud-filled cerulean sky. I wanted to cry, or scream. Either one would have been good, but I couldn't seem to do either. Instead, I groaned in frustration at the sight on the sand next to me. Someone had decided to take my good outdoor furniture from my storage space and set it out on the beach. I knew the crew sometimes sat out there and I didn't mind, but the wind had whipped the furniture until the chairs were lying on their sides and the umbrella hung half on the table and half off of it. If I didn't put them back, they might wash right out to sea. I tried to grab the umbrella, but the wind pushed hard in resistance and I couldn't get the pole out of the little round hole in the table. Frustrated by the wind, and even more by my performance, I grabbed the pole and yanked as hard as I could. The umbrella stayed put, but I lost my grip and flew backward tush-first onto the sand. "Let me help you with that." Luke's warm voice came from behind me. Tingles skittered across my chest. Luke had come out here? Had he followed me? I was so embarrassed, though. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I jumped up, dusting the sand off my bottom. "Thanks, but I've got it." He reached for the umbrella pole anyway, lifting it out easily and setting it on the sand next to the table. "With this weather, we should probably put the furniture away. I can get that chair nearest the water since, I'm wet anyway." He was totally still wet, too. I could see the damp splotch on his shirt and the front of his pants. His usually slicked back hair fell across his forehead in a messy way that looked equally sexy on him. I gnawed at my bottom lip. "I'm so sorry." "That was an accident." "Was it?" He grinned, his white teeth showing between his full lips. "Of course it was." He started laughing. "You really threw me off there for a second." I swallowed hard. I forgot my lines. He faced me. A long bar of watery sunlight fell across him, outlining the breadth of his shoulders and the narrow cut of his waist and hips. "You look pretty good wet, though," I added, my heart beating a little faster. Had I really said that aloud? I was supposed to be breaking off our date, not flirting with him. "Why, thank you." He stepped toward me, his expression turning serious. "Charlie, were you ad-libbing because you forgot the lines? Or were you trying to ask me if I'm seeing Adele?" I dug my foot into the sand. "I saw you with her at Frankie's fiesta last night. It sort of looked like you were dating. We make appearances for publicity and we're required by contract to do them. She and I aren't dating. We're just friends. I'm not seeing her beyond my obligations." "Well, that's good to know." I believed him, but I still took a step backward. Being too close to him felt dangerous. I wanted to kiss his full lips, and badly. So I took another retreating step. The surf rolled up, nearly knocking me off my feet. Luke caught me and I sagged against his hard body for a blissful moment. Then I moved back from the water as another wave set to ride in. Luke came with me, holding my hand. "I think you've just wrecked those shoes." I stared down at them. "Oh, great. They belong to the set. I hate to say this, but you should probably chuck those ugly things right out to sea. They are pretty hideous." I laughed, the tension finally breaking between us. "You could have just asked me, Instead of pouring the water on me, he slipped an arm around my waist. The weight and heat of him felt good. Very good. I lifted my lashes. "I'm sorry. My last relationship made me a little skeptical." He winked. "I know. I saw the tabloids." I smiled. "You can't believe everything in those things because that's where I first read you were dating Adele." I was going to break our date and I felt nervous on set. I haven't acted in years and never in front of a camera. The whole water thing really was an accident, though. Don't worry about it. You shouldn't worry about forgetting your lines either. It happens to everyone, and we just do another take. He pulled me closer, resting his forehead against mine. To tell you the truth, I froze up and forgot my lines the very first time I had a part. "Really?" I asked, loving the feel of his skin against mine. I wanted to melt against him, but something made me hold back. Yes, I was the only guy in the drama club at my little county high school, so I had a really big part. But when I got up there to say my lines, I totally forgot them. I just stood there, never saying a word. Everyone laughed at me. He let out a long breath. I had nightmares for years. My throat tightened. That's awful. I've never told anyone about the nightmares, he whispered. The wind whipped through us, and he turned so his body shielded mine completely. His hands moved lightly up and down my arms. Sheltered. That was how he made me feel. Sheltered and safe. Why would you tell me something so private? I asked, mesmerized by his openness as well as his touch. Luke opened his mouth to answer right as one of the chairs caught in the wind, spinning and sailing across the sand. I shrieked. Luke ran after the small chair, grabbing the arm just before it landed in the ocean. Without another word, we started moving the furniture back to the house, setting them in the little storage space. When we were done, he pulled me into his arms again, his eyes serious. I know you're worried about our date, but don't be. I'm just a small-town guy who enjoys acting. I never forget that, and I won't ever forget that. You won't? Staring into his blue-gray eyes, I realized that he knew. He knew exactly what had happened with Rex and how scared I was. Rex had been a small-town guy, too, but as soon as he got famous he became someone else entirely. Maybe Luke really would be different. He leaned closer, his face only inches from mine. I breathed in the scent of his cologne and parted my lips. My breath shortened as the moment drew out and I wondered if he was going to kiss me. Maybe I should just kiss him? I wanted to, and badly. A few seconds passed, and I counted them on my heartbeats. Slowly, his head dipped toward mine, and then his phone rang, shrilling through the silence between us. He drew back, looking as flustered as I felt. I'm sorry, he muttered. That's the producer's ringtone. We have to get back on set. But we can pick this up on our date. Right? I smiled back at him. Oh, yes. We would most definitely pick this up again. Chapter 10. After our next scene, I came out by the ocean again, the sound of the waves filling my ears in a soothing rhythm. The wind picked up and rushed over my body, flattening the maid's uniform against me, and ripping my hair out of the updo the hairstylist had pinned so neatly. The shoes were wet and sticky on my feet, but I was too busy thinking about Luke to care, and wishing for that kiss that had almost happened. Feeling his mouth against mine would have been amazing. I just knew it. The water came up the sand and receded, leaving behind a small treasure trove of pretty shells. I bent down and sorted through a few of them as I tried to get my thoughts together. My fingers slipped across the rough and smooth edges of the shells and I straightened up and stared back at the house where Luke was shooting a scene with Adele and Travis, the other detective. I wanted to go on that date, wanted to badly, but with every moment it was getting clearer that doing so would be foolish. I liked Luke too much already. And I didn't have the best judgment when it came to men. I mean, I thought Rex was a good man and look how that had turned out, with me broke, renting out my home to a soap opera cast, and still smarting from a betrayal even though I no longer loved him. I turned around and hiked up the steps toward the house, still conflicted. When I arrived on the main floor, I found myself the target of a fierce glare from Bet, the wardrobe woman. I followed the direction of her gaze to those ugly shoes. I gave her a sheepish grin. Sorry, the tide caught me. Let me have them. Bet sniffed and looked down at my shoes. Was she serious? She wanted me to give her the shoes right there and then? Okay, I took them off and held them out gingerly. I'll see what I can do. She sighed and then whisked them away. Since I was now standing in my bare feet, I headed toward the back stairs so I could go to my bedroom and get new and dry shoes. But before I could reach the stairs, Anna, the young starlet, came out and spotted me. "Charlie! They want you on set." I cast a quick look around for a stray pair of slippers or boots. No such luck. I swallowed, gesturing toward the stairs. "I'll be right back. Now." She waved her arms madly. "I think it's really important. You'd better hurry. I need to run down and get some shoes." The wardrobe lady took the ones I had on. Anna shrugged. "You aren't the first person Bet has taken shoes from. Just be glad she didn't decide she wanted the outfit, too." I gnashed my teeth together. The last thing I wanted was for anyone to see me looking like what I must have looked like right then. My hair stuck to my cheeks in stiff hairsprayed locks. I was barefooted and there was a suspiciously damp blotch on my skirt's hem. "I'm just going to run and grab." "There you are," Adele called, then leaned against the doorway. Her gaze trailed over me in a dismissive but thoroughly assessing way. "Wow, you're a mess." Adele looked fresh and perfect, of course. I opened my mouth to say I'd be back in a minute. "Found Charlie," Adele called over her shoulder, then gave me a catty smile. Roger stepped into the hallway, took one look at me, and said, "Oh, that's perfect. You must be a mind reader." That look was just what I was thinking for the next scene. I blinked a few times. "Huh? We're improvising a scene and we need you." "Improvising a scene? What the?" Roger grabbed my arm and hauled me into the living room. My face heated as every eye in the room turned to look at me. "We don't always shoot scenes in a linear way," Roger explained, lopping his arm over my shoulder. "The writers just came up with an incredible story arc, and they're working on it right now. That means we are going to have to catch up to the former script." Okay, I had no idea what he was talking about. I looked around for Luke and found him over at a table with a bunch of other people, all of them armed with laptops and tablets and all of them typing furiously. "So, here's the deal," Roger said. "You and Luke are great together. The chemistry is explosive. We're testing this scene to see if it would make the story arc the writers have in mind work well. Basically, Detective Bishop will have just discovered you were involved in some rather sketchy-looking activity out on the beach. He suspects you were hiding evidence. Got it?" I pointed across the room. The wardrobe lady took my shoes." Roger looked down at my bare feet, and then looked back up smiling. "Your feet are fine, thank goodness. Can't say the same for the entire cast. Anna has the feet of a rabid badger. Putting her in anything open-toed is a no-go. Drives Bet bonkers. Don't tell her I said that, though. She bites." Roger whirled away, leaving me stunned and blinking. The cast was lounging around, but the production team wasn't, and I had to scurry from one side of the room to the other as they set up cameras and taped fresh marks to the floor. I barely escaped a concussion when one overzealous boom operator didn't see me and nearly dropped the microphone. The makeup people grabbed me and hauled me into a corner. One of them said, "Oh, the horror. She's got salt all over her face." "Leave it," the woman in charge said. "She's supposed to look like she came from the beach." I was just at the beach. Ow. I glared at the man holding a brush near my head. He shrugged. "Salty water and strong styling spray don't mix, honey. Let that be a lesson to you." He tapped the brush into his palm for a moment, then lifted a hand to his own perfectly coiffed locks in an unmistakably sly gesture that said it all. "We need Charlie," Roger called out, gesturing toward a spot right behind the front door. My head spun. Somehow I went to where he'd pointed. You're going to come in when we signal you, Charlie. Then Luke will pounce on you. Pounce on me? My whole body went up in flames as I pictured Luke's body covering my own. I couldn't possibly be interpreting that correctly. I stammered out, okay. Just go with it. Roger fisted both of his hands in a fierce gesture. Do and say whatever comes naturally to you. Okay, folks. Action. Luke stood in the room, his back to me as he peered out the long windows. He turned away from them and one of the crew gave me a frantic signal. I stepped into the room and Luke walked toward me. His expression was both angry and grave and he said, "What were you just doing out there on the beach, Piper? And don't think of lying to me." I blushed and shot a look around the room. Did he want me to say what had happened out there? How he'd almost kissed me? No, I couldn't say that with the cameras on us. Nothing, detective. Walking and looking at the waves. I found a few shells. Luke stared at me, through me. You were hiding something, Piper. What was it? I wasn't hiding anything, I swear. I stood still, wanting him to believe me. Yes, you were. I saw you. Tell me what it was. He stepped toward me. He was so close now. That almost kiss lingered in the air between us. My gaze took in his full, perfect mouth. I imagined what it would feel like against mine. I couldn't wait any longer. I grabbed Luke by his shirt collar with both of my hands and did exactly what I had wanted to do to him out there on the beach. I kissed him. Luke responded immediately, his mouth moving with mine in perfect unison. Every cell in my body came alive, like I was always meant to be in this moment with this man. I inhaled the scent of his cologne as my body pressed against his and my knees went weak. Oh, wow. My hands tightened on his collar and the kiss drew deeper until I forgot about everything else. I forgot about the camera crew and the cast, about Rex and the mountain of mistrust he'd left behind, and I forgot about my worries over my date with Luke. All that existed was the warm feel of his lips on mine, the way his body held me against him, and the feel of his hands on my shoulders and then my face. Then our mouths parted, his tongue connected with mine, and I was lost. Lost in a world of hopes and dreams, lost in Luke. I was breathless and dizzy when he suddenly pulled away, and the world came crashing back in. The kiss broke off and we backed away, staring at each other. His gaze bored into mine. You did that to distract me from the truth. Didn't you? I saw you out there, Piper. I know you're keeping something from me. I don't know what you think you saw, but I wasn't doing anything wrong. I'm innocent. You have to believe me, detective. I'll discover the truth eventually. I'm not going anywhere until I do. What if I don't want you to know the truth? What if it's too dark and painful? My voice trailed off, and I stopped right there. There was a long pause as we stared at each other, and thick tension clung in the air between us. Cut! Roger yelled. The crew broke into applause around us. I gaped at them and then it hit me. Detective Bishop was supposed to have been the one to pounce on Piper. But, instead, I had kissed Luke. In front of everyone. And wow, what a kiss. Roger clapped his hands. Charlie, you're finished for the day. I will have my assistant deliver your next scenes to you tonight. Luke, you and Adele get ready for the scenes we had on deck today. Everyone, places. As I took a step to leave the room, Luke leaned toward me, his mouth resting by my ear. You could have kissed me out on the beach, you know. My belly fluttered. I was too stunned to respond, so I watched him wink at me, and then he headed toward his mark. I took that moment and fled. After a shower and a change of clothes, I headed for Claire's place. She had just texted me a rather weird message that she was off work this afternoon and needed some big sister time. I was eager to get out of the house and away from the cast and crew, including Luke. Every time I thought about our kiss, my belly warmed. But I still couldn't believe I'd kissed him like that on camera in front of everyone, and on television, when the director had instructed me that Luke's character was supposed to make the first move. My crush was so not a secret anymore. How embarrassing. Claire lived in a small neat house near downtown Blue Moon Bay, and when I got there she flung the door open. "What happened to your hair?" I grimaced and lifted a hand to it. I had to wash it 3 times to get the styling spray out of it, and then I had to condition it twice. It's torn between being greasy and dry. I don't know. Maybe it'll all even out eventually. Let's hope. She fingered her own dark hair. I'm out of chocolate and I totally need something sweet. Do you feel like walking down to Bayside Coffee for a cookie and a mocha, or something? Sure. I stepped out onto her porch and she shut the door behind me, and then we set off. The wind had picked up again and the awnings above the stores flapped briskly. Claire was a fast walker and I didn't even bother trying to talk to her as we made our way down the winding streets toward the coffee shop. We went inside and gave the barista our orders, then took our drinks and cookies to a small table near the back. Once we'd sat down, Claire took a bite of her cookie and swallowed. "I'm glad you've stopped wearing those stupid disguises. I swear that one dress you wore, it was either a tent or a runway project gone horribly awry. Thanks for your feedback." I rolled my eyes, thinking I'd never wear that dress again. I picked at the small cardboard circle around my cup. "I just don't like people recognizing me." "Because of all the junk written about you and Rex?" "Pretty much." I changed the subject abruptly. "So what's up with you?" Claire broke her cookie in half, then broke that half in half. Crumbs scattered across the tiny paper plate and she popped a bite into her mouth. "I'm having an issue at work." "Well, it's not really work that's the issue. It's Scott, who I work with, so I guess it's work-related." I sat back in my chair. "You're going to have to get more specific, sis." Claire tugged at the sleeves of her light green sweater and then toyed with a tiny fake pearl bracelet on her wrist. She sighed. "Scott's a great guy, really. I like working with him. He's one of my team leaders and he's super smart and hot. Boy is he ever hot." I picked up a cookie off my plate. "Are you having a dilemma over dating a coworker?" A slow smile spread across her face. "Maybe. You know that's a bad idea," says the woman who's dating one of her co-stars. I choked on my coffee. "First off, I'm just someone they brought in for a tiny part, so I'm hardly a star. Secondly, I'm not dating Luke." She lifted a brow. "I thought you two were going out." I shifted in the hard chair. "He asked me out, yes, but we haven't actually gone out yet. And we're here to talk about you." "Right." She took a long sip of coffee, then set her cup back down. "I really like Scott, but I don't know if I can trust him. There's been some gossip around the office. But I don't know if the gossip about him is true or not." "Story of my life," I mumbled. But I loved my sister and the idea of her being hurt alarmed me. So I waved my hand in the air. "Tell me. What's the gossip?" She picked at a fingernail, a sure sign she was nervous. "Well, he did date one of the temps for a little while. There are some rumors that he's dating another woman in the company, but he says he's never dated her. I just don't know who to believe." I want to believe him. He says he just works closely with the woman he's supposedly dating and that people are blowing stuff out of proportion. What should I do? Like I knew the answer to that one. I was pretty much in the same boat as Claire. Luke had said basically the same thing about Adele, that they worked closely together, but weren't dating. I wanted to believe him, too. But something still made me hesitate. I took off the lid and looked into my coffee, hoping to find an answer in the inky surface. I think you have to go with your gut feeling, Claire. Is that what you're planning to do? We're talking about you, I reminded her. The date I wanted to go on but was so nervous about loomed up large in my mind, though. I knew I had to choose. Either trust Luke, or don't. My stomach bubbled with worry. What do your instincts tell you to do? She lifted her coffee cup. I'm going to follow my big sister's lead. Oh, great. That was like the blind leading the blind right off a cliff that led to the deepest part of the ocean. I couldn't keep going back and forth anymore, though. The lobbying was giving me mental whiplash. It was time to put on my big girl panties and make a decision. I took a big deep breath. I'm going to turn Luke down. The light in Claire's eyes faded, then she nodded slowly. Me, too. Even though I knew I'd made the smart and safe decision, my heart cracked just a little. Chapter 11. The next morning I headed downstairs to the wardrobe room. Adele was already coming out, dressed for the day, and she gave me a dirty look. I ignored it. Adele loved Claire but didn't like me. Whatever. I didn't need to antagonize her by giving her a look as equally filthy. She stopped in front of me. I know what you're doing. Going to wardrobe? I asked. Her lip curled. No, you're dating Luke just so you can get more lines. But it won't work. Look, Adele, I started, but she flounced off. I heard a snicker behind me and I turned my head to find Anna practically glowing. I watched her skip away and I knew exactly where she was going. I discovered she was a terrible gossip and it wouldn't be long before everyone had heard what Adele had said to me. Would they believe it? Probably, after that on-screen kiss. The rumor about dating Luke for lines in the soap opera wasn't true, of course, but it gave me pause. I already knew I couldn't go out with Luke. I liked him too much and things were getting way too complicated way too fast. This last little snip from Adele just made it all somehow worse. I had to break that date with him right now. After wardrobe was done with me, I was told to go outside. I was actually looking forward to doing my scenes, but as I walked out of the house my spirits became as leaden as the sky. The sea was churning and foaming and the clouds were getting thicker and darker by the minute, which was worrisome. I doubted my insurance would cover anyone getting hit by a bolt of lightning. Hopefully the show had their own insurance. Harper would know. Adele stood near the water, at her mark, and her face was screwed up into an expression that could only be termed homicidally angry. She saw me coming off the last step with Roger, and came storming over. She paused right in front of us and put her fists on her hips. One of her feet tapped up and down so rapidly sand blew up from below her shoe. Roger, we're filming in Blue Moon Bay because of my fan base, but she has got more lines than me in this scene. I demand to know why. Now Adele, this is just a story arc. It happens. You know you're the star. That's right, I'm the star. Not her. Her yelp was loud and furious, making several of the crew and cast back away. You better not forget that, Roger. Luke ambled up. He looked exceptionally handsome in a blue long-sleeved button-down shirt that emphasized the powerful flex of his muscles. He wore his police badge at his waist. Maggie Sparks came running over with a flushed face. Roger, we need to get this scene done fast before that rain starts. He nodded. Everyone, to your marks. Luke came over and asked me if everything was all right. Noting Adele's wicked glare at the two of us together, I shook my head, but took my place on the beach. Action! Roger shouted. I had the first line, so I opened my mouth. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Adele shouted, charging toward me. My mind went blank. That wasn't Katrina's line. The wind whipped the cute little frock Adele was wearing up around her knees, and I stared at her. She was wearing high heels, and she was somehow managing not to sink right into the soft sand in those things. I couldn't say the same for me. My heels were practically stuck in there. I tried to move forward like I was supposed to do in the scene, but when I took a step the stupid heel stayed right where it was. I hastily put my foot back down, sliding back into the shoe as best as I could and hoping they could edit that right out of the scene. Detective Derek Bishop stepped forward. We can hash this out, Katrina. Don't say anything you're going to regret later. Okay, that was his line. Good, we were back on track. I took a breath and opened my mouth to say my next line. No! Adele shouted, her piercing voice echoing across the sandy beach. No, we can't hash this out, Derek. Everything's a mess and it's all her fault. I stared at her finger, which was pointing directly at me. Confusion here. Katrina was supposed to be standing next to me right then, and she was supposed to have said something about her deceased husband, Sebastian, having been the one to hire me, even though the employment agency had no record of my being registered with them. Calm down, Mrs. Holloway. I had to keep going until Roger yelled cut, so I dragged my feet through the sand, walking closer to Adele. Don't tell me to calm down. Ever since you got here everything's different. You're just a maid. I glowered at her. Really? I'm just a maid? I was about to blurt out that I owned this house, albeit, maybe not for much longer at the rate I was going, and that the cast and crew seemed to like me just fine. This is ridiculous. Luke stepped between us where we faced off. That wasn't his line either, and I could hear the real exasperation in his voice. It's ridiculous that I've allowed myself to be manipulated by the likes of her. She turned to me, that wicked finger pointing again. You're fired. You're not the one who hired me, so I'm not going to listen to you. I deserve to be here. I've earned it. I pointed my finger back at her, which, okay, was completely childish. But stabbing my finger in her direction so felt good. Her expression became enraged and she shot forward and grabbed my arm. I yanked my arm back. I want you out of here. She snarled at me, which looked so odd since she was insanely graceful and beautiful normally. She reached for my hair and I slipped in the sand, barely getting my head out of the way in time to avoid her grasping fingers. Unfortunately, I lost my balance and fell into her. We both toppled toward the water, and for those seconds it was like time had suddenly frozen. Adele reached toward Luke and screamed. Help me! Luke's strong arms bypassed Adele, wrapping around me before I fell. Adele, however, went down on her bottom like a sequined seal. At the moment she fell, a giant wave ruffled with foam at the top, splashed right over her shoulders, and knocked her under. Adele came up spluttering and gasping and punching the water. It was quite a scene, and I took it all in from the safety of Luke's arms. She spat out a mouthful of water and what looked suspiciously like a very small fish before throwing her arms up. We've been together so long. Why didn't you save me? I couldn't let her fall, Katrina. Luke peered down at her pitiful face serenely. I've fallen for her. I'm not going to pretend I haven't. Was that a line for the scene? Or did he mean those words? I gazed up at him stunned. And cut! Roger yelled. Cut? I gawked at the crowd that had gathered around us. Maggie looked pleased and was trying to calm down two of the writers who had gotten irate. Some of the cast stared on with wide eyes. Bet came rushing over to the waterlogged Adele, showing more concern for the wet dress than the wet actress. Adele struggled up to her feet and out of the water, then stormed past Luke and me. One of her eyelashes dangled from her upper lid. Her hair was soaked, seaweed dotted her legs and arms, and her dress was so wet it shed water with every step. But she still hadn't lost her ability to walk perfectly in those heels. Impressive. I'm looking forward to our date tomorrow night, Luke whispered, and then he walked over to Roger, who had called to him. Luke had literally saved me. I would have been a sopping wet mess on camera if he'd chosen to help Adele. There was no way I would break that date with him now. I just hoped this decision wouldn't leave me with a broken heart. Chapter 12. I woke up the next morning with my head still spinning from the craziness of that oceanside scene for Just One Love. Not only had Adele fallen into the ocean, but she'd somehow managed to bruise her bottom while doing so, and the wardrobe lady had to figure out a way to put ice packs on her Trish today in a non-visible way so Adele could keep working. The rest of the filming had gone on just like it was supposed to, at least. I'd managed to deliver my lines right on cue and well. I'd hoped to talk to Luke afterward, but there was a big magazine in town who had sent a reporter to interview Luke and Adele together. As they walked off to do that interview, Adele had shot me a catty look over her shoulder. Whether I liked it or not, Luke and Adele were linked in the public's eye. Plus, her previous accusations still haunted me. I was enjoying my continuing part as Piper on the show. What if people did start to think the reason I was going out with Luke was to get more lines? Was I destined for a life of rumors? I thought about those things as I walked through the slightly damp cobblestone streets of downtown Blue Moon Bay. The sky had already cleared, it hung cerulean blue overhead with big puffy white clouds, and the ocean breeze was light and fresh. My footsteps slowed as I spotted a line in front of Bayside Coffee where I was meeting my friends. I'd dressed to be as inconspicuous as possible. I wore a plain long-sleeved tee, a maxi skirt in a soft pastel color, and nice sandals. Sunglasses perched on my face, and I wore a widely brimmed hat on my head, but half the women I saw wore the very same thing. I'd finally gotten the art of disguise down, or so I told myself, and there was no need to be nervous. I stepped into the coffee shop. The line snaked past the little ropes and out the door. The baristas were busy and fast, and the line was steadily decreasing. I spotted Megan, Wendy, and Olivia at a table, hoping they had ordered me a coffee. "Good morning. Caramel latte for you." Olivia pushed the saucer holding the large mug toward me. I slid into a chair. "Thank you. I've never seen the line so long." Wendy pushed a plate of delicately cooked little tarts toward me. "We ordered scones, too, but they aren't quite done yet." I sipped the coffee gratefully and took a tart. Wendy looked easy and relaxed this morning, which made me smile. "How are things going at the inn?" "The best they have ever been." She popped a bite of apple tart into her mouth, scattering crumbs along her blouse as she did so. She brushed them away. "How is it in the house of soap opera horrors?" "I pushed Adele into the ocean yesterday." My face heated as their eyes locked onto my face. Olivia leaned over the table, her face avid with curiosity. "You did what?" "It was an accident," I clarified hastily. Megan snorted. "An accident is when you run a red light and knock into someone's fender. Pushing Adele into the ocean doesn't sound like an accident." "Curbing the competition?" I groaned. "Very funny." We had lines in the scene, but she went off script and started yelling at me. I played along since the director hadn't stopped us, and we had a mini altercation that ended with her in the ocean. She was not too happy with me. Wendy gave a little laugh. I'll bet. So, you had another part in the show? Are you planning to work on the soap opera after it returns to San Francisco? I blinked. No. I mean, they just needed me for some minor part. Wasn't that supposed to be for one day? Pushing the leading actress into the ocean doesn't sound like a minor character move to me. Olivia checked her cell phone and then put it down again. Sorry, work thing. How's the business going, Megan? I asked, changing the subject. She dabbed her lips with a napkin. I got a new website design contract yesterday, so that's good for business. Now if I could just land the perfect guy, my life would be complete. Weren't you just dating someone? Olivia asked her. Megan gave us each a woeful glance. The last time I went on a date, I had to not only utilize my friend in trouble pull the plug text, but I also wound up getting an email from that guy demanding that I refund him the amount he paid for my coffee. I gaped at her. $4? You're kidding. I wish, she said and slumped down into her chair. He even sent me his payment information and a photo of the receipt. He'd circled my coffee in bright red ink and wrote, "Of course you ordered the specialty coffee," right below it. Oh, and he wanted half the tip back, too. Olivia choked. Wendy stared. I opened my mouth and found I had absolutely no reply to that. Wendy finally asked, "Where did you meet that guy?" Megan rolled her eyes. On a dating website. Olivia whistled. Wow, you dodged a bullet on that one. I know, but dating is depressing. Let's talk about something else. How about Charlie and Luke? Is he as dreamy in real life? He's different than I thought, I answered. I had a little crush on him from watching the show because, you know, he's gorgeous. But he's actually down to earth. He reads books from the library. I'm supposed to go out with him tonight, but I'm nervous. Megan perked up. Oh, your date is tonight? What are you wearing? I shrugged. I don't really know. I'm having second thoughts. Are we back at this again? Wendy asked, smiling at the barista who set warm scones on the table for us. You've had so many second thoughts, you're not allowed to use that expression anymore. Short memory, Wendy. Olivia waved a finger in the air. I seem to remember a certain someone acting crazed when a certain guy named Max asked her out. Right? Oh, right. Wendy chuckled, tapping her manicured finger to her temple. It's all coming back to me now. Tell us what you're worried about, Charlie. I sighed and pushed aside my half-eaten tart. It's just that I haven't been interested in anyone since Rex. I dated Wyatt, yes. But I wasn't that into him. Being around Luke feels so right, and it's way too soon for that. I mean, what if he turns out to be a giant creep? You might have to refund him your half of dinner, Megan joked. But you said he's a nice guy and that you like him. He is, and I do. Confusion spiked through me. It's just that I don't have the best judgment when it comes to men. Obviously. Wendy leaned over and took my hand. Charlie, Rex always had a bit of an ego before it blew up out of control. Luke's already famous, so his ego should already be at its resting altitude. And it's just a date, it's not like he's asked you to sail off into the sunset with him. I took a long breath, finally admitting something I hadn't admitted to myself yet. What if we go out on a date, I fall for him even more, and then he loses interest in me? Then he's crazy and that's his loss. Olivia put her hand on mine. A young woman walking by stopped, turned her head sharply, and then bellowed out, "Oh, I read that you returned to Blue Moon Bay. You're Rex Rockwell's ex. You are, aren't you? Look, Jenna." She grabbed the arm of the other young woman nearby. "It's really her. You're so lucky. Rex is smoking hot. I can't believe you divorced a guy that can sing like that." I wanted to crawl under the table. I wanted to run away as every head in the place turned to look at me. There it was, the inescapable fact. I wasn't Charlie. Nope. I was Rex Rockwell's ex. I was just the woman who had once been married to a rock star. And now I was going on a date with Luke, a definitely hot and famous guy. If things worked out between us, then I'd be someone famous's candy du jour. Again. I had to break that date with Luke. Olivia cackled suddenly. "Why does everyone think you're Rex Rockwell's ex-wife?" Wendy joined in laughing. "At least this lady didn't ask you for his number like that other woman did. Don't people read magazines? That lady's hair is way shinier than yours." "Totally," I said, shrugging. Friends like mine were priceless. The woman who'd spoken looked confused. "You're not her?" "No," Megan said, as she stood up. "She's not. It must be the hat. You're like the fourth person this morning to think my friend was married to a rock star, which is hilarious. I did hear his ex is back in town, skulking along the beach in giant muumuus and flip-flops, though. Maybe you'll see her out there." They formed a sort of circle around me as we left, and once we got outside I heaved a giant sigh of relief. "Thanks, guys." Wendy squeezed my hand. "Need a ride home?" I shook my head. "No, I parked down the street. But, thanks. I don't have to be on the set for another hour and a half, and I want to walk just to clear my head." We said our goodbyes and hugged each other. They left and I set off, walking fast. The one thing that kept going through my mind was that if I dated Luke, everything could go wrong, and I would disappear again the way I had with Rex. I couldn't let that happen. Chapter 13. I walked into wardrobe expecting to be handed that drab maid's uniform. Instead, Bet turned to me. "What dress size are you?" 6. I blinked at her. Did something happen to my uniform? She shook her head. "We decided you need something different today." She rummaged through the racks, muttering until she came to a certain garment bag. She took it down and stared at it. "Yes, this will do nicely for you." She unzipped the bag and pulled the dress out. I gulped. The dress was sexy. Way too sexy for daytime television. Way too sexy for me to be parading around in, especially while Luke was nearby. Adele sashayed into the room, glared at me, and then cooed. "Oh, Bet. Is that what I'm wearing today?" "No, it's what Charlie is wearing today," Bet responded. The pleased expression on Adele's face died. She flounced out. I wanted to bang my head into the nearest wall. If there wasn't going to be tension already today, then that dress had sealed the deal. It was like Bet was conspiring to make sure I faced the wrath of Adele. I dressed and the makeup artist came in and did her thing to my face. When she was done, I stared at the mirror, shocked at the reflection staring back at me. I had dressed up plenty while I was married to Rex, but it had been a while since I'd seen myself glammed up. I looked glamorous and sexy. The dress was carnelian-colored, silky, and slimming. The tapered cut made me appear taller and impossibly thin. I found myself grateful for all the hours I'd spent doing yoga this past year that had left my arms toned and my core tight, because this dress showed it all off. Today, I wore heels with clever straps around the ankles. So Bet had noticed that I kept falling out of my shoes. Smart lady. I wore a slash of crimson on my lips, kohl around my brown eyes, and my dark hair was pulled back into a tight coil. I headed onto the set, grateful that we were shooting inside, since I didn't want anything to happen to this beautiful dress. Luke's eyes smoldered when he saw me. He grinned and gave me a thumbs-up gesture. I winked back at him, then took my mark. Adele stalked up, wearing a simple black cocktail dress that made her look like she was in mourning. Her shoulders were set and her mouth thinned into a firm line. Action! Roger yelled, and tension filled the room as we began the scene. Adele let her gaze run over my body. What do you think you're doing exactly? Do you honestly think a fancy dress is going to make you into someone you're not? Oh, great. Adele had gone off script again. I was trying to think of a proper response when Luke walked in. He had that sensual saunter to his hips and a smile on his mouth. His eyes went right to me and happiness filled my heart. He looked at me like nobody else in the room existed. I turned to Adele. I don't need this dress to be someone special. You're special to me. Luke's voice was deep and vibrated through every pore in my body. Adele raised her chin. You've lost your taste, Derek. She's a maid. And a murderer. She killed my wonderful Sebastian and you can't let her get away with it. Ah, back on script again. This, I could do. I am not a murderer. I will clear my name and prove that you killed him if it's the last thing I do. We all held still and I knew the cameras were zooming in on our faces and that they would add in the signature suspense-filled music during editing. Cut! Roger yelled, then dismissed us. Let's do Anna and Travis's scene now because it's going to be spliced in here. Charlie, Luke, Adele, great work. I walked off the mark and gathered my purse off of a side table. Luke came toward me but just then my phone rang. I checked the screen, and my brows furrowed. It was Harper Avery, my lawyer. I gave Luke a regretful glance. I'm sorry, I have to take this. Talk later? He nodded and I turned away, heading down the stairs so I could find a little privacy. I answered the phone. Hello? Hi, Charlie. I'd ask how filming is going but I already heard you've landed a part on the show and you're blowing the producers away. How did you hear that? I asked, then remembered she was friends with Maggie Sparks. Oh, right, never mind. Yes, the filming has been going really well. I didn't want the part initially and was just helping out when an extra didn't show up. But I'm loving acting again, I admitted, my eyes watering. I hadn't realized how much I missed it, you know? I'm glad to hear that. You'll never guess what happened. Rex immolated and now I'm stuck trying to gather his ashes? She laughed. No. Better. I took a deep breath. What is it? Word got out that you're acting. A producer got a sneak peek at the reels you're doing now and he wants you to come to Los Angeles and play a part in a romantic comedy. You're being offered the lead, Charlie, and the money is good. My mouth went dry. What? What? It's a romantic comedy. I have all the details here. The working title is called Cherry's Jubilee, a witty romantic comedy that had first been a best-selling novel. It's about a woman who inherits a cherry farm and then accidentally sets half of her trees on fire, causing her to meet a smoldering firefighter. My face went numb and I blinked. They offered me the leading role? Yes. So, the hot firefighter's parents, they have several A-list actors in mind for the leading male, had been pushed off the cherry farm when he was a child by the heroine's parents, so the script has some meaty drama in addition to the comedy. What do you think? Adrenaline rushed through me. My knees went weak. All of my life I had wanted to act. Rex had convinced me I didn't need to, or really even want to. He was the one who was supposed to be famous and creative and talented, and I was supposed to be his supportive wife. I had played that role very well, too. I had played it so well I'd let my own dreams fall away. I couldn't think of anything else to say. I was beyond thrilled, but scared stiff at the same time. I couldn't even find words to answer her. From inside the house, someone called my name. I have to go, Harper. Thank you for calling and I'll, talk with you soon, okay? I have to get back on set. That's fine. Go, do, act. I hung up, turned the ringer off on my phone and dashed back onto the set. I laid my phone and purse down on the chair and took my mark. Roger called for action and I turned to face Luke. Tears suddenly welled in my eyes, then slid down my cheeks. I held my hands out toward him. The things Katrina said hit me hard. I want to be so much more than a maid, Derek. I did, too. I mean, I wasn't a maid, not in the real world. But Harper's phone call and that amazing offer had awoken something inside me, a hunger for more, a need to fulfill a dream I'd let Rex steal away from me. Luke moved close to me. I caught a whiff of his delicious cologne. His arms came around me and his thumbs pressed right below my lower lids as he wiped away those tears. You are so much more than just a maid, Piper. Don't you know that? Let me remind you. His face leaned toward mine. My heart beat so hard and fast I was pretty sure it was about to explode from my chest and go skittering across the floor. Except, E.W. I waited for his lips to brush mine. Just then Adele appeared in the living room. This way, officers. Wait. What was happening? That wasn't in the script. Men dressed in police uniforms appeared. They looked like those hot cops you always see on television. One of them grabbed my arms and twisted them behind my back. You have the right to remain silent. What's going on? I reacted, instinctually. I started writhing, trying to get back my freedom as panic blew through me. Steel met my wrists with a clicking sound. I gawked at Luke as they began to hustle me from the set. What's happening? He stepped toward me shouting. I'll get to the bottom of this. Until then, say nothing. Say nothing. I don't know what to say. I yelled back. I didn't either. Not on the set. Not in my life. But somehow I had the sneaking suspicion Adele had something to do with this rewritten scene. And since Roger yelled cut, and that's a wrap, there wasn't a single thing I could do about it. Piper had been arrested for Sebastian's murder. Chapter 14. There was wild applause around the set and the uniformed police officer actor, who was holding my arms, let me go. I couldn't believe Piper had been arrested for Sebastian's murder. I couldn't help but wonder if this meant my sweet little part on Just One Love was now over. I stood there, watching, as one of the writers threatened to quit and Maggie ran off after him. Then the uniformed officer who'd arrested me started to walk off, too. I turned, jiggling my cuffed arms behind my back. Hey, can you get me out of these? The guy looked abashed. Oh, right. Sorry. He patted his hip, then his face took on a thunderstruck expression. What? I don't have keys to those cuffs. I guess they didn't give them to me. Was he serious? I cleared my throat. Who is they and where are they located so I can get the keys? Luke strolled up, wearing an impish grin. Maybe I should keep you in these to make sure you go out with me tonight. I keep getting the feeling you're going to bolt on me. I gulped. If you get me out of these, then I promise not to run. That's a deal. He chuckled and went to the wardrobe room and came back with a set of keys. He let me out of the cuffs and caught my wrists in his hands. His strong, warm hands. His fingers caressed the chafing and slight soreness there. Thanks. I sighed with relief, but then I remembered I might be fired. What happened to our original scene? Did you know about the changes? No, but Roger and Maggie liked the tension, so they're going to run with it. Filming is over for the day, so would you like to go to dinner now? Seconds ticked by. It was now or never. I'd love that, I said. He smiled at me. Do you want to change first? Yes. No. Let's just get out of here. I gazed up at the man whose smile always brought flutters to my chest, and right then was no exception. My career may have been up in the air with my character arrested and a pending offer in a romantic comedy, but I couldn't wait to spend the evening with Luke. We went to the restaurant at the inn at Blue Moon Bay, which was called Huntington's Seafood Grill. Wendy's boyfriend, Max, owned the restaurant, and this was the first time I'd stepped inside. The space was long and narrow, with bayside windows with phenomenal views of the ocean. The lobby and booths were dark woods, complementing pale green and silver walls. The upholstered booths held matching patterns to the intricately swirled wallpaper lining the back wall. The host brought us to a table near the glowing fireplace and not far from the bar. After we were seated, he lifted a leather-bound menu. Would you like some wine or something stronger? I get loopy after one whiskey and soda, so I think wine's a better bet. I laughed, avoiding telling him that I hadn't been out much in the last year. I laid my napkin across my lap in a sudden burst of worry about the dress. Bet would have a hissy if I stained it in any way. How about champagne, to celebrate that we're here tonight, he suggested, and I agreed. After the wine steward took the order, we studied our menus for a few minutes. Then Luke leaned toward me. Are you glad you came out with me? I nodded. I'm sorry if I've seemed nervous about our date, but I haven't dated much since the divorce. I'm not even sure how people go about it these days. I mean, it seems to be all texting and video chatting and asking for coffee refunds. He looked confused. Coffee refunds? Long story with a friend of mine. It's just that I don't know how to date. He took my hand. Little thrills shot along my wrist and upward. His eyes held mine. You're doing a great job of dating right now, just being yourself. Happiness flooded through me. I hadn't been happy for so long that every time I was it felt like a remarkable gift, and Luke made me very happy all the time. It was wonderful. The server returned and filled our champagne flutes, and then took our order. As he left, the front door to the restaurant opened and our producer walked in. The host let her past our table, and she stopped to stare when she saw us. Oh, hello. I didn't expect to see the two of you here. Hi, Maggie. I looked from her to the man standing next to her. Oh, this is my husband, Greg. She gestured to him and he nodded politely. Greg, you know Luke. This is Charlie Rockwell, it's her house that we're filming in. Nice to meet you, Greg murmured. Would you mind if we joined you? Maggie asked. I shot Luke a look. The last thing I wanted was company, and it felt odd that the producer would ask to sit with us. Unless maybe she thought we were at a working dinner? Still, I'd waffled so much about this date, and now that it was happening I wanted to spend time alone with Luke so we could get to know each other better. Maybe next time. Luke's mouth formed an easy smile, and if he was bothered by her request I sure couldn't tell. Of course. Maggie's smile didn't change, but I got an uneasy feeling in my stomach as Adele's accusation came flooding back. I hoped Maggie hadn't heard that rumor. So you two just wandered off the set together? I mean, since you're both still in wardrobe. I grimaced. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't even think to change. It was a hard day and I really needed a drink, so we just headed out. I've had days like that, she said, letting out a small laugh. Have you two been to Huntington's before? Relief filled me. Maggie wasn't being nosy, after all. She was just concerned about the obviously expensive dress and the quality of food at the restaurant. Wait. Could that be correct? They seemed like minor things to worry about. This is my first time, but a friend of mine owns it. I've heard the food is divine. Wonderful. She nodded, and then she and her husband followed the very patient host to their table. I heaved a sigh of relief. But that relief didn't last long. After only a few minutes, I glanced over to find Maggie looking at us, a frown marring her brow. Tension settled into me. I didn't want to get into any more trouble with the show. Not with my character currently under arrest. The part as Piper wasn't about the money being good, and I really did need the income. But I was enjoying the work and feeling like myself for the first time in years. Acting was what I had always wanted to do, and now I was getting a taste of how much I'd lost by letting Rex talk me into putting my dream aside. Do you think Maggie's upset that we're here together? I mean, is there a no fraternization rule on just one love or something? I asked. Luke reached for my hand, his fingers wrapping around mine. If there were a no fraternization rule, then they'd have to fire half the cast and most of the crew. Don't worry about Maggie. We're off the clock and it's not her business, or anyone's business, for that matter. He was so right. I wanted to relax, but I couldn't. I kept seeing her dart looks at us, and she looked unhappier with each passing second. Little knots formed in my belly. I'm probably being paranoid, but I swear she's glaring at us. I am just nervous because, well, you see, acting is what I've always wanted to do since I was a girl. When I moved to Southern California after high school, I studied acting at UCLA. When I left here, that was our plan. Rex was going to have a singing career and I was going to act. His fingers stroked along mine. So what happened? I shrugged, savoring the warmth of his touch. I got a few part-time jobs while I was in college because the money Rex was making from his band gigs was really small. And you didn't have time for auditions. I nodded. Exactly. Then he got his big break and he didn't want me to continue my studies. I didn't mind sacrificing for a little while because we agreed to come back to me later. But that never happened. I always loved acting, though. Now I know that hasn't changed. It's amazing to step into another person's shoes, their whole skin really, and become that person. It makes me happy. I'm sorry, this is getting pretty personal. Don't be sorry. I want to hear you talk, Charlie. Speaking of, is that your real name? It's Charlotte. But nobody's called me that since they put it on my birth certificate. He chuckled. Both are nice names. And going on a date is designed to get people to be more personal. Do you want to know why I love acting? I nodded eagerly. Of course. His smile was blinding. Because it has lines. I gaped at him. What do you mean? I was really shy as a kid. I already told you about the stage fright and the nightmares. The server returned and dropped off a basket of delicious rolls and plates of chilled butter. Luke passed me the basket of rolls. I took one and buttered it while he buttered his own. I just can't believe you had stage fright and that you were shy. Thank you for sharing something so personal, for trusting me." I stared into his blue-gray eyes for a long moment, before he smiled and then bit into his bread. Then I glanced over and saw Maggie staring at us again. I hastily looked back from her to Luke, trying to brush away the mounting worry that her obvious staring was bringing up in me. The stage fright is a challenge, because it's never really gone away. But I've learned to work with it as long as I have lines. Even my interviews are scripted. If I have lines, then it's not really me who's on the spot, it's whoever I'm pretending to be. He took another bite of bread and then a long sip of champagne. I'd quit acting if I had to do a live interview, unscripted. I wouldn't do that to myself for anything in the world. I held my breath, because he'd revealed something so personal and meaningful about himself, and I didn't want to break that moment. Luke sipped his champagne and then set the flute down. "So, as long as I have lines, acting isn't like that. It doesn't put me on the spot. I know everyone on the cast and crew is just doing the same thing I am, and that they love it as much as I do. It feels friendly and warm. And if I blank, then there's somebody there to feed me a line and nobody laughs." I squeezed his hand. To hear an actor as amazing as Luke admit to being nervous and afraid was stunning, and it made him even more human. He was so genuine and warm. Our producer's head whipped back around, and her staring had become too obvious to ignore or blow off. Not only was she staring, she was outright scowling at us, too. "Weird. You know the public appearances I do with Adele?" He raised his brows. "They're scripted. Someone else writes the lines, and it's part of my contract. I'm bringing it up because we are up for an award. It's a Couple of the Year award from Soap Opera now, and we're contracted to attend the award ceremony together." "You didn't have to tell me that," I said, feeling shy. "I wanted you to know because you'll hear about it later. Going to the awards show with her is just acting. It's good acting too, because I seem very confident when I have a script, and I know people take that to mean I'm happy being with Adele, so we must be a couple." I sighed. "You seem to be pretty confident all the time." "I act pretty confident." His smile was a little slanted. A lock of his thick hair fell across his forehead, and I wanted to reach for it, to feel the crispness of his hair beneath my fingers as I put that hair back into place. "The only thing I don't like about acting is the lack of privacy. I like to keep my life to myself. But that hasn't been a problem because I never give a real interview." I swallowed the bubbly wine. "I'm a really private person, too. There wasn't a lot of privacy when I was with Rex, and I feel like I'm finally getting that privacy back. Well, until I agreed to let a soap opera film in my house, that is." His gaze turned serious. "I'm really glad you did, Charlie." My belly fluttered. "Me, too." Yeah, I was pretty sure my crush had just escalated at that moment. The server came back and brought our messy noodle dinners, which we demolished. I ate more pasta than one should in this dress, and then I had 2 more pieces of bread dipped into olive oil laden with roasted tomato and garlic. I kept catching the producer staring and frowning, but every time she saw me watching her she looked away quickly. That should have killed my appetite entirely, but I hadn't had anything since the coffee and the half of a tartlet I'd had way earlier, and the food was delicious. So was the company, and Luke helped keep my mind off of Maggie and her strange staring by keeping the conversation moving along constantly. "I have to tell you. Your knocking Adele into the ocean is probably going to be the highlight of the blooper reel." I groaned. "Please tell me you are kidding and that there is no blooper reel. If there's not, there really should be." I took a deep breath, wanting to open up about the role I'd been offered in Cherry's Jubilee. He'd been so honest and open with me, even trusting me with his darkest secret about stage fright unless he had a script. But something made me hold back. Wait a minute. I suddenly realized something. You ad-libbed in your scene with me, I said. That wasn't scripted. I know, he said, his gaze holding mine. Weren't you nervous? I asked. He shook his head. I wasn't nervous at all. I was too focused. You. A zing zapped my belly. Oh, Luke. Yeah, my feelings had gone way beyond crushing now. Luke was so much more than a handsome, talented actor. He was honest and open and kind, and I was pretty sure I'd fallen for him. No, I was definitely sure I'd fallen for him. The lights shone down dimly from the recessed lighting above, and the candle on the table flickered. The flame cast part of his face into shadow, making him look very sexy and mysterious. I smiled, knowing words couldn't express all I was feeling. Finally, Luke set his fork diagonally across his empty plate. Would you like dessert? No. I'll explode out of this dress if I have dessert. How about we walk off some of our dinner with a stroll on the beach? That sounds perfect, I agreed. I was so not ready for the night to end yet. He paid the check and we headed for the exit. He took my hand and more of that happiness and warmth zoomed into me. I was smiling broadly, eager to take that walk on the beach. Everything was perfect, until we stepped out of the restaurant and the dozens of flashbulbs went off all around us. Great! We'd been ambushed by the paparazzi. Luke quickly turned me around. Little flashes of light hung all across my vision. I blinked a few times trying to see clearly. Luke went to the little alcove where the manager, named Brooke, stood behind a desk. Do you have a back door? Luke asked. Brooke nodded. Yes, we do. Follow me. She quickly walked past the kitchen door and we followed. She opened the door, peeked out and then whispered, "Oh wow. They're all over the valet parking lot." Luke groaned. I slumped against him, my stomach bubbling with worry. He squeezed my hand, but I was too panicked to take much notice. I stared past Brooke's shoulder and saw dozens of reporters standing around the valet parking lot and near the corner of the restaurant. Obviously, they were the last in the pack. There were dozens more gathered right at the front door. I never knew there was so much media in Blue Moon Bay. Ironically, they were probably in town for the special filming of Just One Love. What are we going to do? I asked. Brooke frowned. This is most unprofessional. They're completely blocking our customers. I swallowed hard. I'm really sorry. She shook her head. Not your fault at all. I won't allow them to turn this place into a circus either. Come on, we'll go through the kitchen. We still can't leave, Luke pointed out. They've got the car surrounded. They have the customers' cars surrounded, Brooke said, smugly. They're not in the employee parking lot, though. She took us into the kitchen. I could have almost sworn she was enjoying the drama of the whole thing. Probably hoping the attention would increase traffic for the restaurant. But Brooke was definitely on our side, because she grabbed long aprons and chef hats and gave them to us. Breathing hard, I put the long white apron on and it covered me neatly from neck to ankle. Luke looked me up and down, then whispered, "You make an apron look good," and I laughed despite the awfulness of the situation. Brooke spoke to an older man in a low tone and he nodded and came toward us. Brooke came, too, and she said, "This is my brother, Carl. He works here and he'll get you home safely. We can have your car delivered to you tomorrow." "Thank you," Luke said. We dashed out of the back door with Carl, the aprons flapping around our legs and the hats bobbing up and down on our heads. Luke was laughing softly, but I was dying inside. I'd known dating someone famous would have this effect, and it had. Between the glaring producer and the paparazzi, everything was falling apart, and we'd only had one official date. I couldn't see Luke anymore, or this would be my life. I'd be marrying myself to the paparazzi all over again, which would be my worst nightmare come true. Chapter 15. On Saturday evening, I sat in my favorite chair by my living room window feeling depressed. The house had felt empty all day without the cast and crew filming like on the weekdays. I thought losing my privacy with just one love in the house would be something I had to bear for the entire month. Now that it was the weekend, I surprisingly missed the hustle and bustle of having the show here. I also missed the camaraderie with everyone, especially Luke. Claire swept through my front door around 8 o'clock and found me in the living room. "Okay, spill it, sis. What was so awful about your date last night that you don't want to see Luke again? Did he slurp his soup? Don't tell me he made you pay for dinner." I slumped back in my chair. "No, it was nothing like that." Claire grabbed a chair and pulled it closer to mine. "What then? When you called, you sounded all horrified and stuff. Like you might jump off the bluffs at any moment." "I'm just sad." I dropped my chin to my chest and sighed. "Wow, that's pretty dramatic." Claire leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. "Are you going to tell me what's going on, or just sit there sighing and acting like you're about to die?" I had to ride home in the backseat of the head cook's car while wearing an apron and chef's hat last night. And the guy from the restaurant, Carl, had forgotten to take a packet of fish he'd bought earlier out of the car. I had to take 2 showers to get the smell of salmon off my skin. Claire's mouth sagged open. "Whoa. Wait, did Luke walk out on you and leave you without a ride? I thought you guys took your car." "We did. It's still there." She lifted a brow. "I don't get it." "Hold that thought, though, and let me grab us some coffee. You look like you could use it." "I really could," I admitted, feeling numb. I knew I couldn't date Luke anymore, but the thought of not seeing that happy smile anymore depressed me. I already made a pot of dark roast. I just haven't poured it yet. Good, because I make lousy coffee. I'll be right back, and don't you dare clam up on me." She whirled out of the room and came back with 2 cups of coffee and a package of cookies she'd found somewhere. I couldn't recall having bought them, but I didn't even care if they were stale. I'd finally found a man I cared about, and my love life was still the pits. She handed me a cup and I took it gratefully. I wrapped my hands around the mug, letting the warmth seep into my chilled fingers, and then took a long gulp of the strong brew. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah, forgotten fish and chef's hat. Please, explain. I want to be sympathetic, but the image is kind of hilarious. The paparazzi basically ambushed us, and we had to disguise ourselves in aprons and chef's hats to get out unnoticed, and then the cook drove us home. In a car with smelly fish? Claire took a cookie and nibbled at it. That's not the best way to end any evening, but what's so horrible about all of that? On the way home, I told Luke we couldn't see each other again. When Carl stopped in my driveway, I jumped out of the car and shut the door before Luke could say anything more. And ran right into the house like a lunatic, I bet. I nodded and picked up a cookie. That, too. Wow. That's why I'm sad. I bit into the cookie's soft and chewy edge, feeling more miserable with each moment. My phone rang. I glanced down at the screen and sighed. Is that Luke? I considered lying, but Claire would likely grab the phone and check for herself if I did. Yes, it's Luke. And no, I'm not answering it. Why not? I mean, you should at least give the guy a good explanation like you did for me. Wait, you didn't. Why can't you go out with him again? I'm so lost. I stared at her over the rim of my cup as the phone stopped ringing. Hello? Paparazzi? Rotting fish? Ring any bells? I need my privacy, you know that. Try that lame reason on someone else. Next. Claire thrust her chin out, giving me a meaningful look. I set my cup down, laced my fingers together and told her what Adele had said about me only dating Luke to get more lines for my part. Claire blew out a breath. Ouch. But, really, do you care what some diva thinks? She's probably just jealous that you're getting more attention than she is. Lame. A beep came from my phone. A text. Luke. Claire said, "Is that really all you've got?" I shook my head. He's all wrong for me. Why? Because he isn't a cheating jerk like Rex? Is someone like that more your type? I glared at her. That was below the belt. Maybe so, but it's a valid question. You say Luke's all wrong for you, but it sure sounds like you're making up a million ridiculous reasons why you guys won't work out when he sounds really nice. Plus, you get that goofy look on your face every time you talk about him, which means you really like him. I haven't heard one decent reason why he's wrong for you. He's famous. So are you, my dear. Does that make me famous by association, by the way? It should, yet I'm pretty sure no paper ever mentioned me. So unfair. I set the cup down. You wouldn't care what people might say about you, would you? Claire shook her head. Not so much. My phone rang again. Just answer it. Or I will. I grabbed the phone, then got up and started pacing. I can't. Last night was awful. I don't want to spend my whole life dodging the paparazzi. Isn't that what you do now, Ms. Big Hat? Hello, Ms. Sunglasses in a restaurant. Wouldn't it be more fun doing that with a great guy? Claire's words hit me to the core. I don't know. She got up and walked over to where I stood near the windows. The ocean was dark and heaving, like my thoughts, and even through the panes of glass I could hear it sighing and calling. You know, I always looked up to you, Charlie, Claire said. You were always so brave. Right now, though, you're being a total wimp. My phone beeped. Then beeped again. Luke texting me again. If he didn't stop soon, he was going to lose his thumbs. I'm being a wimp? How about you? You were too chicken to go on a date with that guy. Oh, I went. I turned my head to look at her. Really? You did? Why didn't you say something? I was going to, right after you were finished. Besides, she paused and gave the pretty dress she wore a tug. I figured you'd ask why I was so dressed up. I had noticed the dress. I'd also noticed the lipstick and heels. I'd just been too caught up in my own misery to say anything. You look great. It must have been one heck of a date. My phone rang. Luke was persistent. I had to give him that. I spoke loudly, trying to drown out the ringing. So how was your date? Claire spoke even more loudly, of course. Well, it was awful at first. I almost fried my hair to a crisp because I was waffling between curly or straight hair. Then I realized that the mascara I grabbed had not only dried up but it probably harbored a year's worth of bacteria. And that was before my date even showed up. Sounds like it was a disaster. She nodded. It was, at first. I know Scott from work, right? I should have been able to think of something to say, but I got really nervous and couldn't think of anything to talk about. Then once I started gabbing, I didn't shut up the whole ride over to Marjo's. Marjo's is a great choice. I love their food. Claire traced a finger along the window pane. Me, too. I especially enjoyed their striped sea base. Back to the story, though. By the time we got to the restaurant, I'd actually stopped talking like an idiot and everything started going smoothly. Then he got poisoned. My eyes went wide. I'm sorry, did you just say he got poisoned? Claire threw up her arms. Yeah, that's what I said. Turns out he's allergic to garlic. He ordered his dinner without it, but then his meal arrived loaded with garlic. I was astonished and immediately sympathetic. The poor guy. Not so fast. Claire raised her index finger and wiggled it back and forth. It turns out he was dating a woman who worked there. It was supposed to be her night off, but she got called in because someone was sick. She must have rewritten the order. I'm convinced of it because I've never seen anyone so happy to watch a man break out in hives. I didn't want to laugh. I tried really hard not to. So, the office rumors about Scott were true? Claire nodded. Apparently so. The woman at the restaurant told me they were dating right in front of him. Were being the operative word because she was done. Also, she called his wife, who showed up right around then to claim her man. No way. I fought for something helpful to say since my sister had taken a chance on this guy and he turned out to be married with a girlfriend, too. I couldn't find anything that sounded right, so I just hugged her. Well, you deserve better. I know. But it's still a bummer. A flurry of beeps came from my phone. Claire gave me a hard look. Just talk to the poor guy, Charlie. Honestly, I just don't know what's wrong with you. If I had a great guy like that calling and texting me, I'd probably pay his phone bill every month. I looked over at my phone. Maybe you're right. It couldn't hurt to just talk to him and tell him why we can't see each other, right? The doorbell rang and Claire beelined toward the front door. I'll get it. Wondering who could have gotten past the security gate, I headed for my phone and picked it up. But before I could even touch the screen, Claire called out, "Hey, Charlie, look who's here." I turned around and came face to face with Luke. Chapter 16. Claire looked positively gleeful as she brought Luke further into the living room. I'm Charlie's sister, Claire. We met at Over the Moon when my sister wore that ridiculous scarf. I also saw one of your scenes here on set. You make a divine Derek Bishop. We're all fans at my office, and one of the gals even signed up for the contest to have lunch with you. Nice to see you again, Claire. Luke nodded, but his expression seemed tense. Well, I have to be going. Good to see you, Luke. I gave her the stink eye. You don't have to go yet. Finish your coffee. Nah, it will just keep me up late. She came over to me, gave me a hug, and whispered, he's not married and he doesn't have a girlfriend. You're already light years ahead of me. If you let him get away, you'll probably end up dating my bad date's creepy cousin. Keep that in mind, sis. She had a point. Judging by how amazing my sister and Megan both were, and the way their love lives were going, it was really clear that there was a shortage of decent dateable men. I turned to Luke. I know I shouldn't have jumped out of Carl's car like that. I swear I'm not crazy. At least, not usually. I can be very sane. And I should have answered your texts. Then he walked over and kissed me. He kissed me. I went breathless. His warm mouth invited mine to kiss him back, and I so obliged. That kiss was perfect, long and drawn out. Shivers ran down my body and made every thought in my head come to a screeching halt. Then he pulled away. I was still breathless. I was also tempted to just go ahead and kiss him again. Luke tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. I wanted to give you a goodnight kiss after our date, but you jumped out of the car and ran so fast I wasn't sure if you had some kind of dire medical emergency or if you decided I stunk. That wasn't me, by the way. There was a fish on the floorboard. I know. I know that smell was the fish. My brow wrinkled. I wanted to kiss you last night, too. It's just that. He drew me back into his arms where I could feel the steady and reassuring beat of his heart. His cologne, decidedly unfishy, wafted up my nose. I put my face in his neck and breathed in that delicious aroma. I spoke, my words muffled by the warm flesh of his neck. I can't see you anymore, Luke. Why not? I looked up, giving him a wary glance. People are saying that I'm only dating you so I can get a bigger part on Just One Love. His brow crinkled. Who said that? Just Adele, I admitted. Well, there you go. I'm going to be straight with you, okay? Adele is a star. But since you stepped on the set, she's a star living in a shadow. It's not just the rumors. I need my privacy. He leaned in closer. I need mine, too. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you, Charlie, but you're going to be big. You have a huge acting career ahead of you. Maybe you don't realize it yet, but I do. Everyone does. You shine. You've got that special quality that sets some actors apart from others. His words made my heart throb painfully. Rex had never believed I could act at all. He'd always said that doing a few plays in high school and at the local theater didn't make someone an actress. I'd never had anyone who believed in me. Until now. I shook my head. I just had a really bad divorce. That means you're single. I nodded and stepped back. Yes, I'm single. I'm also really confused. I haven't dated in a long time. I don't know what I'm doing either. I mean, what if I mess this all up? Luke stepped closer. His eyes held mine. What if you don't? I held my hands up and he took them. He got closer still. I want to see you again. I would do almost anything to see you again. You're different from anyone I've ever met. I feel a connection with you and I think that, deep down, we're a lot alike. I'm a mess. He chuckled. Well, those pajamas are a little unique, but I don't know that you're a mess. I looked down. Then my face heated. I'd rushed home, changed into my pajamas and called Claire. I hadn't expected company outside of Claire and it showed. My pajamas consisted of a top and pants in a wildly patterned Egyptian cotton with cows hanging off of half moons. Yeah, Claire gave these to me for Christmas and I knew she'd ask if I'd worn them, so I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone. You look adorable, sweetheart. He cupped my face in his hands. Then he pressed his lips to my cheek. Who isn't a mess in one way or another? We all are. I don't know, I whispered. I can't afford to get hurt again. I really can't. I would never hurt you, Charlie. I looked into his eyes and saw that he was serious, but misgivings filled me anyway. My heart felt nearly as bankrupt as my bank account. I already felt so much for Luke. If he hurt me, I'd never heal again, no matter how many times I read Greta Von Strand's Men, Who Needs Them? I was afraid, no, terrified, of taking that risk. He drew me closer. I nestled against his chest. His fingers lifted my face and I gazed up at him. "Would you like to go out with me tomorrow evening?" "I would. But I don't know if I can." He kissed the tip of my nose. "That's okay, we can talk about it on Monday after you've had time to think. I'll let you have the space you need." He let me go and I led him to the front door. I didn't want him to go. The house, which had always been so warm and comforting, seemed to be too big and empty and lonely. I opened the door and we stepped out onto the front step. The stillness and darkness were suddenly shattered by headlights and the sound of a powerful engine roaring to a halt in my circular drive. My heart lurched in my chest as I saw paparazzi with cameras running toward the house like lemmings heading for a cliff's edge. My eyes widened as I recognized the car that had zoomed in, that sporty fire-engine red Ferrari. The driver's side door slid up and open and a man got out, turning for a moment to wave at the paparazzi. That is, if one considers using a single finger on each hand waving. My heart dropped all the way to my belly as he turned back around and lowered the dark sunglasses to take in me, my dorky pajamas, and Luke. Luke's arm tightened around me. "Hey, isn't that?" "Yes," I said through numb lips. "That's my ex-husband, Rex Rockwell." Chapter 17. I'd thought my greatest nightmare was the paparazzi invading my privacy. Now, my dreaded nightmare had elevated to a whole new level. The paparazzi, Rex, Luke, and me. The fact that I was wearing cow-patterned pajamas must have been thrown in for good measure. I was so out of here. I turned and beat a hasty retreat toward my front door. Luke and Rex followed. The paparazzi shouted questions and flashbulbs exploded. There was no way I was going to turn around and give them a clear photo op. Not after they had just caught me at my house with both Luke and Rex. I so did not want to see the headlines tomorrow. I grabbed the door, wrenched it open and would have slammed it shut on Rex, but Luke was right behind him. So I let them all in, then shut the door and locked it. We all stood there, in my foyer, staring at each other. Rex looked confused. Luke looked worried. My mouth opened and closed like a guppy. I mean, how crazy had my life just gotten? I had a soap opera set in my house and a situation any soap opera would have been proud of playing out on its set. My ex-husband and my almost boyfriend with me at the same time. Not my dream scenario. Rex's dark brows came together as he looked Luke up and down, and blinked a few times. Finally, he said, "Oh, wait. I know you. You're an actor." "Yes, and you're a singer." "That's right." Rex nodded. "You working with Charlie?" "Yes," I said, chiming in. "And why are you here, Rex?" He gave me his best attempt at a disarming smile. It was a really good attempt, too. If I didn't know him so well I would have bought right into it. "Well, my agent heard that you'd been offered a..." "Just leave, Rex," I shouted, before he mentioned the part one was offered in Cherry's Jubilee. I wanted to tell Luke about that opportunity, but now was definitely not that moment. "She said to leave, Rex." Luke's voice was quiet, but firm. "I think she meant it, too." Rex pulled off the dark sunglasses he'd been wearing. How he managed to drive at night with those things on was anyone's guess. Most people just assumed he put them on before leaving the car, but I could vouch, from personal experience, that he wore them while driving. "Now look, actor, I'm not here to start a fight." "Is there a reason for me to start a fight?" My face burned. He was asking if Luke and I were dating. I knew it, he knew it, and Luke knew it. I stepped forward and my foot hit a patch of slick floor. I slid forward, careening wildly, and almost fell right into the wall. Luke grabbed me, his arms snaking around my waist. I regained my footing and offered him a distracted smile. I see no reason to fight, Luke said, while still holding on to me. I wriggled free in order to defuse Rex's tendency to pop his fists into people. Rex, what are you doing here? Why did you bring the paparazzi with you? Don't you know this is going to be in all the papers? And have you forgotten that we're divorced? I didn't bring them, he complained, gesturing toward the door dramatically. They were already beyond the gate, hiding on the hill. I guess because he's here. They must have seen my car and followed me. No, they're not here for Luke. I grabbed the sides of my head, trying to piece everything together. At least not solely. The soap is filming here. Rex looked even more confused. Soap? Like dish soap? Like daytime drama, Luke corrected, in an impatient tone. Oh, right. Rex snapped his fingers. That's why I recognized you. Charlie used to glue herself to the television every time that soap came on. You love that show, don't you, Charlie? I don't recall. I crossed my arms. Way to blow my cover, dude. Sure you do. You were mad as a hornet when that one character, what was her name? Blanche? Yeah, Blanche. When Blanche fell off the roof and everyone thought she was dead, but then she came back and you were happy again. He turned to Luke. How's Blanche doing anyway? She has amnesia. And a new baby. That's sad. She won't remember the baby's hers. So, they're really filming here? I mean, I heard you joined the cast, but I didn't hear they were filming in my house. My house, I shot back. I got it in the divorce, remember? Apparently, I forgot to change the gate code, though. I should have called you first, he began and looked as flummoxed as I felt. He scratched his head, messing up his rock star black hair. Look, can we have a conversation? In private? No, I said, firmly. Your lawyer can call my lawyer if you have anything you need to say. Now, I'm going to get myself some coffee. And when I return, you'd better not be here. I hurried to the kitchen, called the cops on the paparazzi, and was pouring the last drops of coffee into a mug when it hit me. I'd left Rex and Luke in my foyer together. Not good. Chapter 18. Rex and Luke had moved to my living room. They were looking at each other, too, obviously sizing each other up. I had the craziest notion that at any minute the camera crew would burst out of a room and Roger would shout, "Cut." Only that didn't happen. Luke looked over at me. I glanced down at my watch, wondering just how long it would be before the cops got there. Although I did want Rex to leave, it would have been mean to kick him out while the paparazzi were still here. Rex gave me a confused look. The coffee. Oh, right. I need to make a new pot. I'll make you a pot, Charlie, Rex quipped, heading for the kitchen. No, I'll make it, Luke said, shoving in front of him. Naturally, they got stuck in the doorway to the kitchen and a little jostling started. Panicked, and still hoping the cops would show up, I headed toward them just as Rex broke loose and slid through the doorway. Luke was hot on his heels and I followed them because there was nothing else I could do and my fears were starting to escalate. Rex looked at the counters and then began moving stuff aside. Don't you usually keep the beans next to the grinder? Yes, but Claire made coffee last and I don't know where she put them. My attention diverted for a moment from the bright beam of a flashlight from outside. I glanced back down at my watch. Was that the cops or the paparazzi? I'll find the beans. Luke started opening cabinets. Rex grunted. No, I'll find them. I know my sister-in-law's weird filing system better than you do. Ex-sister-in-law, Luke corrected, as he opened another cabinet. Rex stopped rummaging around in a cabinet and said, "I beg your pardon?" Luke turned to look at him. Testosterone filled the air. "I said she's your ex-sister-in-law. You know, because you and Charlie are divorced. You don't have to tell me anything about my marriage, or my wife." Rex's chest puffed up and out as he spoke. "Ex-wife, and I think I do. I've read articles about how you treated Charlie, and you should be ashamed of yourself." Rex's face went red just as I spotted the coffee beans next to a potted plant for some reason only Claire would be able to explain. I grabbed them, crying out, "Aha! The coffee beans!" If either of them noticed my attempt at impersonating a second-rate magician, they didn't say anything. Luke shook his head. "You messed up her life once already. Why would you want to come here and do it again?" My heart melted. Luke had read about me. That was so sweet. I waved the beans over my head. "Guys? Coffee!" Luke seized the beans. "I'll make the pot." "No, I'll make it. She's my wife. I know how she likes her beans ground." "Ex-wife." Luke glared at him. "Do you even know anything about her? It seems to me like you were too busy spending time with your production assistants and groupies to spend any real time with Charlie." It was sordid and sad. I didn't want Luke to know all of my baggage. I had been content with thinking he had known about it in a peripheral way, but it was obvious he knew many of the details. What else did he know? I checked my watch again. Where were those cops? They'd better show up soon or they were going to be solving a whole different kind of crime. It was entirely possible that Luke and Rex were going to kill each other. Luke started to pour beans into the grinder. Rex muscled him out of the way. "She doesn't like that grind, soap man." The grinder turned on loudly. A fountain of beans shot up into the air, then dropped down and rattled across the counter and floor. Luke hit the off button and glared at Rex. "Now look what you did." Rex glared right back. "What I did?" "You forgot the cap thingy. Besides, it's not the first time we had a coffee disaster, is it, Charlie? You remember that time in Monte Carlo when we were headed to that little coffee shop? And you decided to autograph some girl's chest?" "Yeah, I remember that trip all too well," I said, embarrassed that Luke had to be here to witness my juvenile insult. Luke started the grinder. The sound filled the room. Rex shouted over it, "Well, there was that time in Rio when you spent the entire day blowing me off to spend time with some young, hot pop star who later blew you off for an actor who showed up." I shouted. Oh, why couldn't I keep my mouth shut? I didn't want Luke to hear any of this. I didn't want to rehash it, either. Why couldn't the cops show up and get rid of the paparazzi, so Rex could hit the road? Every time he spoke, it was like a reflex to fire a rebuttal at him. Old times died hard. Blue lights flashed in the windows and I let out a grateful breath. We were saved. The grinder stopped, and Luke turned to me. "Do you use tap or filtered water?" Rex snorted. "See? You have no idea what she likes." He marched to the refrigerator and yanked the door so hard things inside it rattled. "She always uses filtered. Well, ever since we could afford to." "Hey, Charlie, remember when we were broke and living in the apartment that had the broken kitchen sink faucet and we had to fill our coffee pot in the bathroom sink?" "Oh, please stop reminiscing. It's just pathetic." "I think the cops are here," Luke said, quietly. The house had thick and sturdy walls, and they muted the sounds outside. But I saw a head pop up in my living room windows and bright camera flashes ensued. Rex started clapping. I'm impressed. You can't buy this kind of press. I marched to the clever button that automatically closes all of the blinds in the house. Then I stormed over to the windows and yanked those thick drapes closed. Luke and Rex followed me to the living room. Apparently, the coffee was long forgotten. There was a knock on my door and I peeked through the peephole, then opened it. A uniformed cop stood on my porch. He nodded. We got them all cleared out, ma'am. Give us a call if any of them show up again. Thank you, officer, I said, then closed the door and leaned back against it, trying not to cry. Luke backed away with his hands in the air. I'll make the coffee. Once he'd vanished, Rex moved toward me. Come on, baby. It wasn't all bad. I squeezed the bridge of my nose with my fingers, fighting the lump in my throat. For you? I'm sure it wasn't. For me? It was. I don't want to relive it and I don't want you here now. You heard her, Luke said, reappearing with a tray neatly set with a coffee carafe and mugs. So, why don't you just leave? Rex stared at me. Charlie, I think we still have something. If you really want me to leave right now, then agree to have lunch with me. He planted his feet. Not going anywhere until you agree. I still have a house key, you know. He did? I groaned. Okay, fine. I'll meet you for lunch at Over the Moon on Friday. Then we can talk. Now would you get out of here? He went. I stood by the door, holding my breath until the Ferrari shot down the drive and out of sight. I went back inside to find Luke standing there, hands in his pockets. That's a small sample of what worries me about dating again, I said, my voice cracking a little. Luke winced, but his gaze held mine. I understand how you feel, Charlie. Let me clean up your kitchen so you don't have to do that yourself. I didn't argue. We went to the kitchen and he helped me sweep and mop up the mess, then somehow we drifted outside to the deck. The dark night was silent again. Everything peaceful. We sat in the hammock, looking out at the ocean and stars. His hand found mine and held it and I looked down at our joined fingers. Our hands looked right together, so right. I sighed. I'm sorry you had to hear all that. He shrugged. I work on a soap opera. I've heard worse. The stars peeked down, silvery and bright, and the ocean spilled softly onto the shore. Luke had a way of making everything right, no matter how crazy things were. Now that the paparazzi were gone, I relaxed, feeling exhausted. I even snuggled close to him. Have you ever cheated on a girlfriend? I asked. Never. If something wasn't working in a relationship, then I'd break things off before dating someone new. He kissed me then, a long and lingering kiss that made my belly warm. I leaned into his body, feeling safe and secure. No, Luke would never cheat. I knew that with everything in my heart. His lips brushed mine again, sending shivers down my arms. Luke? I whispered. Yes, sweetheart? I'm glad you came over tonight, I said, and pushed my foot against the boards of the porch to get the hammock swinging gently. Me, too, he whispered, resting his cheek against mine. We hung there in a perfect cocoon of warmth and starlight, with the ocean breeze blowing over us and the hammock rocking us back and forth. This moment was perfect, and I wanted it to last forever. Right now I ignored all of the odds stacked against us. I just leaned into Luke, listened to the soothing rhythm of the ocean, and dreamed of a simpler life. Chapter 19. On Sunday night, I got very little sleep, but when I woke up I was excited. No matter what was happening in my personal life, I still got to wake up today and do what I love to do professionally, act. I'd received script pages last night. Apparently, Maggie had been able to smooth things over with that writer. That, or she'd gotten a new writer awfully fast. Either way, Piper was in a scene today and she had lines. Woo-hoo! I showered and dressed and headed upstairs, ready to start the day. But when I arrived on the main level, I walked right into a chaotic mess. I want her fired. I want her fired now. It's her or me, Maggie. The whole cast and crew had gathered around Adele, most of them watching with the same horrified fascination people get caught up in when passing by a particularly nasty wreck. Nobody noticed me, which was good since I was equally caught up in the scene. Adele stood facing Roger and Maggie, and even from where I stood it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who she wanted fired. That would be me. Adele, you're right, Maggie's voice was cool and soothing. My heart stopped. Anna sidled up beside me. You're spying too, huh? I'm not spying. I lied. I just don't want to go in there right now. I wouldn't either if I were you. Adele's really losing it. I mean, she's not spinning her head around on her neck or anything just yet, but it looks like she's getting close. Too close. I shrank back in the doorway to avoid being seen. The crew had already set up the scene, and everything seemed in place for my part in the scene. If I got to do the scene. For all I knew, Adele's wish was about to come true. I read online that your ex is back in town? Anna whispered. Rex Rockwell. I still can't believe you let him go. Well, it was complicated. What's complicated about being married to a rock star? Having the spotlight on you like that sounds divine. I'd love it. Could you introduce me to him? I blinked. What for? What for? He's totally hot, and I've just always wanted to meet him. If that's okay with you, I mean. Sure. Oh, why not? I glanced back at the scene unfolding and fidgeted. What should I do? I had no idea. I didn't want to get fired. I also didn't want to have lunch with my ex this week, or ever. Wait a minute. Tell you what, Anna. I can stage a run-in with Rex for you if you'd like. I happen to know he's having lunch at a diner called Over the Moon on Friday at 1 o'clock. Thanks for the tip. Anna threw her arms around me and gave me a squeeze. I'm definitely going to meet him. Rex Rockwell. I can hardly believe it. You're the best. Yeah, sure. I watched as Adele leaned forward, talking to Roger in a low and angry voice. She looked beautiful and perfectly put together, as always. How she could keep herself so together when she was obviously angry was impressive. I wanted to take notes. Anna pouted. See? I told you that you were spying, and you didn't hear a word I said. I waved a hand at her. Sorry, Anna. But this is important. I can't fire her, Adele. Maggie's words made me jump. Gladness filled my heart. I wasn't fired after all. The chemistry between Piper and Derek is just too good. The ratings on the first episode went through the roof. Now let's get this scene started, people. You're up, girl. Anna gave me a push that sent me flying into the room. I careened into a man holding a boom and muttered a quick apology. I swung around to find myself face to face with Roger. Good morning? I said, forcing a smile. You heard Adele, I take it? Yes, I admitted, sighing. Roger blew out a breath. She discovered you got offered a pretty meaty part in a movie and she's angry. It's nothing personal and shouldn't affect your work. Of course not. I headed for wardrobe, keeping my head high. I pretended not to see the stares or hear the snickers, but I did. How could I not? They were kind of obvious. When the makeup people were done with me, I walked out onto the set. The room had been redone with very pretty and frail furniture. The room was crowded with people trying to stay out of the camera's eye and people desperate to get into it. Anna held pages and mouthed the words, putting a series of expressions on her face that were comical and overly emotive as her on-set love interest, a young guy whose character was named Darian, pretended to fist fight an invisible foe. Their scenes must have been after hours. Luke stood nearby, his script in his hand, nodding as he read the lines again. I made my way to my mark. The cast and crew looked on. Luke went to his mark and I stared at him, thinking about Saturday night. We'd stayed there in the hammock for hours, until he'd kissed my temple and said goodnight to me. Such a gentleman. Action! Roger shouted. Luke and Adele started the scene. I waited for my cue, my hands shaking. I knew my lines, and as I swept into the room something weird happened. I got really mad. Adele was completely unfair. She shouldn't try to rob me of a dream I had waited so long to find, but she was doing her best anyway. Rex should not have shown up at my house over the weekend and tried to worm his way back into my life. The paparazzi should not have taken photos at my private residence. And that guy that had driven Luke and me home shouldn't have left a rotting fish in his car. I hit my mark and walked in. Adele turned to me. Her eyes held a triumphant glow and her red-painted lips opened. Oh, there you are, Piper. I was just about to call you to come in here. Really? Why? Because you may be out on bail right now and you might think you're getting away with murder, but Derek knows the truth about you now, she announced in a triumphant tone. What did you tell him, Katrina? Luke stepped forward, his face wearing a tight and strained expression. Talk to me, darling, he said in an anguished voice. Tell me it isn't true. I didn't kill her husband. You know me, Derek. I would never kill anyone. Adele pointed at me with her red fingernail. Lies. Lies and deceit. That is all you have. You murdered my beloved and I will never forgive you, she said, her shoulders shaking, and then she crumpled over, sobbing. Luke went to her, his arm going around her shaky shoulder. It will be all right, Katrina. I understand how hard this is on you now. I know you want justice. I want Sebastian back and I will never have him back because she killed him. She looked up, pointing that stiff finger right at me. Take her back to jail, please. You know I can't do that, Luke said, moving closer to me. The lighting highlighted his sandy blonde hair, which was pushed back in a sexy way. I don't believe she would have killed Sebastian. Tell me you didn't do this, Piper. Why are you calling her Piper? I told you her name is Jenny. She's my dear Sebastian's long-lost love child. He never changed his will after we married, and Jenny knew she would inherit everything if he died. That's why she killed him, to get the money. He turned to me. Is it true? Are you really Sebastian's daughter? Yes, but I didn't find out until a week before he died. My mom hid the truth from me. I wanted to tell you, but he made me promise to keep it a secret. I looked between Adele and Luke, holding out my hands in a pleading gesture. My eyes burned as I paused. I didn't kill Sebastian, my dad. You have to believe me. Piper, or is it Jenny? Why didn't you just tell me you're Sebastian's daughter? You hid this from me and now I know I can't trust your word. I gulped, hot tears escaping down my cheeks. My mother and I had to live on the streets, thanks to him. We had nothing. I didn't want you to think of me that way, to pity me. Everyone thought Sebastian was a good man and he had another family. He just didn't want me. Luke's eyes watered. I'm sorry for what you've been through. I never realized how hard you had it, and I wish I could have been there for you. You're letting her get to you. Adele cried out, grabbing Luke's arm. She had the motive. Take her back into custody. I demand justice. I pointed a finger at Adele, pulling all of my anger in for this moment. Katrina's the liar. And the killer. I have the proof. I pulled out the camera and held it aloft. I found this behind her safe while I was cleaning. I should have given it to you before, Derek. But I felt sorry for her, for how badly he treated her by seeing my mom again after they married. Adele gasped. Nobody knows about that. Luke held the video camera out, playing a video scene of a struggle. Katrina, this is you. You pushed Sebastian down the stairs that night. It's here on film. Let me see that. She shoved her face in front of the camera screen as he hit rewind. That's not me. I would never wear a tacky dress like that. This new evidence proves you're the one who killed Sebastian. He grabbed Adele and snapped handcuffs on her wrists. You killed your husband. What do you think you're doing exactly? Adele shouted. At long last, I'm doing the right thing. Adele yanked away from Luke and tottered toward me. I moved back and she tripped over a hassock. She went down, howling and flailing. My eyes bulged. I reached out to help her up, but she smacked my hand away. It wasn't me, Derek. I swear. It was her. Adele howled as Luke got her to her feet and started reading her the Miranda rights as he hauled her out of the scene. What's happening? It was supposed to be her. Not me. Her. Luke was taking Adele off when the door opened and the actor who played the other detective, Travis Daring, walked in. Not so fast, Derek, he said. We have new evidence in this case. What do you mean, Travis? Travis paused dramatically, then he said. There's evidence that confirms the two of them, Katrina Holloway and Jenny Holloway, conspired to kill Sebastian together. And we have a witness who can prove it. Cut! Roger shouted. Then he walked over to Adele and Luke and said something in a low voice. Luke nodded and then hurried out of the room. Adele walked out as well, and then the writers came up to Roger, talking in low, excited tones. One of them gestured grandly a few times and I groaned inwardly. I had no idea what was going on, but I feared whatever they were talking about would somehow lead to me dying some grisly soap opera death. Roger finished with the writers and walked back over to me. Don't leave, Charlie. Excuse me? I blinked, wondering what he wanted. Had he also heard I'd been offered that part in Cherry's Jubilee down in Los Angeles? I want to talk to you in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Of course he wanted to talk to me. The writers had probably gleefully plotted out a way for Adele to push me off the bluffs and into the ocean. And since this was my house, maybe he wanted tips on the best location to do that. I really hoped Piper/Jenny survived. Chapter 20. Roger Abbott informed me that the writers were torn between several different scenes, so they wanted each of the scenes acted out so they could make some decisions about chemistry and so forth. Therefore, Luke, Adele and I worked all day long. Since Piper was already out on bail, she didn't have to go back to jail, and I wanted to cheer. Orange was so not a good color on me. I managed to wolf down half a sandwich between takes, but by the time we were done for the day I was famished. Luke walked up to me after we'd wrapped. "How about dinner?" "Sounds perfect." I lit up at the invitation, because spending time with Luke felt like the perfect way to end a grueling but rewarding day at work. "I was impressed with your scene today where Derek reveals he became a cop because his father was shot and killed while working at the family gas station." "Very emotional." "Thank you." Luke smiled, his eyes lighting up like I'd told him he'd won an Academy Award. For dinner, the inn at Blue Moon Bay's room service offers a picnic basket complete with a bottle of wine. "We could have a quiet dinner down on the beach." I bumped my hip into him. "It sounds like you've planned this all out." He winked. "You caught me. Let me give the inn a quick call to reserve the dinner basket and then we'll head out." An hour later, we arrived at the inn at Blue Moon Bay. We strolled through the familiar lobby, a place I'd spent a lot of time in growing up. In high school, Wendy's grandma let us have sleepovers here, and our tight-knit posse took advantage as much as possible. Even though Wendy's grandma passed away a few months ago, I could almost feel her here between these bright blue walls, offering us homemade cookies. She was strict in her way, but kind and loving at the same time. Wendy's brother, Brian, manned the front desk and greeted us as we came through. He handed Luke the dinner basket and a picnic blanket, exchanged a few jovial pleasantries with us, then Luke and I headed across the back deck toward the beach. I smiled as we descended down the old stairs toward the plaque that held the legend of Blue Moon Bay. "Have you seen the plaque yet?" I asked. Luke shook his head. "I've heard about it, though. I ran into Max by the pool here over the weekend. He told me that he and Wendy met at that spot on the beach near the legend's plaque, and that they kissed at that exact spot under a blue moon, which meant they would be in love forever." "It's a great legend." "It is." I jumped off the last step, landing on the beach. The sand shifted beneath my feet. We took our shoes off to walk easier. When Wendy and I were kids, we'd hide with our friends on the nights of a blue moon and wait for people to come along and kiss right there. "Did many people do that?" I shook my head. I suppose we didn't know how seriously people take that legend. We honestly thought that anyone who liked someone could kiss that person out here on one of those nights and then they would be happy together forever. That's not real life, though. We strode over to the weathered monument set against the bluff, which housed the plaque containing the story of the legend of Blue Moon Bay. Luke ran his fingers over the bronze letters on the plaque. "Will you read the legend to me, Charlie? One kiss, right here, under a blue moon will lead to love that lasts forever." My belly fluttered. I just realized I've never read the legend aloud before. "Maybe you were meant to read it aloud with me." He peered down at me with those blue-gray eyes, soft and sincere. He slipped his arm around me. Excitement coursed through my veins as I gazed down at the plaque. Know the history of two young people, the daughter of locals and the son of summer guests, who fell helplessly in love at this very beach. "I can picture that," Luke whispered. His breath felt warm against my ear, causing my belly to do a somersault. "No more distractions if you want me to read this to you," I joked. "Am I distracting you?" he asked, his fingers trailing lightly up my arm. I shivered. When their parents discovered their relationship, they were forbidden to see each other. His parents felt the working girl was beneath their son and her parents feared the scandal could ruin their business. But the night before the family was to return home, the son got a note to his sweetheart and they met here under the stars. He pleaded with her to wait a year for him to turn 18 and become a man, that until then they could write to each other in secret and he'd find a way for them to be together. The young girl knew their parents would never allow that to happen, though. She'd always obeyed her parents and wasn't strong enough to go against their wishes, even for the perfect love she shared with him. So, with broken hearts, they said goodbye to each other right here at this very spot. A blue moon hung in the night sky, illuminating their final kiss, and they promised to love each other always. Then they vowed that everyone who kissed at this exact point by the bay, under a blue moon, would be in love forever, and would never separate as they tragically had. He rested his head against mine for a moment. There's a tree back home in Florida that's kind of like your legend of Blue Moon Bay. Our tale claimed that if you carved your names on that specific tree, then you would be together forever. Really? I asked, tapping the picnic blanket that he held under his arm. My knees had gone weak and I so needed to sit down pronto. Luke handed me a corner of the picnic blanket and he took the other end, and we stretched it out, anchoring the stiff fabric with little pegs that were inside the basket. Then we sat down and a question permeated my brain. Did you ever carve your name in that tree? I bit my bottom lip, unsure as to whether or not I wanted to hear the answer. Yes, he answered. Oh. The one-word admission sent a dagger to my heart. I felt envious of that girl, whoever she was, but I reminded myself that had been in his past. I mean, hello? I was married before. I shouldn't be worried about an old girlfriend. But if Luke had carved their names in a tree, that meant he'd loved her, and that was way ahead of where we were. Trying to keep busy, I removed the sealed containers of food, the plates, and the silverware. What, happened to you too? Kristen and I knew each other from back home. One time, after college, I flew home for a visit and she was at a party. We started talking and, well, we ended up dating. I stayed for 2 weeks and in those weeks a lot happened. We put our names on the tree, for one. He reached for the wine and corkscrew, opened the bottle, and then poured us each a glass. I accepted the glass of white wine, trying to keep casual, even though I was dying to know what had happened between them. Then what? He sipped his wine, staring out at the ocean waves thoughtfully. I wanted her to come to New York where I was working, but Kristen was in her last year of college and couldn't transfer. I spent a lot of time flying back and forth, and so did she. One look at his face told me his brain had moved to the part of their relationship that had gone wrong. I took his hand. It sounds like things were working out. The distance broke us apart. His voice held steel, and he squeezed my hand. People grow apart when they don't spend time together. Now I know we should have ended things right away. I'll never do a long-distance relationship again. A chill ran up my spine. If I decided to take that part in Los Angeles, Luke would end things between us. Wasn't that what he just said? The thought made my stomach churn. Was distance ever a problem between you and Rex? No, but his wandering eye was a problem, I joked, waiting for the twinge of pain that always came when I thought of Rex's infidelity. But something weird happened. Instead of feeling hurt, a bubble of laughter came up. Looking back, I should have ended things when I first found out he was cheating. I lived in denial for far too long. His gaze darkened. I'm sure that would be a difficult decision to end a marriage. I nodded. I stopped acting to support his singing career. I wanted to support him and thought he'd do the same for me, that the two of us were going to make our dreams come true. Luke set his glass aside. He placed crispy fried chicken on each of our plates, then added soft yummy-looking bread and creamy potato salad beside it. He glanced over at me. You must have been happy at first to have married him. What changed? Honestly? I used to think fame changed him. But he'd always had an ego, even back in high school. I dug my fork into my potato salad. I was young and in love. I mistook what Rex and I had for something deeper. I believed him when he said my turn with acting would come later. But he lost interest in that half of our agreement. I get it. He bit into the chicken and chewed thoughtfully. Seagulls dove down from the sky, eager for some of our dinner, and they stalked along the sand. The inn's exterior lights came on, lighting the stairway, and the posts next to the beach furniture against the bluff there. The moon had begun to rise fat and high in the darkening sky. The shore was peaceful. It was getting noticeably cooler, and even though my sweater was warm, I could feel a chill seeping in. I shivered. Luke moved closer to me. We sat side by side, our plates on our laps, eating our dinner and tossing crumbs at the seagulls, even though we knew it just encouraged them to pester us. Luke tilted his head back. Look at the moon. I gazed up at the sky where the moon was fat and full, shining silver. Not a blue moon, since there hadn't been a full moon last night, but a perfect moon for us. I breathed it all in, and found myself more relaxed and joyful than I'd felt in as long as I could remember. I want to tell you something, Charlie. I turned toward him. What is it? I haven't been able to care about a woman like this. I was always too guarded or afraid or still too hurt. But, with you, I feel like, he paused, as if searching for the right words. But he never finished his sentence. Instead, he gathered me into his arms, and showed me. He slanted his head, and pressed his mouth to mine in a kiss that said all of the things I was feeling and more. The smell of the ocean mixed with that delicious scent of his cologne. The breeze blew my hair around our faces, but neither of us seemed to care. His hands brushed along either side of my face, sending tingles across my chest, and making me feel cherished. It was the sweetest, most romantic moment I had ever known. Taking the kiss deeper, he leaned me back against the sand, and his chest met mine. I could feel the crazy pounding of our hearts. His tongue pressed against my lips, nudging them open, and I tasted him over and over. The birds sang a raucous chorus, a counterpoint to the sea's soft whisperings, and the moon shone down on us, bathing us in its silvery light. That soft light suddenly turned bright, flashes coming in rapid succession. We broke the kiss and turned toward the lights, staring dazedly as flashbulbs exploded all over the beach and the seagulls burst into noisy flight. Oh, no. The paparazzi had found us. I tried to stand, but the sand shifted just as a flash bulb went off. I fell backward, right into Luke's lap. Are you okay? He whispered. No, I replied, because I wasn't. The cameras kept snapping and the night turned into a sheet of brilliant light and yelling voices. Nowhere in the legend of Blue Moon Bay had they accounted for the intrusion of the media. And just like that, our beautiful, private moment had been ruined. Chapter 21. Frankie's fiesta was already packed when I arrived on Friday night. The cheerful and colorful decor made me smile, as did the sight of people dancing in front of the tiny little stage where the mariachi band sometimes sets up. They seemed so carefree, something people took for granted since they didn't have the paparazzi waiting to snapshot every moment of their life. The hostess, a pretty young woman with dark hair, asked me if I wanted a table just as I spotted Olivia, Wendy, and Megan near the pool table. No, thanks. I see my friends. I gestured in their direction and the hostess nodded and turned her attention to the people behind me. My heels clicked across wide tiles as I headed toward the pool tables. Look out! Someone yelled. I jumped back just in time to keep from knocking a huge pitcher of margaritas from Wendy's hand. She grinned at me. You're just in time. The margaritas are on special, 2 for 1. I eyed the foaming green mixture in the pitcher. So where's the other one? Her daffy grin told me before she crowed out, we already drank it. I got 4 glasses, so come on. I'm glad you decided to join us, but you've got some catching up to do while we celebrate Olivia's new contract. The music stopped then started up again in a toe-tapping swirl of sound that did nothing to ease my tension. My gaze darted around, checking for paparazzi, as I followed Wendy to the pool table. She set the pitcher down on a smaller table tucked into a corner. A basket of blue corn chips and a half-empty bowl of salsa sat there as well. I lifted a tortilla chip as Wendy poured a good amount of the margarita into a tall glass and handed it to me. Megan gave me a long look. I almost didn't recognize you. No hat or sunglasses. No scarf either. What's up with that? Olivia chimed in. I stuffed the chip in my mouth, hoping something would come along to distract them while I was chewing. No such luck. I followed the chip up with a big gulp of tart and tasty margarita. Disguises don't seem to be doing me much good, anyway. I'll say. Olivia wrinkled her nose. Those sexy pictures of you and Luke on the beach are everywhere. So they'd seen the photos. Just great. I raised the chilled glass in the air. To having no privacy. And not being able to do a single thing about it. Olivia gave my arm a squeeze. At least you're not giving in to them by hiding out, right? I cleared my throat. Right. Wendy gestured behind Megan. Hey, I think those guys are waiting for a pool table and you too. She gave Olivia and Megan a fond look, or just messing around on it anyway. Let's grab a booth so we can talk. Olivia sidelined the hostess and got us a booth near the back where it was quieter and more private. She also got us more margaritas, chips, and salsa. I studied the menu for a moment, trying to decide if I was hungry. My stomach had been in knots all week long. I set the menu down. How are things at the inn? Wendy slid a chip into green tomato salsa. Oh, we are totally full. Brian's been working hard. Did you know he's decided to hand carve the railings and chair molding? I knew he was great at woodworking, but I never imagined he'd be so creative at it, too. He's always been talented, Megan added, taking a sip of her margarita. A little laugh escaped my mouth. Well, I do remember him fixing the railing for us that time we snuck out in high school. Olivia had tripped on the steps and knocked a piece of wood off. Olivia gave me a mock glare. I tripped because you got cold feet and stopped right in front of me. You were so worried Wendy's grandma would catch us and call our parents. I scoffed. Megan said she heard Wendy's grandma coming down the hall. Megan blushed and tried to hide it behind her glass. I did think I heard her coming. A server came and took our orders. I decided on a burrito, even though I wasn't really hungry. I could always take it to go. When the server left, Olivia raised her glass in the air. Thanks for helping me celebrate tonight. You're looking at the new event planner for the Blue Moon Bay Library's fundraiser. We all cheered, clinked our glasses together, and took a sip. I loved how we supported each other and celebrated our accomplishments. Not sure how I made it through all of these years without my best friends. Will this fundraiser be similar to the Pumpkin Festival? Wendy asked. Olivia shook her head. It will be a black tie event and I will be advertising like crazy to make sure all of the bigwigs, with big pockets, are there. Our goal is a complete renovation of the library. My heart warmed. That's exciting. Let me know if you need a web banner or something for the event. I'm happy to donate my time for such a good cause, Megan said. I toyed with a fork, wishing I could donate something to the library's renovation. Are you still enjoying designing websites, Megan? She nodded. I really do enjoy it. It's just that between that and working at the dress shop I never have time to paint anymore. That's a shame. Wendy paused as our food arrived, then the server left and she leaned forward again. You used to paint all the time. My grandma's room still has one of your seascapes hanging in it. You should definitely find time to do what you love, Olivia added. Megan's forehead creased. I don't have the time. Believe me, I wish I did. Startled by the note of bitterness in her voice, I covered her hand with my own. You'll find a way. Hang in there. I let go when she gave me a smile. I'm trying to work out career issues myself. I love acting. I just hate the spotlight. Megan snapped her fingers. You used to long for the spotlight. I remember you making us drive to Los Angeles and visit the stars who were signing autographs at Universal Studios in Hollywood. Wendy tapped her fingers on the table. I remember those times, too. You used to always say you wanted to be a star. You loved being around them then. I squirmed in my seat. I thought fame meant you wouldn't have any problems. Instead, you have the same problems as everyone else, only those problems are spotlighted in the media for the world to see. No, being famous isn't all it's cracked up to be. Not even close. Wendy swallowed the bite of fajita she just stuck in her mouth. Being with Rex wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Luke, however, seems like a really nice guy. He's down to earth and romantic, giving you that picnic dinner on the beach. Megan clapped her hands. Picnic on the beach? Now he's a winner. Olivia nodded. That's crazy romantic. I thought about that picnic down on the beach and kissing Luke. It was the perfect evening until the paparazzi ruined it. Now photos of Luke and me making out on the beach are all over the internet. Definitely not romantic. The band took a break and recorded music came over the speakers. Wendy set her fork down. You and Luke seem good together on screen and off. There's something there. Are you really going to let it fizzle without even trying? My defenses rose. I did try, and I got smuggled out of a restaurant in a cook's apron and cap, stuffed into the backseat of a car with a several-days-old fish. Olivia giggled. Now that's a hilarious story to tell your grandkids. Very funny, I quipped, but the thought of Luke and I having kids and grandkids was a scenario that appealed to me. Funny how I'd never even pictured having kids with Rex. There's a problem, though. Remember that part I've been offered in LA? Well, Luke and his ex broke up after doing a long-distance relationship. He told me he'd never do one again. That's not fair, Wendy said. He might think that in theory, but if you told him how much that part means to you, he might change his mind. Olivia tilted her head. You're not planning to pass on the part, are you? I folded my hands. I don't know what to do. This could be your big break that leads to bigger roles, Olivia pointed out. I nodded. Yeah, but Luke and I are really connecting. My feelings are. I don't know exactly. But if I want to be with Luke, I can't be in Los Angeles while he's in San Francisco. And LA is where I'd have to be to take that part. So it's a choice between Luke and that movie. Olivia tossed her napkin on the table. You can't give up your career for a guy, even one as great as Luke. You're an actress and this role is your shot. Rex got you to put your dreams aside, but now it's your choice. Okay, I see what Olivia's saying, but I think you also have to ask yourself the question I had to ask myself, too. Oh. I braced myself, already knowing what was coming. Wendy stared me down. What's more important to you, Charlie? A career, or love? There it was, the whole core of the dilemma. I wanted both. Chapter 22. I'd pushed my dilemma out of my mind over the weekend. Luke took me sailing around the bay, which was a lovely distraction from my problems. On Sunday, we drove to the Napa Valley and went wine tasting at several wineries. Again, we had a wonderful time. The more I got to know Luke, the more I wanted to be with him. On the downside, I didn't receive a script over the weekend, which meant I didn't have any lines on Monday. I wasn't sure what to make of that. Had Adele gotten me fired after all? It didn't matter. At least, that's what I told myself Monday morning as I grabbed my purse and headed out of the house as fast as possible so I could avoid the cast and crew. It didn't matter why I didn't have any lines because it was a beautiful day, too beautiful to skulk around my own house hoping nobody from the show would pity me or give me bad news. I cranked up the black convertible I'd saved from the divorce buzzards and put the top down. The sun spilled over my head and shoulders and a smile lit my face as I decided to spend the morning at the Blue Moon Bay Library. The library had always made me feel safe and happy. So, I zoomed out of the driveway and past my gate, relieved to find the paparazzi were apparently occupied elsewhere for a change. Maybe my luck was changing for the better. As the wind whipped through my hair, I gazed out at the cerulean ocean, sparkling with splashes of light that hit each cresting wave. The inn at Blue Moon Bay sat below and I watched it come into view. I continued along the highway until I reached the downtown, where charming shops lined the cobblestone streets. I loved my quaint and picturesque hometown. A pang hit my heart. I'd made it back to Blue Moon Bay, back to some part of myself, who I was before, and if I took that part in LA, I'd have to leave again. Or, I could say no to the part. I could stay here eating gelato all day long, get 4 or 5 cats, and become a colorful character like half the people in town already were. I could also continue working on just one love, assuming my character was written into an actual scene again, and chill out with my friends on the weekends, watching the sunset over our magnificent bay, while drinking lemonade on my back deck. But what if the producers got rid of my character? What if they blamed Piper, unfairly, for Sebastian's death and locked her away in a cell never to be seen or heard from again? I had nothing on my resume to land me another part. Then the bill collectors would come knocking and I'd end up broke and homeless. That last scenario dimmed my mood. I stopped at a red light in town, thinking about the last few weeks and the money the show had paid me. I needed my own career and my own income. I had to have some independence. Otherwise I'd keep my status quo. Which was, to put it bluntly, broke. I pulled into the library parking lot, put the top up, and cut off the car. The library had never been as cute and pretty as everything else in town. It had been erected long ago as a square functional building and now it looked weathered and sad. Hopefully the benefit Olivia was putting together would bring the needed funds to give this building the TLC it deserved. Strolling through the front door, I gave the librarian a wave and headed to the stacks, browsing past tattered romance novels and mystery thrillers until I turned a corner and came to the spot where the magazines rested on the shelves. Luke had asked me out over there. Happy sigh. Ready to relax and push my troubles out of my mind, I took a magazine and started for a chair as my phone rang. Maybe it was the set. Maybe they needed me for filming after all. I fumbled in my purse for the phone, and the incessant ringing had an elderly woman shooting me a scolding look. Cringing, I hit the button to answer without even checking the number, and I immediately regretted that decision when I heard Rex's voice in my ear. I can't believe you would do that to me. I rolled my eyes, hurrying from the annoyed woman, heading deeper into the tall shelves of books. Did what, Rex? Set me up with that girl at Over the Moon when you were supposed to meet me for lunch. She waltzed right in and said you sent her and then she ate my pancakes. She ate my pancakes, Charlie, right off my plate. Oh, that. I set the magazine down and gave the aisle a careful look before lowering my voice yet again. Anna's a nice girl and she wanted to meet you. Sorry if you're upset. No, you aren't. I rubbed my temple as a couple of teens headed down the aisle and I gave them a wide berth before darting into another aisle a few rows down. Okay, I'm not really sorry. Not sorry you sent her or not sorry you didn't show up. I rested my elbow on one of the shelves. Both. I might be a little more sorry about missing the pancakes, though. Those little discs are delish. You're joking about this, Charlie? I'm trying here. I love you, baby. I know I messed up, but can't you just? It's always about what you want. Isn't it, Rex? You're not even listening to me, I said, keeping my voice low in case there was somebody in the aisle directly behind mine. Could you explain that to me? My life is no longer about you. We're divorced. Now my life is about me. And I told you I didn't want to meet you for lunch. But you wouldn't leave my house until I agreed, so I agreed even though I didn't mean it. His sharp inhalation of breath echoed across the distance. You're right, it should be about you more often. I guess I had to find that out the hard way, but my success means nothing without you. I love you, baby. I know it didn't always seem like it, but I've never stopped loving you. Tears formed in my eyes. He sounded like old Ronnie, the hometown guy with the big dreams who wanted nothing more than to be a musician. I'm glad you're understanding that relationships are more important than fame. But it's still over between us, Rex. I put my dreams on hold for you because when you love someone that means supporting them, giving everything to that person. Only it was never reciprocated. You would never support me and somehow I gave up my dreams completely. I'm sorry. I really, truly am sorry. I lost myself for a long time, Rex. Now I've found who I am again. I deserve to follow my dreams, too. I paused for a moment, realizing I was talking to myself as well as my ex. I let out a long cleansing breath. Thank you for the apology. I wish you well, but I'm not in love with you anymore. In fact, I'm in love with someone else. It's time for you to let me go. Charlie. I hung up the phone, feeling completely free. It wasn't until this moment that I understood how I'd given up on my dreams. When it became clear my relationship wasn't a two-way street, I should have believed in myself. I should have gone back to school. But now I finally got it. I strode down the aisle, coming out from behind the bookshelves, and stopped in my tracks. Sitting on a big chair in front of me was Luke. He had a book lying open in his lap and the expression on his face told me he'd heard every word I just said. Chapter 23. I stared at Luke. He wore a pair of plain jeans, well-fitted, a dark blue long-sleeved button-down shirt, and a pair of plain brown loafers. The casual look suited him, yet he still looked every inch the star even in those clothes. How had he managed to be at the wrong place at just the right time? I'd made an idiot of myself right in front of him. My face heated. I stuffed my phone back in my purse, but it started ringing again. I grabbed my phone, turned the ringer off, and pasted a pleasant smile on my face. Hi, Luke. Hi, there. He stood up and kissed my cheek, making my skin hum. Shouldn't you be, filming? He set his book down on a table. His eyes held mine. No lines today. My mouth fell open. You didn't have any lines either? They're doing massive rewrites of the script today. I didn't want to hang out there while they shot scenes they didn't need me in. They're rewriting scenes? I gnawed at my bottom lip. That was probably it for me then. I hadn't had any scenes and now they were rewriting the script, probably to make sure they could film without me. Too curious to be cautious, I asked, are they making Adele's part bigger or something? He shrugged. I don't know what they're changing. I didn't see Adele in there today. Now that we'd gotten through the work talk, I had a sneaking suspicion he'd ask about my phone conversation with Rex. I twisted my fingers together. Well, nice running into you. I'll let you get back to your book. Talk to you later. I strode off without knowing where I was going. I spotted a door that led to the old veranda and headed for it. I felt like I might cry. Wait a minute, Charlie. Luke's hand caught my arm, his touch sending little tingles down my skin. He shifted from foot to foot, his hand still on my arm. I need to know what's going on. I'm not Rex, you know. I don't cheat and I'll always support your dreams. I know that, I stammered. I knew Luke was everything I'd always wanted, but I was probably out of the soap and I couldn't take the part in LA without giving up Luke. I didn't want to make that choice. I couldn't tell Luke any of this. I wouldn't want him to feel guilty if I chose to stay in Blue Moon Bay. He caressed my cheek. I care so much about you, sweetheart. Pushing me away won't change that either. I can't do this right now. I took a step back, tripping into a little footrest behind me, and I would have fallen if he hadn't caught me. He brought me right up against him. Our bodies collided and I stared up at him, trying to deny to myself how much I loved being in his arms, and that was where I wanted to be forever. I heard you on the phone, Charlie. I know you're scared and I get it, but I couldn't hear that right now. I wriggled away from him. He had an answer to every doubt, and if I listened he would convince me to stay. Not that I needed much convincing. I ran for the door, not even paying attention to the little sign posted on one side. The alarm went off. The piercing shriek rang over and over. I stood there, unable to even think of what to do as the loud shrill got even louder. A man appeared and I ducked, thinking he was a paparazzi coming to snap pictures of me. Instead, he hit a button. The alarm stopped. He unlocked the door and looked from me to Luke. The veranda needs some work done, so we don't let people out there usually. But if you two need it, then go ahead. I rushed out the door. The veranda had been one of my favorite places as a kid. The long wide boards and pretty railings were in disrepair now though. The boards were splintered and the railing looked weak in spots. The deep rattan chairs and couches were all gone now. I headed for a spot near the inner corner of the building and heard footsteps behind me. Luke, please don't. Look at that view, Charlie. My gaze followed his, and the view of the bay was spectacular. The wide sweep of the ocean shimmered blue and spangled gold. Green grass ran across the park all the way to the sand, emerald and well cut. The ocean was soothing, making everything timeless and worries obsolete. It's beautiful. I scooted over as he joined me at the railing. The wind blew our hair back from our faces. I snuck a little look over at him and saw that he was regarding me with a serious expression stamped all over his face. You're scared. Not just of me, but of really going for anything. You stopped going for what you wanted. You settled for Rex being famous. You settled for being his wife and you didn't even know it, not then. I gripped the railing. I know that now. His shoulder brushed mine. You're scared, Charlie. It's all over you. You're scared to let go. You're scared to just dive in. Rex taught you not to trust yourself first, and that was the worst thing he ever did to you, no matter how messed up the rest of it was. You're right, I said, tears spilling down my cheeks. I didn't know if it was the view of the ocean, or Luke's low and soothing voice that cracked my defenses. He lifted my chin. The ball of his left thumb ran under my eye, wiping the tears away. I believe in you as a person and as an actress. I will never fail to support you. Can't you see that? My throat clenched. I do. You seem worried about your part on the show. Maybe that's what brought this on? He hugged me and I melted into him, unable to answer him. He caressed my hair. Look, if Adele can't handle you being a major character, then I'll talk to the director and all the producers. You belong on Just One Love. I'll go to bat for you, and if Adele wants to play hardball, then I will too. I wiped my face dry. What do you mean? I mean, if she keeps threatening to quit unless your character gets written off, then I'll threaten to quit if you do get written off. His chest vibrated as he laughed. It'll be an impasse of epic proportions. You'd give up your career? For me? I'd do anything for you, he said, his blue-gray eyes heated. Then his mouth captured mine. It was all there in just one kiss. How we felt about each other. How far we were both willing to go for each other. And then I made my decision. I wanted Luke more than that part in Hollywood. It might have been foolish to trust my heart again, but Luke made me believe that dreams were possible. He made me believe that love was worth more than anything else. And I loved him. Chapter 24. I walked into the dress shop a few hours later, the door chiming as I opened it. Megan was standing near the front arranging a colorful swatch of silk on a mannequin. She turned around to check the door and gave me one of her sunny smiles. Hey, Charlie. What brings you here? I scoped out a few of the dresses on display. I'm looking for a dress. Luke asked me to be his date for the library fundraiser, and I want to go all out. Megan walked toward me. Oh. Is that a month or so away? Yes, I said, exchanging a secret smile with her. It's black tie optional, so I'd like a fancy cocktail dress. Megan nodded. I got it. Well, you don't want silk. The fundraiser's taking place at Wendy's Inn, so if you walk on the beach after and get salt spray on the silk, then you'll ruin the dress. True. I fingered the sleeve of a darling little rose-colored frock. This is cute. Megan shook her head. We just got that in, so it's marked up sky high. Don't buy it yet. I'm waiting for it to go on sale. As soon as it does, I'm adding my employee discount into the mix and buying it. I released the dress. What do you recommend? Megan began selecting dresses off various racks, and then she herded me toward a dressing room. Is this upcoming date the reason you look so happy? Does it have anything to do with it being so far away, yet you seem sure you'll still be with Luke? Probably. I gnawed my lip, bursting to tell her. I called my lawyer and left her a message telling her I'm turning down the part in Cherry's Jubilee. I'm just waiting for her to call me back, and then I will have officially made my decision to stay in Blue Moon Bay. Megan paused in the act of opening the door to the dressing room. A frown creased her forehead. What happened? I thought you wanted that part so badly. I do. I mean, I did. But I want to live closer to Luke, and since I'd have to be in LA for that part, one decided that was too far away. Megan handed me a stunning bottle green frock. Try this dress on first. I paused halfway in the door. Are you changing the subject because you don't approve? Megan sighed. I'm just surprised by your decision. I thought acting was your dream. Are you sure you're doing what's best for you? No, I won't ask that. Obviously you are, but, well, wasn't it hard to give that up? I'm only asking because you were so fired up about that part and so sure it would stretch you as an actress and lead to more parts. I was excited, true. A little pang hit my heart and doubt set in. I shook it off quickly, feeling like a traitor to myself for having felt it in the first place. But I've fallen in love. Megan gave me a gentle smile. I'm so happy for you. Me, too. I stepped into the dressing room and quickly tried on the dress. Then I opened the door so my friend could give me her feedback. Megan took one look and started to giggle. No. I grimaced. I know, right? I look like a stick of asparagus in this thing. Megan passed me a black cocktail dress with a sweet bodice and no sleeves. I ducked back into the dressing room and skinned out of the first, tossing it over the door to her. I wish my sister was as accepting of my decision as you are. Claire's not okay with it? Megan asked, her voice floating through the door. I stared at myself in the mirror. The dress had a side zipper and I raised it up, then shook my head. It was a pretty dress, but I just didn't think it was me. Claire's really mad at me for turning it down to stay near Luke. She claims I'm doing it all over again, making the same mistakes I did with Rex, choosing a guy over my career and all that. I opened the door. What do you think? Megan's face wore a concerned look and I realized she wasn't that worried about a dress. She wasn't answering me because she thought I was asking her opinion on what Claire had said, and she didn't seem to want to answer. I'm asking your thoughts on the dress, I clarified. Megan tapped a finger to her teeth. It's nice. Okay, just say it. Do you think I made a mistake turning down that part? Megan lifted her shoulders so high her ears nearly vanished from sight. I think you know what you want, and as long as you're happy, her voice trailed off. You have to make your own decisions, Charlie. None of us are going to be living your life, only you are. I did make the decision. Claire thinks that Luke somehow made me make that decision, but he didn't. Luke would never have asked me to give up that part. He doesn't even know about it because I didn't tell him. And you're okay with keeping that secret from him? I nodded, but my heart wasn't so eager to agree. Was I okay with that? Really? Didn't matter now. I'd turned down the part and was happy with my decision. Mostly happy, anyway. She handed me another dress and I went back into the dressing room. I received a new script from Just One Love. I'm still in the scene, so maybe I can make enough income with this part on the soap that I can keep the house. Keep the house? Real worry came through in Megan's tone. Why had I said that? I cleared my throat. It's okay if I can't keep the house. I'm actually okay if I have to sell it. Oh, but I didn't want to sell my house. I loved my Blue Moon Bay oasis. I looked in the mirror. This sheer yellow thing makes me look like a demented buttercup. It's horrid on me. Just throw me another one, will you? I'm not showing my face in this one to anyone, not even you. Megan opened the door. Yikes! I told you. She snorted. I didn't think it could be that bad. Here, quick, change before you blind yourself in the mirror. The next dress met my outstretched arms. Megan closed the door. I stared at my reflection. None of these dresses felt right. None of them were exactly what I wanted, not even the one I hadn't tried on yet. I closed my eyes, trying to think. It all felt intertwined. The dresses, the career choices I was making. I wanted something so extraordinary, and life kept handing me things I should have been happy to have, but part of me wanted something more extraordinary. Like that leading role in Cherry's Jubilee. Are you okay in there? Megan chirped. I cleared my throat. Yeah. Thanks. For what? Her feet appeared at the bottom of the door. For not trying to talk me out of my decision, or into it. You know, for just accepting me. Megan chuckled. No worries. That's what friends are for. I shimmied out of the yellow monstrosity and into the next dress. Megan spoke again. I have to admit it. I'm a little jealous. You get to do what you love, and me? I'm still stuck here working in the dress shop. I paused. Are you talking about wanting to do websites full-time? Or are you missing painting still? Her feet shifted beneath the door. Painting. You have no idea how much I'd give to be able to paint full-time, to just go for it and never look back. Designing websites satisfies a little bit of the desperate artist within me, I guess, but it's not enough. I don't think it ever can be. I did have an idea what she meant, a very good idea. I wanted to go for it, too, with that role in LA. I didn't know if being on the soap opera, if I could stay on it, would ever be enough. What would happen if I figured out later that it wasn't enough but it was too late? My phone rang. I fumbled it out of my bag, saw my lawyer's number on the screen, and answered the call. Hello? Hi, Harper. Thanks for calling me back. I just wanted to let you know I've decided not to take the part in Cherry's Jubilee. Please thank the producers for their generous offer. I paused as Harper rattled off in my ear. Yes, I do realize what a big break this would be for my career. No, I already have thought it over. Just tell them no, Harper. Bye. I hung up the phone, and dread filled every pore inside me. What had I just done? Chapter 25. I had scenes to film the next morning and was working through my lines again while I sat in the makeup artist's chair. The lighted mirror showed my face and body as well as the people behind me moving scenery and taping down the marks. A small cluster of people stood to one side, minor characters that were doing a big scene that day. They were all laughing and joking, and I saw Anna, wearing a skin-tight bandage dress and high heels. She shot me a dirty look before whispering something to the others. I groaned inwardly, remembering how irritated Rex was that she'd eaten his pancakes. I wanted to be the best I could that day, and I couldn't afford distractions. I kept thinking about what Luke said yesterday about going to bat for me. I knew he'd do what he said. The question then became, what if they fired the both of us? Dread kept rolling up and blocking my ability to memorize the lines. I focused hard and read through them again, determined to do my job and do it well. No, better than well. Perfectly. The scene definitely had zero room for ad-libs, or the writers threatened to quit, and there were no room for mistakes. It was very tightly written around Adele's character and mine, both who had been released on bail. There was still no clue who this witness was who claimed to see Sebastian killed though. I didn't want to wind up as the killer because that would mean a hasty exit from the show. Plus, as a fan, there was no way Piper would kill anyone. Charlie! Claire's voice rang out across the set as she ducked past two men moving a settee. My eyes widened. No, I couldn't deal with Claire right now. But here she was in full-on glory. She wore a stunning black and white polka dot frock fashioned in a 1950s style, red pumps and a matching wide-brimmed hat, and she wore a determined look. Is anyone dying, Claire? If not, I'm working right now and it will have to wait. The makeup artist said, close your lids please. I need to apply the eyelash extensions in spots where they've come off. I closed my eyes obediently. Claire gasped. I can't let you do it. My eyes flew open. The makeup artist let out an audible and exasperated breath. They're just eyelash extensions, Claire. You should try them, the makeup artist added. Claire gave her a quelling look. I sighed. Is this really important? I think so. Her chin jutted out. The makeup artist huffed, this is important. I have to get these on right now. She can't go on camera looking like a spider died on her eyelids. I closed my eyes. Go ahead, please. Claire, can I talk to you about this later? I can't let you just throw your dreams away again, Charlie. Oh, no. Not now. I managed to slit one eye open and give her my brightest smile. Oh. I see. We can talk about that later, but not right now. Okay? Gloom met my eyelid. I closed it obediently, keeping the other eye open long enough to see Claire shaking her head. No way. I have to talk to you about this right now before it's too late. Great. Now people were staring at us. The makeup artist stuck an eyelash among the others already in place. I managed to keep my smile frozen. I should have known Claire wouldn't wait, and that she'd want to talk about my turning down that part. I had to get her out of there, and fast, before she let everyone know what happened. Claire, I swear I'll talk to you about that just as soon as I get done here. Drinks later? Please? Claire dug her heels in. No. We need to talk about it now before you say no to that part. I can't do it again. I can't just sit around and watch you throw away your dreams like you did when you were with Rex. I should have said something then, but I didn't because I figured as long as you seemed happy then you must be. I know you would never be happy about saying no to that part, though. I'm going to stop you before you do it. The makeup artist gave me a satisfied look. There. All done. I'll leave you two alone. I slunk further down in my chair as Claire crossed her arms and tapped one foot. You have to take that part, Charlie. Or you will regret it for the rest of your life. No, I don't have to take that part, I whispered, harshly. I spotted Luke standing across the room, watching us. He probably couldn't hear what we were saying because the set was still being erected in some sections and it was noisy. I had to get Claire out of there before he could hear her super loud and annoying voice. Charlie! Maggie yelled. I stood. Claire blocked my path. Her voice was insistent. Come on, Charlie. Take the part. Do the right thing this time. You know you want to. It's probably the most important thing in the world to you right now. No, it's not the most important thing to me. I sighed, but it was important, and I knew it. I started walking again. I gave Claire a cursory glance. I already called Harper and turned it down. Her face paled. Is it too late to take it back? Has she called the producers yet? Was it too late? I didn't know. Luke came over, stopping in front of me. Everything okay? His eyes went from me to Claire. Why are you both so upset? I couldn't tell Luke the truth, but I was terrified that Claire would tell him. I also couldn't lie to him. But if I told him the truth, then he might urge me to take the part and break up with me. Or he'd feel guilty I'd turned the part down since I knew he'd never do long distance. Either way, my heart would be broken. So I just stood there, not knowing what to do. Chapter 26. My heart was doing what felt like backflips. My sister had arrived at my job to save me, but instead she was ruining everything. She didn't seem to get the disaster she was causing, either. She just stood there, oozing righteous indignation and tapping a foot against my pretty maple floor. I can't believe you turned down. Please, go home. My voice was firm. Claire's gaze traveled from me to Luke. No, I'm not leaving. I mean, we have to talk about this now, before it's too late. You can't just make the same mistakes all over again. What mistakes? Luke asked. My face heated. It's not important. She was just leaving. What? You mean, you didn't even tell? Go home! I snapped, knowing it was time for drastic measures. Like picking her up and hauling her right out of the house before she could mess up my relationship. Claire's mouth snapped shut. You had better call me the moment you're done here. Fine, I said, watching her storm off. Luke stared at me, a frown creasing the skin right between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth. Luke! Charlie! Maggie shouted. He gave me one last long look before we hurried to the set. My pulse raced and I tried to calm myself by running my lines in my head again, while Luke and Adele took their marks. Action! Roger shouted. The scene began. Luke walked into the room. Katrina, you needed to see me? Adele stood at the bar, pouring drinks, and she gave him a slow, sultry smile. Yes, Derek. I wanted to talk to you. What is it? She held out a glass and he took it. Her hand lingered on his and I knew the camera was zooming in. You remember how good it used to be, don't you? Back when it was just the two of us against the world. Somehow things got so off track, and I want to make it right again. Luke's expression hardened. How can you say that to me? How can you think we have a chance when the video clearly shows you killing your husband? She sipped her drink. But I didn't kill Sebastian, and you'll find out once your investigation is over. I believe in you, Derek. I know you'll find the truth, but that's not what came between us. She did. The maid. A lump formed in my throat as I watched their exchange. It was that good. Although technically I wanted Derek to be with Piper. Katrina never appreciated Derek when she had him. Adele tripped closer to Luke. We were happy before and we could be again. Derek knocked back the drink and set the glass aside. He neatly stepped away from her attempted embrace, deflecting her with a gesture. We can never go back to what we were. Her expression charged with sheer hurt and pain. Tell me why we can't be together. A lot's happened since then, Katrina. I didn't expect these feelings with her, things I've never felt before. Wait, is that why you asked me to come over tonight? You said it was life or death. Her hands went to his chest. She gazed up into his eyes. It is life or death, Derek. It's our life. Our future. I want you back. I want us back. Oh, man. This was so good. Luke stepped toward Katrina. His hand brushed her face. There's no us any longer. You're on trial for murder and I'm the lead investigator. Adele tugged at his sleeve. I didn't kill Sebastian. Please believe me. That was my cue. I walked in, knowing they were going to add in the slow swell of organ music during editing. I surveyed the two of them and gave a shocked expression. Derek? What are you doing here? Why are you with her? Adele pushed herself between Luke and me. What are you doing here is the question. Can't you see he's better off with me than you? I drew myself up to my full height. He's better off with you? What could you ever give him but false promises and hope? You never gave him the love he deserved. I paused for effect, then added, besides, you're a killer. Adele rushed at me, but Luke held her back. He kept her pinned against his body, which made me a smidge jealous. Now that's enough, Katrina. Adele clutched his shirt. You don't even know the real her, Derek. She has secrets and you know it. The blood drained from my face. I did have a secret. One big secret between us. Luke looked at me. That's true. I don't like it either. How can you keep secrets from me, Piper. Why are you keeping secrets from me?" I wrung my hands together. Tears flooded my eyes and went rolling down my cheeks. The makeup artist was going to kill me if those eyelashes had to be replaced again. The tears weren't in the script. They were real. "I didn't mean to keep anything from you. I was trying to protect you." He spoke slowly. "To protect me? Or to protect yourself? That's the real question here." He let go of Adele and came closer, his gaze right on me. The tension was palpable. My misery was a real thing, twisting my features and body as he spoke again. "How do I know you're not keeping from me that you killed Sebastian? I'm a detective on this case and need to go with the evidence. I have an appointment to talk to Travis's witness tomorrow morning." I gasped. "Cut!" Roger yelled. Applause erupted around us, and when I looked around I saw some of the crew crying, too. That scene had been the best I'd ever done, and it was all because I applied my real life to my acting. I took a breath, but it didn't fill my lungs. It was all too close, too real. I looked back at Luke. His eyes met mine. There was a giant question written in those blue-gray eyes of his. I swallowed hard. I owed him an explanation, but I could never tell him what I had done. Never. How could I tell him I'd given up something that important, and that I'd chosen him over that role, without upsetting him? Before I could think of what to say to him, he turned and walked away. Chapter 27. After that gigantic scene wiped me out, I staggered back to the makeup chair. One look in the mirror showed me my face was just as wrecked as my nerves. I sat quietly while the worst of the damage was mopped up and fresh makeup applied to the spots where I'd cried it off. Someone called lunch and the makeup artist warned me, "Now don't go messing that up, okay? You're first up after lunch and I have a lot of other people to sit." I nodded mutely and stood. The tables for lunch were being set up outside on the lawn and I headed for them. I wasn't hungry, but I was hoping to find Luke out there. No such luck. Where had he gone? Was he upset with me? Lunch ended with me no closer to a solution. I trudged back toward the house and got halted in my tracks by Anna, who wanted to tell me, loudly and with so many exclamations that my ears hurt by the time she was done, what had happened when she met Rex at Over the Moon. I just stood there, nodding and trying to sympathize while she waved her hands and acted out their whole meeting. By the time she got done, the producer was calling me down to the beach where the next scene would be shot. I headed to the beach, hoping I'd get the chance to talk to Luke after the scene was over. The cameras were set up by the shore, and the crew stood behind them. The producer and director sat in chairs on the sand, little umbrellas over their heads. "Action!" Roger shouted. I took my mark, fashioning a theatrical pose. The actor strolling toward me played the part of Travis, Derek's partner, on the show. He was handsome and tall, his brown hair gleaming, and there was a slight and sexy bit of stubble on his chin. Piper was supposed to be attracted to Travis, so I pretended Luke was the one walking toward me. Luke, with his perfect kisses and open smile. I let that attraction pour from me, along with all of my feelings for Luke. Travis stopped at his mark, by the brilliantly blue water, wearing a rumpled shirt and a knotted blue tie. "Do you know what I was thinking just now, Piper? How beautiful you are. How the wind pushes your hair off your face so I can see every inch of your porcelain skin." I pictured Luke saying those things to me. My breath caught in my throat. The camera crew got closer. "Thank you, Travis. But I'm not sure why you're saying this to me." His fingers grazed my arms. I turned to leave, but he pulled me against his broad chest. "Let me help you, Piper. I know your background and how hard you've had it with your father's death. Let me make things better for you." I can do that. I can get you out of this murder investigation clean. I'd do that for you. Even if it meant my job. I fought my way free. Why are you doing this? You know how I feel about Derek. Wait, I paused, pretending to consider the last part of what he said. You could clear my name? Why would you think it would cost your job? I'm innocent. You wouldn't have to risk your career. His grin got wider. I knew you cared. I do care. I care about Derek, I said, emphatically. The camera hovered nearby and I knew that it was zooming in on my face right now. Travis grabbed my arm. I knew he would, but when his fingers closed on my skin, I jumped a little. Derek isn't a guy who knows what he wants, but I am. And I want you. You don't always get what you want in life. The truth of that hit me hard, and I pulled that emotion into my acting. Nobody always gets just what they want, Travis. So you realize you might not get Derek? Katrina wants him, and she's determined to have him. Over my dead body. You're just trying to make me think he doesn't love me. But your manipulations won't work. Nothing you say will make me love him any less. Travis's face took on a wounded expression. But I love you, Piper. You can't be sure Derek feels the same way now that you've been arrested for murder. I faced Travis. It was like facing my doubt and fear yet again. I love him and I trust him, Travis. I could never trust you. He leaned forward, all wicked intentions and determination. I wouldn't say such things if I were you. Not when I could get that witness to forget to show up in court and testify against you. I stopped, fastening a horrified look onto my face. The witness? Yes, the one who saw you that night with Sebastian, right before he was killed. I spun back around, sand puffing up around my sandaled feet. I was really angry now. Really angry. At myself. At Claire. I let that anger show. Are you trying to blackmail me? Travis chuckled. I'm not trying to blackmail you. I am blackmailing you. How can you claim to care about me if you won't even believe that I'm innocent? Does your precious Derek think you're innocent? I gasped. My hands flew to my mouth and I knew they were going to edit in the shocking organ music while the camera did a close-up of me. Cut. That's a wrap. Roger yelled. Travis grinned at me. Great work, Charlie. You, too. I relaxed my pose, emotionally exhausted. There was a rumble of gasps coming from behind me and I panicked. Had I blown the scene? Or had it been just that good? My gaze flew to the people who had gathered around. Then my eyes wandered to what they were gaping at, or make that who they were staring at. Rex Rockwell stood on the beach in full-on rock star mode. He wore leather pants, a black t-shirt, dark sunglasses, and a big smile. The cast gaped at him like they'd never seen a famous person before, even though many of them were famous in their own right. Half the women in the crew headed for him, their faces all lit up. Anna rushed out the back door, running right toward him. Rex, seemingly oblivious to all of the attention, hooked his sunglasses up on his forehead and called out, "Bravo, Charlie. Let's hear it for my wife." Every eye turned from him to me. My face went hot. "Ex-wife," I said faintly. And if he'd been just a little closer, I would have pushed him right into the ocean. Chapter 28. The last place on earth I wanted to be was anywhere in the vicinity of Rex Rockwell. But here he was at my house and I knew he wouldn't just go away. He came forward to give me a kiss, but I backed away. Rex just smiled and nodded at me. Then he signed a bunch of autographs. I didn't want to talk to Rex. I wanted to talk to Luke. But apparently I had to settle things with Rex once and for all. Can I see you up on the back deck? I asked. Ironically, the back deck was where my new hammock sat. He finished signing and then we headed up to the deck. I stopped near the railing, as far from him as I could get without having to raise my voice to talk to him. What are you doing here, Rex? I demanded. Hey, Rex! Down here. I looked down, annoyed, to see some of the crew smiling and waving like they were trying out to be on a homecoming float. Rex shot them a wave. I held up a hand. I'm tired of you showing up at my house, Rex. He leaned against the railing. I had to come here in person to hear you say it. Were things really so bad between us? I crossed my arms. Yes, it was bad. Bad, 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 bad. All of the smugness wiped right off his face. His shoulders slumped. He shook his head, then he looked over at the hammock. When he spoke, all the affectation was gone, all that rock star royalty entitlement and cuteness was stripped away. Charlie, I'm so sorry. I'd take it all back if I could. Ronnie? My heart twisted. Finally, after all these years, he was back. Not Rex Ronnie, the guy I'd fallen in love with so very long ago. I'm here, baby. The man staring at me wasn't a cocky rock star, he was a guy who realized how badly he blew it. I messed up, didn't I? Everyone wants or needs something from me. You were the one person who loved me for who I was. There was nothing I had that you wanted or needed, except me. And I messed up. You did hurt me, but it's in the past. I forgive you. My heart moved on and I'm happy now. I'm truly myself again, so don't worry about me. He gave me a smile, a real one. Not one of his patented smirks. I can see that you're happy. I'm glad. I still don't know a single soul who's trustworthy, except for you. And I lost you. You still have your music. I swallowed back tears. I didn't love him anymore. Whatever hurt had existed between us was gone now. And I was beyond glad. He gave me a lopsided grin. I was right to be scared of you becoming an actress. My mood collapsed. Was he about to say something mean? He lifted a single finger and placed it on my neck. Right where he had always set it, above the ticking beat of my pulse. I knew if you started you'd knock everyone dead. I knew you had it in you. I knew you would be one of the greats and I was afraid I'd lose you. I'm sorry about that, too. I'm sorry I delayed your dreams. Delayed. I blinked hard. That's okay. I'm doing it now. He took his finger off my pulse and gripped the railing. I don't know what to do, Charlie. I don't know what to do next with my life. Go back to LA. Go find your life, Rex. I don't know what advice to give you. I would suggest maybe not dating people like Verna D'Angelo. Also, you might want to stop hooking up with groupies. No woman in her right mind wants to date a man who's known to date his groupies. I hope you will find someone else, Rex, like I did. You mean that actor guy, don't you? The two of you going to marry on the show? Irritation surged in. Just when I thought he was changing for the better too. Just kidding. I hope you'll be happy together. I've made a few mistakes with him and I need to go fix them now. Rex pushed himself away from the rail. If the guy has any brains in his head, he'll do anything to keep you. You're the best there is, Charlie, and you're worth it. That's the nicest thing you've said to me. I gave him a hug, one that said all the goodbyes we would ever have to say. I pulled back. Why don't you go say hi to Anna? Who? I rolled my eyes. The one who was so excited to meet you. She ate your pancakes? She's just inside. Goodbye, Charlie. He nodded, then went inside. Now I had to go find Luke and tell him the truth about the part one was offered in Cherry's Jubilee. I hoped Rex was right and that Luke would forgive me. Because I didn't even want to think of a future without him. Chapter 29. I hurried around the house after Rex left, but I couldn't find Luke anywhere. It seemed like he had gone for the day without saying goodbye to me. Why would he do that? I spotted Anna talking to a cast member and approached her. Hey, have you seen Luke around? She nodded and pointed down the hall toward a small corner room that the producer and director had commandeered. Yeah, he went in there a few minutes ago. Thanks. I headed down the hall, determined to find him and tell him everything. That I had been offered the part but turned it down. And I would apologize for holding back my trust, which had nothing to do with him. It was my own deal. I should have trusted him enough to tell him before, but I trusted him completely now. My belly fluttered as I approached the door and my footsteps slowed. I had to go in there and talk to him. I had to. I was just incredibly nervous to do it. How would he feel about what I had done? Would it make him angry or sad? Would he forgive me? Twisting my hands together, I started toward the door again. It was cracked slightly and I lifted my hand to open it the rest of the way but paused when I heard voices coming from inside. I slid to one side and peeked through the crack. Luke, the producer, and the director were all in there, and just as I peeked in I heard the Roger say, "Listen, Adele gave us an ultimatum. It's her, or Charlie." My fingers flew to my mouth. I'd known that they would discuss it eventually, but I hadn't meant to spy on them while they did it. I scanned the hallway. No way could I pass back by the cracked door again. I'd been lucky they hadn't seen me in the first place. And? Luke asked. We've decided to let Adele go. The ratings have spiked since Charlie came on the show. You and Charlie have amazing chemistry. Fans have been writing nonstop. So that's our decision. Adele is out. Charlie's going to be offered a starring role. I wanted to break into a happy dance right there in the hallway. I felt bad for Adele under my joy, I did. She worked hard and she was a great actress. But she'd given the producers an ultimatum and it had backfired. As for me, I could finally have it all. I'd get to keep my beloved house in my equally beloved Blue Moon Bay. I could commute to San Francisco to work on Just One Love. And Luke and I could be together. Everything in my life was finally working out. I should go in there and tell them what I'd heard. Yes, that was the right thing to do. I pushed the door open just a little wider, ready to walk in and join them. No, Luke said, firmly. I blinked. Had Luke just said no? To what? I levered my body back behind the door and peered through the crack again. Luke sat on one side of the desk. The director sat across from him and the producer stood next to the director. I could see the back of Luke's head and the firm set of his shoulders where they stuck out from the sides of the chair just a little bit. And I could see the expressions on the other two people's faces. They looked like someone had just hit them with a 2x4. The director looked at the producer. I wanted to cry, to run in there and ask what was going on. What was he saying no to? I don't understand, Roger said. Yeah, that made two of us. I pressed my eye to the crack, straining to hear them better. If you fire Adele, I'll quit the show, Luke stated. My legs threatened to give out. What was he doing? Have you lost your mind? We can't fire Charlie and Adele won't stay with her here. But we can't lose you. Travis's character is growing but the fan base loves Derek Bishop. Then fire Charlie. As of right now, it's a small spot. You haven't offered her the bigger role yet. Tell her you're sending Piper to prison for Sebastian's murder. Okay, now he was going too far. How could he even think of doing that to poor Piper? She wouldn't hurt a fly. My whole body shook. Luke, my Luke, was saying to fire me? I couldn't believe this was really happening. The producer began to pace. I held my breath, praying she'd come up with something good, some reason why I had to stay, or maybe this was all some grim joke the three of them had played on me. Which, you know, wouldn't be funny at all. I'm not bluffing. If you fire Adele, I'll quit. You can find yourself a new Derek Bishop. Pain speared my heart. I couldn't listen anymore. I hurried down the hallway still processing that Luke had just betrayed me. I'd given up the part of a lifetime just to be with him and he was getting me fired? How had I been so wrong about him? I flew down the back stairs. But before I reached my room, a sob escaped me, followed by another and another. I dropped back against the wall, my body sinking to the floor. Luke had betrayed me. My heart shattered into pieces. I didn't know how I'd ever be whole again. Chapter 30. They're letting Katrina get away with murder. Oh, and I'm going to prison for killing Sebastian and I didn't even do it. That's not just unfair, that's outrageous. I stamped on the gas pedal a little harder. Oh, I know I'm not really going to jail at all. But, really? Really? That's how they write me off the show? By turning poor innocent Piper into a cold-blooded daddy killer? I realized I was going dangerously fast and lifted my foot off the gas pedal. Being mad and upset about being written off the show was one thing, dying on a hairpin turn was something else entirely. The producer had called me down to see her the evening before. I had stood there and pretended to be surprised when she thanked me so much for my hard work, told me they enjoyed working with me, but that the character's part had been played out. She lied to my face, too. I swung past the tricky section on the bluff, squeezed past the narrowest section of road, and came down the long drive that would lead me to the inn at Blue Moon Bay. Adele should be hauled off in shackles for trying to get me fired in the first place. And she shouldn't be the only one either. Luke should be right there with her. Only it hurt my stomach to think of him behind bars, even if it was just as Derek Bishop. I hit the brakes in time to avoid driving right around the little loop in front of the inn. I parked next to a really nice luxury sedan, cut the car off, and prepared myself to have it out with Luke right here, right now. I stormed into the lobby. Brian glanced up from the podium. His brown hair was neatly combed and he wore a short-sleeved polo shirt and khakis. I saw the khakis when he backpedaled from the podium, his hands in the air. Hey, whatever made you look that mad? I didn't do it. I rearranged my face into what I hoped was a pleasant smile, since Wendy's sweet brother shouldn't suffer for what Luke had done. I need to see Luke Montgomery. Is he around? Brian scratched his head. You know Wendy doesn't like me giving out information on the guests. I tilted my head sideways and glared at him. But since he's not really in the building right now. His eyes flew to the back windows. You know, because he's out on the beach and all. Thanks, Brian. I headed toward the back door, hurried along the porch, and flew down the stairs in record speed. I didn't see him right away, but it was a wide beach. I glanced around, then found him standing beside the monument, reading the legend of Blue Moon Bay. I slogged my way through the sand. Luke! He turned around. Charlie? What are you doing here? What did he think I was doing there? Did he honestly believe I'd decided to wreck a perfectly good pair of shoes with seaweed and sand and salt water for no reason at all? I got closer. I need to talk to you. His face held a blank expression. I see. I stopped. Out of breath, panting a little, my heart hurting beyond comprehension, I searched his face and his eyes for a clue as to what was going on in that head of his. Why'd you get me fired and walk away from me? You said you cared, that you'd be there for me. He shifted, a flicker of emotion crossing his features, but then his expression turned cold. I stared at him wondering what was real, his pain or that he didn't care. I'm sorry about that, Charlie. But it's over. I drew in a breath. Over? I edged closer. A crab scuttled toward me and I went to skip over it, came down wrong and the strap across my right instep burst. The shoe went into the sand then came right off my foot. The heel on the remaining sandal was at least 3 inches high, so I had a shambling monster walk thing going. So much for my dignity. Luke started to reach for me but then pulled back. I can't be in a relationship right now. I'm sorry. The wind, gentle before, came winging its way across the ocean. It hit me hard, smelling of salt, smelling of tears. Then why date me at all? I never wanted to get close to you. I tried to break things off with you before I got in too deep, but you wouldn't let me. I did all kinds of things to try to stay safe and you broke through every time. Why would you do all of that if you didn't really want me? He shoved his hands into his pockets. The wind blasted past us. His shoulders moved higher. Was he protecting himself from the wind or from me? I need to be on my own. You're making no sense at all. Why pursue me if you wanted to be alone? He didn't answer. The wind got higher. It carried a high whistle in its teeth. The gulls wheeled and dipped and the waves hit the sand with a thumping, pounding roar. I thought we were right for each other. I started to cry. I didn't want to, but I just couldn't help it. Luke's face twisted again and I saw him suck in a giant gulp of air. He moved toward me then stopped. I'm so sorry, he said, I never meant to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. Then don't give up on us. His shoulders slumped downward. I have to, Charlie. But, believe me, I am sorry. I'm sorry I fell in love with you, I shot back, then turned around and started walking. I kicked the other shoe off, snatched the broken one up from the sand and clutched them to my chest, trying to hold in all of my pain. I could have argued against any number of reasons, but in the end his reasons didn't matter. Luke didn't love me. I was heartbroken. More than I'd ever been in my life. Chapter 31. My bags were packed and waiting by the front door. The cast and crew were gone. I'd filmed my last scene on Friday and I'd cried as I'd done it. My character got hauled off to prison by Derek and the whole time I was in handcuffs I was staring at his stony expression. In the week since he'd broken up with me, I'd been professional and carried out my acting obligations. I wanted to talk to Luke, to try again with him, but the writers scripted our scenes so we didn't film anything together. Instead, I became Travis's love interest then got fingered as a murderess and hauled away to prison. Nice job, writers. Not. It was so unfair. Everyone seemed to agree and nobody was shy about saying it either. I'd hugged the cast and crew goodbye, realizing I'd made good friends and I'd miss them all. In a major shocker, Adele had even come into my tiny dressing room and apologized. She was really contrite and not just acting too. She said she hoped I'd forgive her one day and that I'd understand she had to do it because this soap opera was all she had. I'd just wished Adele luck. After all, she'd made the ultimatum, but what nobody besides me, the producer, the director, and Luke knew, was that it was Luke who'd really gotten me fired. Luke had even told me good luck, but it was as cold and impersonal as every other word he'd said to me since we'd broken up. So it was over. I leaned back against my hammock pillow, put my toes on the floor of the deck, and pushed, letting the hammock swing a little. The house was empty and back to being just a house and not a soap opera set. Rex was in LA doing whatever he was doing, but I did read that he'd taken Anna to some awards ceremony. I knew she must be thrilled, so I was happy for them. The cast and crew were gone and I was about to leave for LA to start my new role in Cherry's Jubilee. I'd called my lawyer the day I'd gotten canned and asked if there was any way at all I could get that part back. I just said that my schedule had unexpectedly changed and I had the time to do it after all. But, since her friend was the producer, she knew the show had given me the boot. I was able to get the part back, and I was excited to stretch my acting wings. But my joy was clouded by losing Luke. I'd really thought he was my soulmate. "Hey, you." Claire's voice spoke up from behind me and I turned my head as the sound of her heels clicking across the porch came closer. I smiled at her. "Hey, sis." Claire took a seat on the hammock. She pushed it, gingerly, and we rocked back and forth with our shoulders touching. I pointed toward an envelope in her hand. "What's that?" "This?" "Oh," she turned to face me. Her top teeth worried at her bottom lip. "I'm supposed to give it to you. But I first wanted to let you know how much I support you. I'm glad you're not hiding out in your mansion anymore, and I'm glad you're taking that part. You deserve it." I stared out at the ocean. It was quiet that day, as quiet as my heart. I blamed Rex for not supporting my dreams, which he didn't. But, you know what? I realize now that I was scared, too. It's hard to go after your dreams because what happens if you fail? Claire lifted an eyebrow. "I guess you get up and start pursuing again." I laughed. "If only you'd told me that sooner." She giggled. "Just promise not to go all Hollywood on me. Next you'll be espousing raw air diets and gold leaf facials daily." "No, I won't," I said, my smile suddenly fading. I was scared with Luke, too. For the same reasons. I was afraid to trust him and afraid to tell him how I felt, and I lost him because of that. I was afraid to go after who I wanted because I might lose him. I blew it and I really miss him. I saw the tabloids this morning. There was a picture of Rex touching your neck, and then you guys embracing. They're saying that I rebuffed Rex for Luke, then got just what I deserved when Luke rebuffed me. I've heard it all. Those buzzards just can't leave me alone. Her hand squeezed mine. I can't believe they'd make up such lies. I shrugged. I don't care what they say anymore. Her mouth dropped open. You don't? Nope, they're selling papers, not the truth. They're saying whatever they have to say to achieve their goals. They lie, but I can't stop people from believing the lies, and it has nothing to do with the real me. Claire sighed. I'm sorry you got hurt so much, but I'm still glad for you, Charlie. I squeezed her shoulder. Me, too. Now I have to get going. I have to make the plane. We stood and Claire handed me the envelope I'd forgotten she was holding. Rex came by my place last week. He apologized for being a lousy brother-in-law. He wanted to give you something but was afraid you wouldn't take it from him. So he asked me to hand it to you. I took the envelope and turned it over. He didn't say what it is? Claire shook her head. No. I have to get going. I have to get to work. We hugged. She pressed her face into my shoulder. I'll miss you. I'll miss you, too, but I'll be back in 6 months. You had better be. Don't make me come down there and get you. I laughed and we broke apart. Claire left and I looked at the envelope again and then opened it carefully. There was a note and a second envelope as well. I unfolded the note and read. Dear Charlie. I was thinking about that first apartment of ours again. How you'd go to school all day and work at that little diner all night. How you'd come home smelling like toast and pancakes and crawl in bed and hug me and tell me everything was going to be fine. I was always trying in those years and nothing ever seemed to be that big break, but you just kept right on believing in me, working for us, and trusting me. I forgot that, and I forgot a lot of things. I forgot how much I loved you. I forgot that deep down I'm still Ronnie from Blue Moon Bay. I forgot that making my dreams come true didn't mean I had to get rid of everything and everyone I knew before. I sort of thought, deep down, that if anyone ever saw me, saw Ronnie, that Rex Rockwell would just disappear and there'd be nothing left. That's a risk I'm willing to take now. I also now realize how unfairly I treated you. You filed for divorce and I felt lost without you. I tried to force you to stay with me by making the settlement as difficult as possible, but I was only thinking of myself. In my heart, I felt all people wanted from me now was money. When that didn't work, I remembered who you are. You were never there for the money. You were only there for me. And I let you down. I know this can't make up for how I treated you while we were married, or for my being so stingy in the divorce, but I hope this helps you understand that I know now that our life during the time we were married was a partnership and my career would not be where it is without your unwavering support. I hope one day we can be friends again, and that you'll see me as the person you cared so much for in the first place. Always. Rex. I opened the second envelope and my eyes went wide. It was a check with many, many, many zeros. Half of the net worth of Rex Rockwell's estate, I presumed. I was glad Rex was figuring his life out, and what was important. I'd figured my own life out, too little too late. My dim-wittedness had cost me Luke, the man I loved, and the man I still wanted with all of my heart. Chapter 32. I leaned back against a plush couch in the airline's club lounge and sipped the herbal tea I'd found in a nearby tea and coffee station, feeling grateful that I was the only passenger in the room. My flight didn't board for another 20 minutes, and I wasn't up for faking a smile like my life was all fine and dandy. I missed Luke like crazy. Trying to focus on the positive, I took out the script for my upcoming part again and thumbed through the pages. I'd always dreamed of landing a role like this. My finances were finally set, but my heart still ached for Luke. Once again, my mind had trouble wrapping around how his feelings had changed so quickly. If I'd trusted him completely, maybe things would be different, and I only had myself to blame for that. Pain sliced through my chest just thinking about him. A foghorn sound caught my attention and I glanced up at the television screen on the wall closest to me. The morning show out of San Francisco, called All About the Bay, had just started. The show was super popular and the hosts, Rita Rose and John Smythe, were funny and smart. Although I considered myself an All About the Bay fan, I found myself turning away. Watching television would not help me win back the love of my life. Good morning, Bay Area. Rita Rose's enthusiastic voice carried throughout the room on the numerous television screens, and I searched around for a remote to turn them off. John and I are excited to be here with you this fine morning, and we have a surprise guest today. You know him best as hot and hunky Detective Derek Bishop on Just One Love. Yes, John Smythe continued, with a nod and smile. And we have him here, right now, for a live interview. So, please give a warm welcome to Luke Montgomery. Wait, Luke? The studio applause erupted around the room, and my gaze flew to the screen. Luke was doing a live interview? He never did live interviews. He'd gotten stage fright as a boy, and the entire class had laughed, which had traumatized him. So all of his interviews were scripted. He told me even the thought of a live interview triggered those childhood nightmares. How in the world could he be doing a live interview right now? Maybe he and Adele were doing an interview that was truly scripted, where the hosts had given the studio the questions ahead of time and the show had written Luke's lines? But Rita hadn't mentioned Adele. Suddenly, Luke sauntered across the stage, giving a friendly wave to the audience. All of the air whooshed out of my chest. I hadn't seen him since the last day of filming. Well, except for on the recorded episodes of Just One Love that I'd been watching obsessively with a box of tissues the last 2 weeks. He looked incredibly handsome in a pale blue button-down shirt, dark slacks and dress shoes, and his hair was freshly cut and styled back. He shook hands with John, gave Rita a kiss on the cheek, then took his seat in a white leather chair across from them. He gave the hosts and the camera a shy smile, and then nodded to each. "Hello, Rita. John. And good morning, Bay Area." Another burst of applause from the audience, along with a few whistles. "Thank you so much for joining our show today, Luke. I must say, you look even more handsome in person than you do on Just One Love." She smiled, sitting up a little straighter as she crossed her legs. "So tell us, is it all true?" He cocked his head. "That I'm as handsome in person? Well, we already know the answer to that. Don't we, ladies?" Fiendish laughter came from Rita's red-painted mouth. The audience cackled, too. "But we're wanting the dish on the show. How many of you watch Just One Love?" Cheers went up from the audience. Luke shifted in his chair, managing to look humble and confident at the same time. Then I noticed his fingers picking at the cuff of his shirt, a gesture I'd seen him make when he was nervous. My heart went out to him. Nobody else seemed to notice, but I knew him well. "I'd say, we have ourselves a lot of Just One Love fans here today," John said, clapping, even though it seemed unclear whether or not he watched the show. The gleam in his eye made me guess he was a closet Just One Love watcher. "I've been watching Just One Love since, oh, wait. I can't admit that without giving away my age." Rita giggled, putting a hand to her chest and then cooing. "No, Luke, I'm wondering if you can tell us more about what we've all read in the papers. Is it true that Rex Rockwell's ex was written off the show because she tried to steal you from Adele?" "Rex Rockwell's ex," I muttered, crossing my arms. Even after having a part on the most popular soap opera for a month, the media still didn't use my real name. Sigh. Luke's expression turned perplexed. "No, that rumor about Charlie isn't true at all." I placed a hand over my heart, knocking my tea over in the process. Oops. But Luke had used my actual name. Not just Rex Rockwell's ex, so I felt like cheering. Rita blinked. "You're saying she didn't try to steal you from Adele? You can tell us, honestly. We've all read the papers." "Sorry, not true." He shook his head, then winked in a charming and sexy way. "But if it makes you feel any better, I've read that version as well." The audience chuckled. Luke rubbed one hand along the back of his neck. He looked genuinely adorable, not just adorable but adorable. All shy and cute and endearing, making me wonder again why he was doing a live interview. Because it was obvious to me his words weren't scripted. "Can you tell us this, then?" Rita checked the small white card in her hand. "People are saying she would only allow the show to film at the mansion that her ex-husband, our favorite bad boy rocker of all time, Rex Rockwell, generously gave her in the divorce, only if the show would write in a part for her." He generously gave my own vacation house to me? For real? I didn't know how our divorce had made Rex even more popular, but finally, after all of these years, I found myself laughing. My husband had cheated on me and tried to keep every one of our assets unless I promised to stay with him, yet I'd been labeled a gold-digging and heartless ex while he was portrayed as the long-suffering ex-husband? Too hilarious. Wrong again, Luke corrected Rita, holding his palms up in a sorry-to-break-the-news gesture, before he chuckled. How Charlie got a part on the show is a funny story, though. He turned to the audience. Would you like to hear how she really got the role of Piper? Yes, the audience shouted, then started clapping. Luke went back to picking at the cuff of his shirt and I wanted to hug him for support. This interview had to be hard for him, and I didn't get why he'd agreed to do it. Charlie took on the initially small part of Piper as a favor to the director when one of the actors didn't show up. She didn't even want the part. But once the camera started rolling, she was a natural. All of the fun times we had on set, including all of the crazy ad-libbing, came rushing back to me, and my eyes burned. I missed Luke, and I missed the show, too. I even missed Anna, even though she had driven me nuts most of the time. Every line Charlie got, she earned by being a hardworking, amazing actress. Luke smiled, as if he were remembering how much fun our scenes were, too. Everyone on set enjoyed working with Charlie, including Adele. My throat squeezed and I covered my heart with my hand. I could feel the pounding rhythm beneath my fingers. I had no idea why Luke was on live television sticking up for me, but this had to be the first time someone had praised me in the media, which meant so much to me. In fact, the gesture meant even more coming from him since I'd obviously hurt him so much he'd broken things off with me. So, there's no truth to any of the rumors that she hurt your and Adele's relationship? Rita asked, seeming unable to believe the papers had led her astray. Luke's gaze turned directly into the camera, and sincerity oozed from his beautiful eyes. Derek Bishop and Katrina Reed were a couple on the show for a while before she married Sebastian and became Katrina Holloway. But Adele and I have never dated. He turned back to the hosts who had grown silent all of a sudden. I can ask the writers to get Derek and Katrina back together if you'd like, but I'm not sure they're going to listen to me. Again, he had the audience chuckling. John started laughing, too. Luke's first live interview ever and he was blowing it away. I felt so proud of him. Rita's stunned look faded into a smile. Well, that's good news for all of you single men out there who have been in love with Adele for years. Would that group include you, John? John Smythe turned pink in the cheeks then coughed into his hand. Well, Adele Andrews is a talented and beautiful woman. There's no shame in admitting I'm quite the admirer. Adele and I are good friends, Luke said, tugging at his cuff some more. We interview together often and have attended award shows together, and I'm sorry if anyone thought we were a real-life couple. I'm glad to be here with Rita and John today to clear up any confusion. John clasped his hands together. It's our pleasure to have you on the show, Luke. The tabloids have been having a field day, and we here at All About the Bay are happy to put those kinds of rumors to rest for our viewers. Now that we know the truth behind the rumors, there are more questions we're dying to ask. I'll admit that I'm a fan. Rita chuckled. You're a super fan, John. Ha. I suspected John watched the show. He nodded. And so are you, Rita. We have rather long days here on set since we do the afternoon show as well, and we're usually in the green room watching Just One Love when it comes on, so we, like many people out there, are dying to know what will happen next. Rita nodded eagerly. Oh yes. Like, will Piper get out of jail? Please say yes. She got totally railroaded, John added. Besides, nobody but the coroner ever saw Sebastian's body after all. Maybe it wasn't even Sebastian. Rita added, and Katrina could just have easily murdered. Katrina is innocent. John cut in. Rita shot back. No, Piper's innocent. I agree she got railroaded, and if she didn't kill him then it had to be Katrina. John shook his head. Oh, now it could have been anyone. Sebastian had plenty of enemies after all. Whoa. These two really were hardcore fans. Luke, laughing softly, held up his hands and made a timeout gesture. I'm afraid I'm not privy to those answers. You'll just have to tune in to see what the writers, and we have the best writers in the business in my opinion, come up with next. Rita shuffled some papers and gave the camera a naughty grin. Maybe this is a question you could answer for us then, Luke. What do you really think of Charlie Rockwell? Oh! I popped to my feet and started jumping up and down. Rita had said my name. My actual name. Thanks to Luke, I was no longer merely Rex Rockwell's ex. Luke twisted his hands together. I got to know Charlie very well while working with her. She's a strong and brave woman. She's an amazing actress. She's sincere and she's funny. She's beautiful, the most amazing woman I've ever met. My heart leaped into my throat and threatened to suffocate me. What did he just say? Those weren't the words of a man who didn't love me. My gaze fastened on his face. I waited to see what he'd say next, hoping he'd say he loved me. Wait a minute. I stood still, legs shaking. Maybe he already had said he loved me. Not with words, but there he was doing a live interview for the first time in his life. He was defending me. Luke, who never did live interviews because he got stage fright. Why would he do that? He didn't have to defend me and had no reason to accept one. He loved me. Then why had he told me he didn't love me? Everything had been wonderful between us. We'd never had any problems until he saw me arguing with Claire. Claire. Oh. Oh, no. I should have known. He disappeared right after she'd showed up and I already knew how little she wanted me to date Luke overdoing Cherry's Jubilee. It all became terribly clear. He had broken it off with me after he had seen Claire and me arguing. He disappeared at lunch and I had thought that Claire had left, too, but I knew my sister too well. She had probably lain in wait and grabbed him as soon as possible. She knew I hadn't told him about the part, so she had made sure that he didn't know. It all made sense now. Luke broke up with me so I would take that part. That was why he had demanded I be fired. He had known that I would stay on the soap opera even if it wasn't exactly what I wanted, just to be closer to him. He knew I was throwing away a huge chance. And the actor in him had seen what I was doing as crazy and wrong. I glanced back at the screen. They'd cut to a commercial but had promised that they'd be right back with more of Luke and that they'd be taking questions from the audience as well. The station was a 5-minute ride away. I could get there before he left the place, talk to him and make him listen to me. If I hurried. That would mean missing my flight, though. That would mean I needed to catch a cab. Chapter 33. I need to get to the television station fast. I tossed my carry-on and purse through the open back window of the first cab I saw. The driver looked startled, then looked around like he was trying to figure out if I was actually talking to him or not. Come on, let's go! I shouted, then grabbed the door handle and jumped in. The driver gave me a puzzled look, then he went around the cab and got in. Which station? The one all about the Bay is broadcast on. I didn't know the station's name. Oh, why didn't I pay more attention? The driver seemed to know because he clicked on the meter and cruised away from the airport. I watched through the glass window as the speedometer needle went to 35 and stayed there. I said fast, please. I hit my phone screen with my thumb, nearly breaking a nail in the process. Claire answered on the second ring. Charlie, aren't you at the airport? Is everything okay? What did you say to Luke? What? I shouted at the cab driver. The speed limit's 65. Try actually doing 65. He ignored me. The speedometer showed a 40 on the dial. In my ear, Claire said, I don't know what you're talking about. You're a bad liar. To the driver, I shouted, you're not even doing the minimum speed for this road. The minimum, please, please, please. Charlie, are you okay? Claire asked. No. No, I'm not. I'm on my way to find Luke. He's on TV. On All About the Bay. Outside the windows, the city, enshrouded in its usual mist, sat along the curved horseshoe of the bay. We weren't far from the station, but the driver showed no inclination to get me there soon. You're kidding. Claire's voice was a squawk. I love that show. Rita Rose and John Smythe are awesome. I know, and Luke is on there defending me. Claire gasped. I beat on the glass and the driver shrugged. I tried to find a latch or something that would open the window between us. If I had to commandeer his cab, so be it. I need to know what you said to Luke. Tell me now. Don't say you didn't say anything either. Claire sighed. I did it to protect you. I mean, I didn't want you to give up your dreams for a guy again. It's not right to do that, and you can never be happy living that way, Charlie. You'd never be happy if you didn't take that part. I groaned and resisted the urge to beat the phone with the heel of my shoe. I learned that on my own, thank you very much. I was on my way to be honest with Luke about the role, but apparently you got to him first. Claire gasped. You were? Then why'd you guys break up? Why? Was she kidding? Because you told him about that part in LA and he didn't want me to give up that part for him because he loves me. He didn't know the real reason why I turned down the role. Well, why did you then? She asked. I didn't want to break the confidences Luke had given me, but it was obvious that Claire needed an answer. I didn't want to put Luke through the pain of another long-distance relationship. He had that once before. He had a long-distance ex-girlfriend who broke his heart. Claire whispered, Oh, that's so sweet of you. Wait a minute, let me turn on the show so I can tell you if he's storming out of the studio or something. I clasped the phone tightly. Is he still there? Hello, Claire? I rapped on the glass separating me and the cabbie. Could you go any slower here? Claire, did I lose you or something? Oh, he just said something sweet about you. What did he say? Ack! Claire, did I lose you? No, but you'd better get to the studio fast before you lose him because he's a great guy. You should hear all of the nice things he's saying about you. I took a steadying breath. I'm going as fast as I can. Maybe you'd be better off jumping out of that cab and running. She had a point. I actually considered doing just that, but a few seconds later the cab screeched to a stop right in front of the station. Chapter 34. I ran past a whole lot of people, swinging my purse and carry-on like ancient weapons at anyone who tried to get between me and the studio floor. I dashed right onto the set, dropping my bags as I finally set my feet down in the circle that the cameras covered. Hi, there, I said. I was at the airport and saw your show, and then, well, I hope you don't mind my showing up like this. Rita cried out, What? I can't believe it. You're here. Look everyone, Piper's here. I mean, Charlie Rockwell is here. John Smythe jumped to his feet. This is unprecedented. He came over and shook my hand. Come on up on stage and join us, please. My belly filled with raw nerves. I glanced over at the audience, and their expressions of sheer joy gave me courage. I was a famous person in my own right now, and the people looking back at me seemed happy to see me. The real me, and that made me happy. Thank you, I said, waving to the crowd as I walked alongside John. Luke had stood, and he wore an expression of sheer shock. Why aren't you on the plane to Los Angeles? Isn't your flight leaving right now? I toyed with the bracelet around my wrist. There were so many things I wanted to say to Luke, but I realized we were standing in front of a live audience. Plus, there was also a big black camera filming us for the entire San Francisco Bay Area. So I stepped toward him, raising my brows. How do you know when my flight is, Luke? Are you keeping tabs on me? I might be, he quipped, flashing a smile, which I couldn't tell if it was for the talk show or for me. I play a detective, after all. It's second nature for me. The audience's laughter exploded through the room. Definitely for the audience. We're so glad you came by, Charlie. Rita turned toward the camera with a beaming smile. This is Charlie Rockwell's first interview and it's happening right here on our set. I can't tell you how thrilled we are to have you here on All About the Bay. Thanks, Rita. I'm happy to be here. I was, too. Someone from the show brought over another leather chair and placed it next to Luke's. We both took a seat. John said, "Let's take some questions from the audience." You. He pointed to a sweet-faced woman in the front row. She gave us all a dazed smile, stood, and squeaked out. Do you think Piper got a raw deal, Charlie? I nodded. As a fan? Oh, absolutely. I played the part, but I used to watch it every day and I always had a secret crush on Derek Bishop. I paused during the loud cries of agreement and understanding from the audience. So I enjoyed what was supposed to be a minor part. My character was initially written into only one scene, but things snowballed, and even though I was working, I was also seeing the show as a fan, just like all of you were, and I wanted a lot more for Piper. Rita said, "Oh, we all did." Do you think Piper will be written back in Luke? Luke shrugged. I suppose now is as good a time as any to announce that while Charlie's leaving the show was unfortunate, she had to leave because she got offered the starring role in a film, and that's so important. We're sad to see her go, but we all know this is a big chance and she'd be crazy not to take it. We were back to that? He wasn't backing down. He was determined to make sure I took my shot, and his actions made me love him even more. It's true, I said. But the film will wrap in 6 months, and I'm hoping by then the writers will have realized that poor Piper didn't have anything to do with Sebastian's death. Unless, of course, she did. Rita said, "Ooh, did she? I mean, do you know something we don't?" The audience immediately shot hands in the air. John called on a lady, who stood and said, "You still haven't answered the biggest question of all. Why did you come here today, Charlie?" My heart knocked crazily in my chest. My fingers gripped the edge of my chair. I'd always been protective of my privacy, but suddenly I wanted everyone to know how I felt. I came here to tell Luke I'm in love with him. Oh, my! Rita exclaimed, clapping her hands. I'm really impressed that you'd make this declaration on live television, she said, and then turned toward Luke. From the look on your face, I'd venture to guess you have feelings for her, too? Are you in love with Charlie, Luke? The corners of Luke's eyes crinkled momentarily, but then he took 3 short breaths. You need to take that part in Los Angeles, Charlie. If you hurry, you can still catch your flight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to go to a commercial now, but stay tuned for more of Luke Montgomery and Charlie Rockwell. John was grinning from ear to ear, and so was Rita, and it wasn't just because they'd pulled off what was obviously a ratings coup. They seemed genuinely happy for us, and so was the audience. The cameras quit rolling, but the audience deluged us, asking questions and for autographs. Luke's hand found mine and squeezed it briefly. When we finally got past the audience and into a small and quiet corner, we took our mics off and stared at each other. Luke and I were inches from each other, and I had to act fast before those few inches could turn into all the miles between San Francisco and LA. I miss you, Luke. My words were a whisper. I know why you broke up with me, too. Do you? His eyes searched mine. I nodded. Luke released a breath. I hurried on. I made a million mistakes with you. I didn't let you in. I didn't trust you. I let the past color my every decision. Even when I thought I was doing the right thing for us by turning down that part in Cherry's Jubilee, all I was really doing was keeping you at bay again, and I wasn't doing what would make me happy either. I was setting us up to fail. I'm so sorry. I made mistakes, too. I shook my head. You were perfect. You were always absolutely perfect. He smiled. No, I wasn't. I pushed you harder than I should have. I shook my head so hard my hair flew around my face. No, you didn't. You pushed just enough. I needed you to push me. I spent so much of my life pushing Rex toward his dreams and myself away from mine that I needed someone to come and give me a big push forward, and you did that, and I am so very grateful for that. I can't believe you came here like this. Me, either. I gave him a shaky smile. The poor cab driver I made drive me here from the airport is probably still trying to figure out if I'm actually insane. He laughed. I don't think you are. Oh, but I am, I assured him. I'm crazy about you, Luke. Absolutely crazy for you. His eyes became serious. You have to take that role. I am. But just because we're long distance, doesn't mean we won't work out. I believe in us, and you have to promise me you'll come see me. Only if you promise to come see me, too. I caught his right hand. His left one found mine. We stood there face to face, smiling at each other. I whispered, it's a deal. We'll make this work, I swear. I won't let this be a long-distance thing forever, Luke. Me, either. I love you, Charlie. He brought me into his arms. His lips came down on mine. Our mouths met and fused. That kiss made the entire world stand still. It made everything that had gone wrong flip itself right back to where it should have always been. I forgot about everything but him and that kiss, the feel of his mouth on mine. He drew back slowly. His eyes twinkled. I have the next 2 days off, and so do you. You have a flight to catch for that meeting. How about I go to LA with you and help you settle in? My heart nearly exploded with happiness. I grabbed him and kissed him again. When we came up for air, I squealed. Yes, come with me. His eyes shined and his lips curved into a smile. Hey, it's ironic, isn't it? I frowned. What's ironic? We fell in love on a show called Just One Love. I sank against him and smiled. Now that's a story we can tell our grandkids. Epilogue. It had been a hectic and wonderful month. The filming had started and I loved it. I also loved that Luke and I made time for each other just like we promised. I really loved that we'd both agreed to meet at the fundraiser for the Blue Moon Bay Library and had met up again where it all started, right in my hometown. The inn at Blue Moon Bay was packed. Everyone had come out for the event. Olivia, smart as always, had gone with a theme of quite the character, and everyone was dressed as their favorite character from the book they loved the most. I was in full-on flapper gear from my favorite circa 1920s masterpiece, and Luke went as the love interest from that book. His white tux and slicked-back hair made a perfect foil for my beaded, feathered dress and fan. Claire had come as a character from a romance novel, and her wedding gown and train were so cute and frilly. When I saw the actor who played Travis, dressed like the character from a popular spy novel series and giving my sister the eye, I pushed them toward each other and suggested they dance. I watched them go, thinking what a cute couple they made, and there were definitely sparks there, too. Wendy and Max were dressed like a husband and wife team of sleuths, and I remembered that the books those characters had come from had always been Wendy's favorites when we were kids. Megan was dressed in a long white gown and a set of featherlight lace gloves, her favorite character. Olivia, naturally, wore an outfit that spoke volumes about her love for her favorite chick-lit heroine. Everyone was present tonight. Rita Rose and John Smythe, clearly super fans of the soap opera, were having a ball talking to the whole cast and crew of the show. John, in particular, was having a good time chatting up Adele, and it was obvious she was enjoying his attention. I found myself standing next to Olivia, Megan, and Wendy. I gave Olivia a hug. "Wow, I can't believe this turnout. You're so amazing at this kind of thing." Olivia's gaze went around the room and a long smile turned her mouth upward. "I think it's because I love my job. When you love something, you do well at it." Wendy nodded. "I'll second that." "Me too," I said. "Oh, Wendy, I saw that the inn got a write-up in the Blue Moon Bay Beat. Such great advertising for the inn at Blue Moon Bay. I know your grandma would be so proud of you and Brian." "Thank you, that means a lot." Wendy gave me a warm hug, before reaching for a shrimp and lobster tartlet from a nearby server. Her eyes went to Max, standing nearby and chatting with Luke and a few others. I didn't do it alone. I didn't even know how much I'd love running this place. It's amazing how things work out in life. Megan snagged a glass of champagne from a circulating tray and then handed it to me. She took more glasses until we all had one. She asked, "Are you happy to be back home for a few days, Charlie?" I took a long sip of champagne. The bubbles tickled my nose and throat. "I am, but I'll admit I'm having fun filming in LA. It's been a great experience, and they even forgave me when I forgot that I wasn't supposed to actually flick the lighter and did, and then caught a branch in the grove of fake cherry trees on fire." Olivia laughed, then stopped a passing waiter and took some chocolates from his tray. She placed them on a napkin and then held them out to us so we could all share the treats. "I'm so happy for you, Charlie. You get to do what you love and keep the house that you love at the same time. That's wonderful." "It is. By the way, I have something for you." I pulled the envelope out of my beaded purse and handed it to Olivia. "What's this?" she asked. I bit back a grin. "Oh, a little donation for the library." Olivia opened the envelope, gasped, and then held it up so that Megan and Wendy could see the check. "Charlie, are you crazy? That's all of the money you got from Rex. Don't you want to keep any of it?" I let a bit of chocolate dissolve on my tongue and then washed it down with a swallow of champagne. "No. I appreciate that he gave the money to me, but I have my own income now. I'm not starting over, really, because I've learned a lot. But I am starting fresh. The library is where I was inspired to act in the first place, after getting lost reading all of those wonderful stories. So now the library can start fresh, too. It seems fitting, don't you think?" We had a big group hug, the four of us, all of us back home and friends again. Megan's glass tilted a little and she hastily righted it as we broke the hug. Now that you finally have the true fame you always wanted, is it everything you thought it would be? I've learned it's the same as any other life, except that people write about me. Sometimes they write things that are true. Sometimes they write things that aren't true. But at least they're using my actual name now. I laughed. I appreciate that my work makes people happy, and makes me happy at the same time. Brody, Olivia's boyfriend, approached and swept a low bow, and then asked Olivia to dance. When they were gone, Wendy turned to me. Thank goodness Olivia had the sense to say no to a karaoke machine, or we'd all be listening to Brody serenade her all night long. Megan choked. It's sweet how romantic he is, though. Wendy giggled. It is sweet. It's just that the last time he did it made Max decide he needed to serenade me, too. Speaking of Max, she swept away to where he stood and they headed for the dance floor. I set my empty champagne flute aside and saw Megan staring at Wendy's brother, Brian. I nudged her a little. Ask him to dance. Megan twisted her hands together. He thinks of me as his little sister. I rolled my eyes at that. So? Show him you're not, show him who you really are. Megan paused. Her gaze went back to Brian. Oh, I don't know. Do not make me drag you over there. I lunged at her like I was about to and she skipped off toward him. I laughed as she asked him to dance. It hadn't taken much persuasion on my part. It was easy to see she was over the moon for him, probably even over a blue moon. I spotted Luke standing alone near a potted plant and walked over to him. You're the big star in the room. What are you doing by the potted plant? He caught my hand and pulled me closer to his side. I was watching you. It seems to be my favorite pastime lately. I fanned myself. It's getting hot in here. Want to go out for some air? He stopped near the exit door. Think an alarm will go off? I shot the door a look. I think we're safe here at the inn. We laughed and headed out on the deck. Luke ran his hands along the railing and smiled up at the star-filled sky and then back at me. So, we're right above where the legend all started. I was just thinking that. I smiled as he put an arm around me and we stood there, looking out at the bay. The wind tugged at my hair and our clothes, bringing with it that undeniable ocean scent. This will always be the place where we started. His other hand rested on mine against the railing. Remember when we were both reading gossip magazines, trying to figure out more about each other? I laughed. Maybe we should have just asked. His shoulder rested against mine, imparting his warmth to me. It wouldn't have been as much fun. We stood there, just relishing being close to one another. Luke lifted his hand and turned to face me, leaning against the railing. I wanted to tell you earlier, but we were so busy getting here I didn't have time. I talked to everyone. The producer, the director, and even Adele. I told them why I asked for you to be fired. Then I apologized for not telling them the truth in the first place. I ran a finger over his strong jaw. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. They want to bring Piper back, just as soon as your movie wraps. Happy little tears popped up into my eyes. What about Adele? She knows and I don't think she'll be making any ultimatums anytime soon. Besides, she said just the other day she misses the cookies you used to bake and bring on set. I could hardly breathe. It's official then? It is. I grabbed him and held on tight. Our mouths met while the wind stirred and ruffled the high waves before they crashed against the shore. Luke broke off the kiss for a second, staring over my head. Hey, look. It's a full moon tonight, the 2nd of the month. A blue moon. I looked upward. Yeah, it happens. He lifted my chin. Then we have to do this. I rested my hands against his chest. Do what? Kiss under the blue moon so the legend comes true. Oh, wait. We're not at the spot by the bay. For me, the legend has already come true, I said as his mouth came down on mine again, promising forever love in just one kiss. The end. If you enjoyed spending time with these characters, be sure to listen to Megan's story in the Friendly Cottage, Blue Moon Bay series, Book 4. You have been listening to The Wishing Star, Blue Moon Bay, Book 3, by Susan Hatler, copyright 2016 by Susan Hatler, audiobook copyright 2023 by Susan Hatler. Susan Hatler is a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author who writes humorous and emotional women's fiction and young adult novels. Many of Susan's books have been translated into German, Spanish, French, and Italian. A natural optimist, she believes life is amazing, people are fascinating, and imagination is endless. She loves spending time with her characters and hopes you do, too.